It's Finals Friday, and this time it's Group B in action. 4 teams remain. We had to say goodbye to Romania, but the 4 remaining teams, they're fighting out for just 2 places in the 4th and final championship week. And well, who's going to get through? We'll have to find out. They might also be battling the elements, but this is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship, and it starts right now. Well, good morning to you wherever you're watching around the world from an unfortunately quite rainy Costa del Sol this morning. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And we are here for Finals Friday of Group B, the second week of this 4-week Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Well, 5 teams has become 4, and 4 will become 2 by the end of the day. But the bad news is that due to the elements, we have had to delay the start of today. And yes, I'm here with my colleague Michael McCann. Michael, it is disappointing, but we have had to essentially push back the start of the game indefinitely. Now, we are hoping to get the games in, of course, quite creative the way we can do that in the ECC. But it's disappointing for these 2 teams because Hungary, who finished 3rd, and Portugal, they're meant to be going head-to-head right now, starting now, for only 1 place in the second qualifier. So both these teams, they want to get out in the park, but at the moment it's just not possible, is it?
Absolutely. They want this eliminator game to happen. It should be said that were it not to, then it would be Hungary that go through by higher league placing. But I know that even the Hungarian camp, that's not how they want to progress through to the next stage. And it's worth reminding you of the format of what we've got today as we see the umpires having a chat about what happens next. The rain is still very persistent and reasonably heavy. It's first versus second and third versus fourth, but not in a traditional sense, in that we have the double chance. The winner of this match between Hungary and Portugal will face the loser of the Netherlands 11 versus Austria, and having thrashed Austria twice already, the Netherlands 11 start that game as the hot favourite. And then, of course, by winning that first versus second game, you go through to the Group B final, or by winning that qualifier 2, you go through to the Group B final. But probably most importantly, the aim for all 4 of these teams coming into today, you book your spot in finals week alongside Spain and Belgium. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. And look, it's really disappointing, I suppose, especially, look, Portugal, they ended up scraping into 4th place on account of an amazing day yesterday where they got past the Netherlands 11. It has to be one of the upsets of the year, of all time, I think, on ECN. Portugal hadn't won a game in 6 games. The Netherlands 11 hadn't lost a game in 6 games. But Portugal really started showing us what they could do. But, these finals days, they're so action-packed. There's a lot of pressure around, and just to add the weather into that is such a shame. And look, we've already seen the first week, of course. Group A came to its conclusion last week, and we actually show you the kind of overview of the tournament. That 2 teams from each of the groups will make it through to the championship week, which begins in, it's hard to believe, it's about 10 days from now. We'll be starting the championship week. Belgium and Spain secured their places in Group A. So, unfortunately, we have had to say goodbye to Romania, who were pipped at the post on net run rate by Portugal into 4th place. So, 2 of these 4 will make it through. And we are certainly hopeful of getting some play underway. But then also, Michael, your guys, England 11 will be here next week, along with Italy, Germany, Finland, and Czech Republic. But, maybe you could tell the viewers a little bit about that England 11. Obviously, it's not the England kind of national cricket team, but it is still a very interesting side. It certainly is. You've got quite a few players who've sort of just made their breakthroughs into county cricket, which, for those maybe unfamiliar, is the professional level of the game in England. You've got your 18 first-class counties, and a handful of this England squad actually played in the T20 Blast, in the One Day Cup, the 50-over competition, and the county championship. So much like the Dutch team, you've got 3 or 4 players that really are going to be of a particularly high calibre who will stand out. But a lot of really good youngsters who played national counties cricket, used to be called minor counties, and are pushing for contracts with professional counties. They're getting chances in the second team, they're getting trials. So England, probably alongside the Netherlands 11, are maybe my joint favourites for this tournament. And then you've got Italy and Germany, probably the most likely teams to be battling for that second spot behind the England 11 in that group. Just bringing it back to our conditions here. One scant positive that is worth saying is that the pitch itself is actually in very good condition. Remember that the pitch is an AstroTurf pitch. It's been covered for the last hour or so when the rain's been at its heaviest, and there's been a monumental effort from both the ground staff, the players, and then also the ECN staff of getting the covers on and off repeatedly so that you also avoid the inevitable thing that can happen of all the rain builds up on the covers but ends up being spilt out onto the outfield. So that's not happened, which is promising. The covers are now off, and most of the rain has been collected off them successfully, and the pitch itself is in decent nick.
Well, that's it. That's the thing, due to the tireless work of all the volunteers down there. And I do have some good news. Now, at the moment, the rain has stopped, and I've just got information that we are planning to start an 8-over match, a reduced match, and it should be starting in around about 14 minutes' time. So, well, that's some really good news, isn't it, Michael? At the moment, you know, like you say, that square has been well covered. I just think there will be a bit of moisture on the outfield, but I mean, that's something the players just going to have to deal with. Like we said, they want to get out there. So that's really good news. That looks like we will have an 8-over match starting at 9:20 local time, which is 7:20 a.m. GMT. But at least that gives the players an opportunity to get there and play. And that's exactly what they want to do, isn't it?
And we know that these European cricketers are pretty hardy in Portugal and Hungary. They've had to play through rain in league matches before, so they are somewhat accustomed to this. The rain is now very, very light, and we're hopeful that the wind will sort of push the last of this storm that we've just had off the ground. The wind, of course, is a proposition that is a much less tricky one, and I really cannot stress enough what a supreme effort it's been from a collective. I mean, I make it maybe just short of 50 people pulling the covers off together because the rain had come down so hard that you had this huge weight of rain in the middle of them, and were it not for that collective effort, we wouldn't have a game. And if that isn't the European Cricket Network motto in terms of stronger together, I don't know what.
Yeah, that is true. Literally, we're stronger together because it took a lot of manpower to get those covers off with all the water, of course. You know, in this part of the world, don't quite have the same kind of infrastructure that you might have in England or in India or in Australia, South Africa, for that example. So look, the good news is we will have some cricket for you shortly. It's going to be one of those days, I think, where the rain might come, it might go, but we are certainly hopeful of bringing you all of the 4 finals matches that you want to see today. But for now, we might rejoin you in around about 10 minutes with the news that play is underway, hopefully. And I have got some toss news for you as well. Portugal, they've won the toss. They've elected to bat first.
Shock horror.
Yeah, well, I thought they would as well, especially after the way that they played yesterday. But of course, different conditions. The main thing is at least these players will have to get a chance to go and show what they can do. So we're going to leave you for now. We'll rejoin us in around about 10 minutes after the break. We will come to you with the Eliminator Group B. Well, 2 teams will show, 1 will stay and 1 will go. It'll be Hungary or Portugal going through to Qualifier 2. But for now, this is Vinny Sandu along with Mr. Michael McCann and Mr. Maximo. I'll remember my name as well. Join us soon. Hopefully for some cricket on ECN. See you shortly.
How we play cricket
on the Costa del Sol.
Hello and welcome back to Cartama in Spain. Well, some good news, some concerning news. But it's Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandu for ECN, and we're getting ready to start the Eliminator. It's the teams that finish 3rd and 4th going head-to-head for one spot in the next phase of finals day. Hungary versus Portugal. The news from the toss is that Portugal won the toss. They've elected to bat. It's a rain-reduced 8-over match, and you can see the Hungarians going out there right now. And look, still a bit of light rain falling, but not quite enough to prevent us starting this match. And certainly not ideal conditions. It is the Costa del Sol. Plenty of sunshine around this week, but unfortunately right now it's not one of those times. Looking at the openers, Azar Andani and Sean Gomes going to the crease. You can see the rain is still falling. Joining me in the commentary box for this one, Michael McCann. And Michael, looks like we are going to get a start in this rain-reduced contest.
I'm pleasantly surprised that we are. It is, as you alluded to, and as your pictures will show, still raining a fair bit. It's been a monumental effort to get the covers off. There was a lot of overnight rain on them, and avoid that rain spilling off those covers onto the outfield. There was almost 50 people from across both teams and the ground staff involved in that operation. These are your team sheets for the game. Portugal have won the toss, and following a formula that worked well for them twice yesterday, have decided to bat. They're the form team who've stormed their way into this last four after seeming destined for elimination, having lost their first 6 games. It's been an extraordinary turnaround for them in a tournament where a lot has been going on for them, and they've found a formula that has started to work for them as the competition's gone on. They beat the Dutch yesterday by 28 runs in one of the great all-time European Cricket Network upsets across 2.5 years of cricket on our network, and then proved that was no fluke by also going on to defeat Romania by 63 runs. And both of those wins were powered by half-centuries from Sean Gomes, their star opener, who is shaping up to face the first ball of finals day in Group B. An 8-over match with 2-over power plays. 3 bowlers can bowl 2 overs each, and 1 bowler can bowl 1.
So it looks like we're about to get started. Yeah, you can have 3 bowlers can bowl 2. Everyone else can bowl 1. You'll need to bowl a minimum of 5 bowlers essentially. But one thing's for sure, the rain's not a friend of these two teams, because they're in positions 3 and 4, and if matches were to be reduced, then well, I suppose abandoned, then the issue will be that these two teams will be eliminated. So that's why they want to get out there. They want to win this match fair and square. It's an 8-over contest, and in Europe they are pretty hardy, the cricketers. A little bit of rain doesn't deter them. It's Mahandas is going to bowl the first ball to Sean Gomes, who was in great form yesterday, back-to-back half-centuries. So the Eliminator will start. 2 teams show, 1 stays and 1 will go. First ball up.
No full toss, and Gomes just gets Portugal's run tally off and going, brings on to strike Azar Andani, who has a T20 international ton against Gibraltar, and after a couple of struggles with his form earlier on in this tournament, has kicked into good nick. 22 off 13, 18 off 11 and 23 off 10 in his last 3 knocks, so he's been making consistently useful contributions alongside Gomes at the top of the order. Field adjusts for the right-hander. It does always help when you have that left-hand, right-hand combination. Long on and long off out, so you would think that Mahandas has got to bowl pretty full here.
Yeah, and I think the players have to make little micro adjustments as well, including the bowlers. Despite the pitch area being fairly dry, it may not last.
Sure, and that's the first wide of Group B finals day. Both of these teams fighting for survival.
The other thing is, Mahandas is a swing bowler, and when it's a bit damp, it does tend to ruin it. It does tend to kind of stop the ball swinging around. It gets a little bit heavy, a little bit waterlogged. Let's see how he travels this morning.
Swings in. And Dani just nudges that away for 1. In the reverse, I should say in the last meeting between these teams, because of course they met twice in the pool stages. It was Hungary who were the victors by 27 runs, batting first. Portugal 97 for 9, falling well short of the 125 to win, but got to remember that was a very different Portugal side. As Gomps goes to slog sweep, that's a great shot. First 6 of Group B finals day. And that is the Sean Gomps who we've got so used to seeing, particularly across the last few days, continuing his fine form regardless of the rain.
Yeah, sensational shot. And, everything's going to be slightly magnified because of the fact this is already a reduced game. This is a really nice shot, picks it up. Once it pitches outside the leg stump, he's got immunity from the LBW. Mahandas disappears. Yeah, 8 over game. I think 80 plus is competitive in these conditions. Not easy to bat.
And Gomps goes again. Horrible full toss. Gets the treatment. That is right onto the top of the grass bank. Back-to-back 6s. It's poor bowling from Mahandas, though.
Yeah, that's a big one as well. And one thing is the pitch can be a little bit skiddy, but if you don't use it, you don't get that benefit. And that was a big juicy full toss cashed in by Gomps. He's just looked better and better. Portugal, it's a real zero to hero story, the way they qualified for this Final Four.
It's another full toss. He's struggling to grip the ball, Mahandas, in the rain, and Gomps is taking advantage. Well, it's super batting from Sean Gomps. You'd expect nothing else. Interim Portugal coach Corey Rutgers, who's played his role in the turnaround recently. Certainly very happy with that, and why wouldn't you be if you're of this position of favouring the Portuguese?
Remember, it is a 2 over power play, so you're watching the first half of it here from Mahandas. Interesting to see who they bowl at the other end. It'll be the same end, but it'll be the second over. Gomps, great start now, almost a magical start for Portugal.
Well, this is already Mahandas' most expensive over of the tournament. And Gomps goes again. It is a third 6. All through square leg. He just loves that pick up. It's too short and it's not really quick enough that it's going to trouble Gomps. It's a poor first over from Mahandas. It has to be said. It goes for 25 runs, 23 of those off the bat of Sean Gomps.
The conditions are difficult for both sides. And Mahandas just not able to trouble Gomps. Didn't get outside the off stump. There's Elmars. Elmars is loving the rain. And one of our crew is really important. I thought he's meant to be in the booth doing some work. But anyway, it's the end of the first over, Michael. A big start for Portugal.
Well, that is half the power play gone. And haven't they taken advantage of it? We know that power is probably about the 120 mark. You scale that into an 8 over game. I think power's looking at maybe around 100.
No, not even close.
You reckon more?
No, less.
Less?
Because of the conditions. I think, that wasn't a particularly good over. I think the ball doesn't travel as far when it gets a bit heavy. I think 80 is a pretty good score. You've got to take into account the conditions. If it was perfect conditions, I'd say, yep, 100 plus, but I think 80 is very competitive.
Now, here's a man who's always bowled in the power play with his spin, and the fact that he can do that well tells you a lot about his abilities. Harsh Manjan. It's just slightly overpitched and driven hard by Gomps for 4, just to the right of the ice cube. What a shot that is. Oh, it's Andani, I beg your pardon, but he hit that so well that he looked like Sean Gomps. And right now, if you're in a Portugal shirt, that's pretty much the biggest compliment one can pay you.
We have seen Gomps playing a couple of right-handed strokes this week. This one is a classical drive against probably catchable height, but gets in the gap. And Portugal, they've come out firing. Hello to everyone who's watching the live chat as well. ECN European Cricket Network. Fair bit of discussion going on in there. It's great that we've got some cricket for you this morning. Harsh Manjan, he's a clever spinner, but won't be easy conditions for him either.
Yeah, he took 2 for 10 in the first meeting between these sides of their 2 in the pool stage. Pushes that through quicker, and this has been flicked away for 4 more for Andani. Too short and too wide, the quicker ball, and all he had to do was just get a bit of a flick on it. Travels down through that third region for 4. Well, it's just raining boundaries here. Even more boundaries than there is rain. Yeah, well,
okay, maybe I'm going to have to adjust my harsh judgment that 100 is not par. But I think, to be honest, it's just a matter that the batsmen are handling it better than the bowlers at the moment.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I've seen these rain-reduced matches and, the batsmen do feel the pressure a lot quicker if there's dot balls, especially in the second half. That's why I think that 80 or so is competitive at the moment. They're going at over 4 a ball. Crazy start by Portugal.
And cut away. It's another poor short ball outside off. Manjan's not learning. And well, this is a really uncharacteristic start from Hungary with the ball. Manjan's bowling arguably one of his worst overs of the tournament, after he's just watched Sandeep Mohandas do the same.
Well, the resurrection of Portugal continues. They were on life support, running on fumes at the end of day 3 without a win. We talked about Norway not getting a win in the first half of their group matches back in Group A last week. But Portugal, they were 0-6, and they had to beat the all-conquering Dutch to even have a chance of making finals date. They were able to pull off the upset of the year and then knock over Romania, and here they are.
Oh, it's a great comeback from Manjan. Just floats this one up a bit more. He beat Sandani. It's incredibly tough conditions to be a spin bowler, this.
It really is. Rain's eased off a bit, which is good. But, you know, it's going to be one of those days where it comes and goes. This one just gets past Andani.
Flighted once more and just about okay, says umpire Croucher. He looks a bit frustrated, Andani, just by the way he held the pose.
Yeah, well, he didn't swing at it because he thought he was going to get a wide. Can't really tell from that one.
That's okay.
Yeah. Last ball coming up. He's recovered well. He's only on for 12.
This is far too flighted, and that is absolutely hammered towards the batting dugout by Andani. And Manjan has gone for 18 after Mohandas went for 25, and after 2 overs, Portugal have absolutely dominated this power play. They are 43 without loss, and in fact, it's a no ball as well on height. So we're not even done there yet, folks. A free hit is to follow.
Well, this is disaster. There's Elmars again. He's going around the ground. Can't keep that guy out of the game. And Elmars just saying, stop hitting it at me. Free hit coming up. Oh, this is unbelievable. I did not pick this at all. I thought it would have been a lot tougher to score. And yes, it's tough to bowl, but I mean, you have to keep it simple, I think.
There's been a lot of full tosses. I've counted at least 5 already. Now he's got to negotiate a free hit, Manjan. Generally, he's a very dependable bowler. This is uncharacteristic. It is tough, though. Pushes it through quicker. And hit hard and flat. Down the ground, and he's overran it. An error from Zishan Kukihel. Well, that's when you really know things are going wrong for Hungary. He's their best fielder, but he's just slipped and slid out there and overran it. So at the end of the power play, Portugal are 48 without loss.
Yeah, well, this doesn't help either, does it? And Portugal, they got the look of a team that just kind of staggered on a bit of paper on the sidewalk, and it's a winning lottery ticket. And somehow they find themselves in the finals day. And what a start! 48 off the first 2, unbelievable.
Well, I've got a bit of an anecdote that tells you about the confidence, the sheer confidence now surging through this Portuguese camp. Conrad Greenshields, the Portugal manager, was having a bit of a social in the evening with some of the Dutch players. And just as he got up to leave and get his good night's sleep in, a sort of a last gentle barb to them. There's a bit of trading of joshing as cricketers do. And the Dutch boys threw him a sledge, and he just instantly turned back to them and said, "You guys won all your games, didn't you?" And it took them a second just to remember what had happened yesterday morning and twig and have a good laugh about it. And they had no comeback to that. They just gave him a fist bump and said, "Off you go. See you later, comrade." And it just summed up the swagger going through this Portugal camp. There's a real surge of confidence and belief that they can do something extraordinary here. And I say extraordinary not because they don't have talent. They've always had talent in that squad, but they lost their first 6 games. As here's Abhishek Ketapal from that strange angle. And that is another poor delivery towards us in the commentary box. Well, it is raining boundaries here, never mind the inclement weather. And the bad bowleritis is spreading through this Hungary team rapidly.
You can get in your head so quickly. I mean, yeah, I thought that, I must admit, and I've seen a lot of these rain-reduced games, normally it kind of affects the batsmen and the bowlers kind of equally. No one's really comfortable. That one all the way over the fence. At the moment, the bowlers, it's got to be in your head. And you've seen your teammates who normally are pretty reliable, going for big runs. It's contagious.
Ketapal gets a dot in. That previous maximum bringing up the team 50 for Portugal. They are going right now at above 4 a ball.
It's crazy stuff. And this one, yeah, just inside. Good call by the umpire. It's challenging conditions for them as well.
Flicked away by Gomes, and that's 4 through backward point. Well, he's in such good touch right now. I envy anyone having to bowl to him, never mind in these conditions. And again, the Portuguese dugout have more to celebrate.
Of course, we're out of the power play now as we're into the 3rd over. But still, there's a 3rd man in place. It just skated past him. And the assault continues from the Portuguese.
Well, they need a wicket, Hungary, and it is their leading wicket taker of the competition. Cartama has the ball in his hand. Short, and nicely played once more by Gomes, and this will be 4 more through backward point. Zahir Safi Mohammed can't get across to cut it off. Well, this is just extraordinary. Pretty much every ball seems to be going for 4 or 6. The first over went for 25, the second for 23, and this over's tally is growing and growing as well.
It's great footwork. Gets right up on his tiptoes and plays this one, gets over the top of it. Well, normally the protractor, Abhishek Ketapal, has all the angles, but it's Gomes at the moment who is finding them. Now they're going to put back a second backward point. So you've got 2 men on the boundary in that region, more the traditional 3rd man, and then a kind of second one, 5th man.
Horrible full toss, straight at cover, chance, misses. Well, that is yet another full toss, and it's the first one today that hasn't gone to the boundary.
The other thing we should say is the 5 over marker, if we can get to that, that's significant, because if for any reason, if we get some more rain, if we couldn't complete the match, regardless of what's happened here, Hungary will go through. So at the moment, the rain is holding off for the most part.
The rain's actually died down quite a lot from what it was even when we started this game. Long, long way that's been hit by Andani. He's stacked deep in his crease, and that has been minced over long off. Ketapal goes for 21, and after 3 overs, Portugal are 69 without loss.
I actually can't believe what I'm seeing here. This is a team that couldn't even crack 100 through their first 6 matches. Could not crack 100 in 10 overs. And here after 3, they're 69. But they're getting slower, but not much slower. 25, 23, 21. They're the first 3 magical overs. And Portugal in such a strong position now. Not even halfway through this innings.
I think what we've seen from Sean Gomes is, I know he hadn't played any T10 before this tournament. He's just been adjusting to the format. He was playing a few nice cameos earlier on in the tournament, but then really came to life yesterday. 59 off 28 against the Netherlands, 57 off 27 against Romania. Has played club cricket for RBS, Crown in the Netherlands. He's played provincial cricket in South Africa, and he's played club cricket at a Premier League level, the highest level of amateur cricket in the UK. So he's a very talented player, Gomes. And Andani as well, similarly. He's 72nd in the T20 international batting ranking. So this is one heck of an opening pair.
But Gomes has played a good level of cricket, and it shows. I mean, the way he played against the Dutch 11, you know, they were saying he was very, very difficult to bowl to. Jan Hofman is watching from Czech Republic. Hello. And hello to all of our viewers from the Czech Republic and all around Europe and the world. And we'll see the Czechs in week 3, part of Group C. Here's Salman Khan coming into bowl his left arm. He's been a very good player for Hungary as well, but he has had his problems slipping in drier conditions than this. So let's see if he can get through the crease.
Yeah, he took 3 for 12 against Portugal in the second meeting between these sides. So that's been hit very hard again. Well, Gomes just looks in exemplary touch. He's batting as well as we've seen anyone bat in this tournament thus far. And he's ticking his way quickly towards a 3rd straight 50.
And he's just a robot at the moment, Gomes. He's in the zone. You hear about sports people talking about being in the zone. I don't know about the rain and the wind and the conditions. These 2 batsmen are locked in. Like I say, they stared tournament exit in the face. They were right at the door, but Romania couldn't quite push them out. They came back, they got a lifeline with that big win over the Dutch. No one saw that coming, and here they are, and wow, aren't they performing, Portugal? 74 without loss.
Short, mistimed. The first ball of Gomsh's innings that he's not entirely got hold of. Dribbles through to the wicketkeeper. It should be said as well that Hungary won both of the head-to-heads between these two teams. They met on Monday morning when Hungary won by 35 runs, and then on Tuesday morning when Hungary were victors by 27 runs.
We'll come back to that in a second, but
Gomsh goes leg side this time through square leg. He likes that region. He's a very wristy player. And it is yet another boundary, and even the Portugal dugout are shaking their head in disbelief here.
Nicely clipped away, but this was coming to that Portugal, they have dragged their run rate 4 up past 10. But for a while it was down 8.8 and over. This is incredible stuff, considering they've been the lowest team as far as run production in the whole series. The fact they'd come out here and do this in the Eliminator is quite amazing. Both these teams conceding in the 110s per 10 overs. So this is an 8-over match. Gives you a bit of an indication, but at the moment, Sean Gomsh, he's on 46 off only 13 balls. He is absolutely flying.
But I'm not just saying this because of what we've seen. You can make the case Portugal were the favourites. Gomsh gets this away through the covers for one, and I have this in my notes, so not just saying this because of the first 3.5 overs that we've seen, but Hungary finished their pool campaign with 3 straight defeats after promising start where they won 3 of their first 5 games, albeit they did have to play the Netherlands 11 twice at the end of that group stage run. They did push the Dutch particularly hard on one occasion where they lost with just 2 balls to spare. That being said, it's Portugal who almost look like a totally different team from Thursday morning onwards, I should say. Comes down the track, sliced. And even the edges are running away for 4. Well, all of the luck is going Portugal's way right now. And this is a bit of fortune. Goes the way of Azar Andani. Salman Khan just stares in frustration. Vacant stare. Knew nothing about it, Andani, whatsoever.
Yeah, this one, just see, difficult of catching up with the ball. Even with a bit of moisture on the outfield, it still gets to the boundary. And that one's going to go even further. And watch out, here come the Dutch. Well, that's one way to knock him out. Maximo, big hit by Andani. Now, he's competing with Gomsh for speed. Well, there's Rico. He's turned up. He said, well, what's this? Flying kookaburra up, and that's 6 more. Unbelievable stuff by Portugal.
Well, I think people are still slightly reeling in shock as to what they are seeing here. We've had 4 overs of cricket, and the very fact we've got any cricket is miraculous.
There he is. Okay.
And Portugal are 89 without loss. They are already almost past the best score that they made in any of their first 6 games of this tournament that were T10 matches.
Unbelievable.
It's just
honestly, this is what we see on ECN. Just when you think you've seen it all, you see something like this. I mean, typically we've seen a lot of rain-reduced matches this year, and batsmen, they struggle with their timing. The ball gets a bit heavy, and, you know, I know it's difficult for the bowlers and the fielders as well, but I mean, Hungary, they are stunned right now in the face of this assault. Now we're halfway through 89. I thought 80 was defendable in an 8-over game. If you have a good start, take a couple of wickets, and well, now, I mean, they've already got a free roll of the next 4 overs. Let's see what Zishan Kukakao can do.
Well, even 2 a ball from here gets Portugal 137. Hungary, as you would expect, are running through their different bowling options to desperately try and get a wicket. But that's short and nowhere near quick enough to bother Gomsh. It's a great pickup, though, out there from Marco Huja, the Hungary skipper. So Gomsh won't quite go to his 50 there.
Such a good fielder. You see that Portugal, they scraped into 4th place. Both their wins were batting first. That's why I think they wanted to. You see in a 10-over match, they have been averaging 111 when batting first.
Bit of a shout of frustration from Andani. Didn't get that clean off the bat.
Well, you know, we haven't even seen Amir Zaib yet. He'll come out number 3. This is a man that scored 72, not out of 18 deliveries, going at 4 a ball. That's just a sign of what was to come. And Phil G in the chat saying that he heard 80 was par not too long ago. Well, I still think that's true. I just think what we're seeing is an out-of-this-world performance from Portugal.
Swept away by Gomes, and he's going to his 50 in style with a 6. An extraordinary knock, and it's no fluke. It's his 3rd consecutive 50. The classy man playing in a Portuguese shirt for the first time in this tournament once again shows us what he's got with the bat in hand. 54 of 16 balls, featuring 5 4s and 5 6s.
Yeah, so that's of those 16 balls, 10 of them have gone to the boundary or over. So it really is crazy stuff we're seeing. 50 runs out of the 54 he's scored have been in boundaries.
Slow ball, cleverly bowled straight at backward point. It's a rare dot.
I mean, you see a lot of things, and we have had so many matches. We're planning to bring you over 1,000 matches this year on ECN, but yeah, just incredible batting display.
Well, that is a wide. It's not much of a bowler's game, this. Cookie Hale would have been hoping he got another dot snuck in here.
Well, the word I used yesterday for Sean Gomes was selective. It's a bit of a tight call there on Zishan.
Skied away. I'm not quite sure how much of this was the edge or off the bat, but it's another boundary for Gomes. She was trying to hit it in that general region. Maybe just comes off the outside face of the bat, and inevitably any run without a boundary of more than 2 balls or so doesn't last long in this innings.
Yeah, I think it's deliberate. I think he knew there was no 3rd man, so an up and under. It wasn't quite off the middle, but yeah, definitely value.
Pulled away by Gomes. 4 through backward square leg. Well, the 100 was passed from that previous delivery, and now the 5th over is ended in style. Cookie Hale looked like he just briefly brought a break to the carnage, but he concedes 17, and after 5 overs, they are 106 for none.
And you see Nipper giving Corey Rutgers all the credit in the dugout. I think it's more up to Gomes and Andani at the moment. So 106 with 3 overs remaining. Yeah, I used selective as a word for Gomes because he wasn't going after everything, but he made some good choices as far as the shots he's playing. Same thing today. And I think having stared, death in the face essentially as a team in this Group B, Portugal, they're playing fearless cricket, but they're also playing intelligent cricket. And you see the shots that are being played, they're the correct shots and they're being executed well. With these small boundaries, you can drive 6s, you can cut 6s, you can hit 6s really 360 degrees. But it's all about making the right choices, and you don't have too long. You've only got about half a second to make your choice and to play your shot. Javi Yilmaz is going to come out and bowl over number 6. I mean, this is the other thing. 3 bowlers can bowl 2 overs at the moment. No one's bowled a second because no one's bowled a particularly good one. Kuka Kales was the cheapest. That last one was still 17 off it.
Full toss. It's missed out on from Andani. Moves closer towards his half-century. It is just the 2nd century partnership of the competition so far. Here's how we look for today. Hungary versus Portugal. The winner will face the loser of the Netherlands 11 versus Austria. The right to be in finals week. The winner at qualifier 1 will go straight to finals week. Then we've got that Group B final later on.
Yeah, it's going to be a big day. Hopefully we get to stay out in the park at the moment. Blustery, but the rain has stopped. I said that centre square is pretty dry. Yilmaz.
Goes for 1 through extra cover. They shy and they'll pick up another on the overthrow.
I think that's probably worth it though, because
they need a wicket.
Yeah, I mean, you can, if you hit and you get him, then you're saving a bunch of runs. I know it's not ideal, but they get the overthrow and he gets back on strike. But I think if you get even a quarter of a chance, you've got to try and remove him.
Short. And again, it's poor bowling. Gomes takes advantage brilliantly. It must be said that that is something of a gift from Ali Yilmaz. It's only been an occasional bowler for Hungary in this tournament. They've turned to him in desperation. And it's not really worked.
Yeah, well, this is a slower ball, and it wasn't quite timed, but I think what Sean Gomes does really well is he manipulates the field, and because he's got so many shots, he knows the areas that are open, so even if he doesn't hit it out of the middle, he'll still get a boundary, and that's exactly what happened there. There was no one back square of the wicket on the leg side.
Horrible delivery. Would have needed a tennis racket, but this could be a run out. Mark Ahuja has a go, and had he hit, Andani was definitely gone.
Yeah, well,
free hit to follow.
This is all about thinking Gomes knows there's a free hit coming up, and he wanted to face it, and it's pretty handy when you can send back a guy to the other end that has 41 off 13.
Yeah.
But it was a bit of a heads-up play. I mean, they could have taken the run, but obviously Gomes said, well, I've had a look at Yilmaz, and I think I'm the man that can send this one out of the park. We'll soon see. Free hit time.
Oh, he's made a rare error here, Gomes. She would have got a wide for this from our first look at it. But instead, it's desperation to lay bat on ball. Saw him chase it. See, Yilmaz has actually done okay here by going for 8 off 4. Full toss. He was on it early, Gomes. Behind 2. They're not going to take it.
You see this over, I mean, with the exception of the beamer, which slipped out, it's more what I'd expect in these conditions. Is the batsman miss-hitting more, the ball's heavy, ball not really carrying as far. Maybe the fact that the square isn't particularly wet, it's been covered well. He's preserving the ball a little bit.
Nice looking shot from Andani, but again, if you don't find the boundary, more often than not going to get 2 on this field. So that's, in the context of the game, a very good over from Ali Yilmaz. He's bowled very infrequently in this entire tournament. He's come on and conceded just 10, and Portugal still mightily placed. 116 without loss after 6. Just 2 overs left, remember, reduced to 8 overs this game.
Yeah, Yilmaz, well, he's just booked himself in for a second over, and they can literally bowl anyone they want now, because 6 individual bowlers have bowled the first 6. And can have up to 3 bowlers bowl 2. They're going to go back to the protractor. Abhishek Kedapal, 21, came off his first over. He bowled the 3rd. And he has been a consistent performer for Hungary in this series, and we saw him have a lot of success in the Hungarian European Cricket Series, the domestic competition that we covered.
So just 12 balls left. If they can somehow keep this to a runner ball, that's 1-2-8. It's regardless going to be an incredibly tough chase for the Hungarians. Short, pulled away, and that's 6 more. Well, this wasn't even one of Andani's cleanest hits, but it's 50-metre boundaries, ruthless on Ketapal, and Andani's now 1 blow short of joining Gomes in the half-century club.
That was a little toe job from Andani. He's done too much of the strike lately. Got sent back to his end earlier. Last over it was, wasn't it? But yeah, he's getting very close to another half-century for Portugal.
A bowl by Ketapal. It's rare we've seen that in this innings. He's genuinely beaten the bat there. Andani looking to add another half-century for Portugal to his tally. 80 against Malta, T20 international ton against Gibraltar too. He'll smash this one away, but he'll be on 49 for now. Just 9 balls left.
There's a small win against Gomes. The ball hits him as it comes back in, but he's been absolutely dynamite in this innings. I mean, his highest score of the series. It's been a run machine, and he's done it against quality opposition as well. You know, certainly these half-centuries have been one of the features, or the feature, if you like, of Portugal's resurgence, backed up with some good bowling and fielding pressure.
Short, pulled away, and that is a big 6 from Gomes. Well, this has been a real feature of his innings. As soon as anything is short, he always seems to pick up the length so quickly and get back in his crease, and even his teammates are in disbelief at what he's doing here.
It was Amir Zaib who went at 4-ball yesterday. His jaw's on the floor, saying, well, I did something pretty special, but what is this? This one is a blast out of the ground, and that's gone over the hill. And yeah, Marjan saying, oh, we're never finding that one. Get a new ball.
This time, for once, it's a mistimed ball shot from Gomes, who is threatening here to score a century in an 8-over game. Might well just fall short due to lack of strike and running out of time, but regardless, Portugal really are the dictionary definition of peaking at the right time. Short, hit hard, and that will be 50 for Andani. Well, he's played second fiddle to the Sean Gomes show, but even he's scoring at around 3 a ball. Azar Andani goes to his half-century, and it is Portugal in total control of this game. 134 without loss after 7. Andani with 53 off 18 balls, featuring 6 4s and 4 6s.
I mean, this is unbelievable what we're watching. I mean, this is a team that couldn't crack 100 in a 10-over game, and that was through their first 6 matches. They scored off their 10-over innings 94, 90, 97, 88, 73 and 88. That was Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, but whatever they did Wednesday night or Thursday morning, it worked because they came out and they hit 125 against the Dutch 11 and defended it. And then against Romania, they put 160 on the board. Just a reminder of the finals day format. One of these teams will go through to qualifier number 2, match 23, the third match of the day. They'll play the loser of Netherlands, Lebanon, and Austria.
Oh, this is single to start the final over, which is bowled by Ali Yilmaz. You would have got long odds on Ali Yilmaz being bowler that Hungary needed to turn to, because so often in this tournament it's been two Khans and Ketapal who've been doing it for them. I mean, the front line has just got absolutely obliterated.
The over by overs just make for crazy reading in this through the first 7 overs. I'll give that to you in a second. Is Yilmaz bowling his second.
Down the ground from Andani and wide of long off. It's 4 more for Azar Andani, and Portugal might well break 150.
Might have gone for 6 actually. I might have a look at it. I think the umpire thought it was 6. Might just get some confirmation here. Yeah, this one is up and away. And we'll get a good view of it here. Yep, carries all the way. Another half a dozen. They put it with the rest. Yeah, this over by over scores 25, 23, 21, 20, 17, 10 and 18. The 10 was Yilmaz, who understandably is getting his second over.
Well, they've slowed up really. Could have got 200 the rate they were going. All jokes aside, astonishing. Andani this time slices this over, extra cover for 6 more. They just have no answer to Andani and Gomes. And Portugal continue to fly along, and even Yilmaz, who's managed to keep something of a lid on it, is getting the treatment.
This does not look like a team that couldn't win a game. They could not win a game. They couldn't put an innings together. Wow, that's another one we've lost. And yeah, have some fun now. The rain's cleared. The sky's looking pretty blue for Portugal. They still have to dodge the weather in the second innings, don't forget, Michael, because they don't get 5 overs in here. They'll be going home.
Well, they will get to 150, it seems, inevitably now.
They'll get 1 this time, and Gomes will take over. I mean, he's got 77 off 27. The fact that both these players have clicked. I mean, Andani, he looked horrendous earlier in the week. They put him in the middle order. They put him back to open. He's had no confidence at all, you felt. But I think also with Gomes performing, it's given him the freedom to play his shots, play his natural game. 2 balls remain in the innings.
This time will be just 1. I make it this is the first time in the competition that we've seen a team bat through an entire innings without losing a wicket.
Yep, I think that's true. And, well, you've just jinxed them because there's still a ball left. Ali Yilmaz, I have to say, he's been the best of the bowlers. He's gone for 25, though. One ball remaining.
Slow ball. Skied up, and a conventional mid-on would have caught it, but certainly isn't one of those at this stage of the innings, so they have to settle for one by the free scoring standards of this innings. Just 16 off the final over, feels small almost, but Portugal have put themselves in a quite incredible position. 150 without loss, piled up of 8 overs.
Wow, also the 150 partnership coming up of 62 balls, and what can you say about this performance from Portugal? They won the toss, they batted, and well, barring weather, you'd have to say we saw an impossible chase of 150 from Sweden in the first week. They had 10 overs to do it. This would be some sort of hyper-impossible chase if Hungary are going to do it, and they're shell-shocked. But how about the two batsmen? You got to give it to them. Shan Gomsh as well as Andani up the stairs.
It's actually even quicker than you mentioned there. 150 off 48 balls. It's only 48 balls
of course
in the innings, but you couldn't really blame anybody for struggling to keep up with this. We've certainly been struggling to keep up with it here in the commentary box. 14 fours and 12 sixes between them.
Well, they're pretty happy with themselves, and why not? Their teammates are happy too. Let's look at some of the highlights. And well, the covers are off, and that was a team effort. Well, Hungary might have used up a bit too much energy. The rain started falling in the precursor to the match, but Hungary were out there, and well, from ball one, it was Hungary being put to the sword. There were 48 off the 2-over power play, and well, I'll tell you what, might have been some slippery conditions, but some slippery batting from Portugal has them put a massive 150 on the board here in the Eliminator.
Well, it's a game that from here, with this total on the board, they really should win. We did see Sweden make an extraordinary run chase last week. Improbable run chase where they, at one point, scored 80 off 19 balls to somehow chase down a very difficult target against Belgium, chasing 150 to win. But that was 150 to win off 10 overs. This is 151 to win off just 8 overs. Hungary used all of their front liners. Nobody really had an answer to Gomsh and Andani. The closest they got to a wicket was repeated chances at direct hit run-outs. They had 4 of those where, had they hit the stumps, would have displaced this opening pair, but none of those shies hit the stumps, and they continued on their merry way. It was difficult conditions to bowl, it should be said, having to dry the ball very frequently due to this incredibly wet outfield. They just kept bowling too short or too full, simple as that. It's a lot of full tosses, it must be said, as well. So, Portugal, who'd have expected this? Friday morning, they are in total control against Hungary. And I think they were maybe marginally the favourites on the basis of their better recent form. Those 2 victories yesterday against the Netherlands, and then following that up, proving it was no fleet by doing so against Romania. But this is an incredible scorecard. 150 without loss, 78 for Gomsh, 67 for Andani. Won't surprise you to know it's the biggest partnership of the competition as well. As for Hungary, well, you'll want to hide behind the sofa if you are a Hungary fan, or just a bowler, because these are the kind of scorecards that make you want to cover your eyes. 25 for Mohandas, 23 for Manjan, 39 for Ketapal. All 3 of their frontline bowlers bowling the most expensive overs and figures of the competition so far for them. Credit to Ali Yilmaz, the 6th bowler, who's not been used often in this tournament and managed to provide some semblance of control by going for 26 from his pair of overs. So when we return, it will be the run chase, an unlikely run chase for Hungary, who will need 151 runs to win. And as you can see from that required runs per over, just short of 19, they'll need to go up more than 3 a ball to somehow chase this. It would be one of the all-time great run chases. Is there any chance for them? Well, you're going to have to join us to find out. We will see you very shortly for the second half of this game. You're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Welcome back to the Cartama Oval. We're at the midpoint of this eliminator clash with the prize of staying alive in the tournament available for the victor. It is Portugal who've put themselves in a considerable position of strength as they head out to field. But we know that T10 in particular can be oh so unpredictable, and if a couple of Hungary's hitters can get going, it can quickly look all so different. Portugal have piled up 150 without loss from 8 overs. This match reduced to an 8-over game due to the rain. There's been around before this match, and there's a fair bit of it around at the start. It's died down right now, but there's still a lot of wind, which is making conditions tricky for the players. And as the first innings showed, it seemed to be making life harder for the bowlers than the batters. As I speak, Portugal were giving the wicket and the bowlers' run-ups a good dry, and that seems like a sensible thing to do. I'm sure they're learning from what they watched Hungary to do earlier on, where they had bowlers who just really struggle with control. But the batting from Portugal was out of this world. Sean Gomsh was 78 not out of 28 balls. And Samuel looking at there, his third consecutive half-century, and Azarandani, his first ever T10 50. 67 not out from 22. Junaid Khan is going to bowl the first over, as he so often does for Portugal, and does so successfully as well. Junaid has bowled the first over of a match 5 times for Portugal in this Dream11 European Cricket Championship, and on each of those 5 occasions he's picked up a wicket. And across those 5 overs where he's bowled the first over of a match, or of an innings I should say, because he hasn't always necessarily been bowling first, of course, he's picked up 6 wickets across those 5 overs. So he's got a great knack of a bit of a golden arm at the top of the innings, getting that early breakthrough. When the teams tend to send their best hitters out to open, those early wickets can make such a big difference in what is to follow. Zishan Kuki-Hale on strike. Harsh Manjan at the non-strikers. Short, skied up, and it could well be Junaid Khan doing it again. No, it's dropped. Well, he should have made it 6 consecutive first overs of an innings where he's taken a wicket here, Junaid Khan, but he was let down by Miguel Stoneman. You really would have expected this to be held, and it's an early live for Kuki-Hale.
Yeah, slippery conditions. Yeah, Stoneman's on the move. Miguel. It was the 2 brothers that were near it. Francois, the keeper, and Miguel. And, his teammates getting around him saying, don't worry about it. Let's just take the next chance.
Short, skied up, miscued. This time from Manjan. They get a single, but singles aren't enough here for Hungary. They need 3 a ball from the start of this innings.
Yeah, it's pretty much the impossible chase. We saw one, Sweden, who actually scored 80 runs in the last 19 balls against Belgium last week. But here, we already look at that rate required, almost 20 and over.
Well, this is another one that's been pulled away, but with more conviction this time from Kuki-Hale. It's the first 6 of the reply.
Yeah, it's a big shot, isn't it? And yeah, Junaid gets a bit short. And I guess what you have to tell yourself if you're Hungary is, look, if Portugal can do it, then we can do it too. I mean, it's not that they don't have the players that are capable of hitting the big shots. They certainly do, the Hungarians. They will have a fearless approach.
And Kuki-Hale did hit 45 off 29 when these sides met last, a few days back. Swings into Kuki-Hale's arc. He might have gone though. Oh, dropped again. A second drop in this first over. Well, this time it's Imran Khan. And they're not helping themselves, Portugal. Junaid Khan should have continued his knack of picking up first over wickets, but he's been let down twice.
And once again, it's the conditions for me. The conditions is why he drops this. I mean, fortunately, it does stay in the field of play. Otherwise, you know, it could have been 4 or 6. It was just a single.
Nicked, and that one's gone through as well. This time it's the keeper, Francois Stoneman. They just can't hold on to anything, and poor old Junaid Khan is shaking his head in disbelief.
That was a fingertip up for Stoneman behind the stumps. I don't know if he could have done a lot more. He went up as high as he could. He looked down. He hoped maybe he'd seen the webbing. That was a stinger. And the result that time is a boundary. So 3 drop catches in 5 deliveries.
Poor old Junaid. Can someone hold one off him? Instead, he's going to concede 14 from this over, and that is the best over that we've seen go for 14 at this competition. No doubt whatsoever, wicketless over going for 14, in that he really should have had at least 1, maybe 2. Sky's still looking relatively ominous, it must be said. Relatively hopeful that we can squeeze in 4 exciting games for you today. Might not necessarily be T10 games, of course this is an 8-over match. 14 without loss after 1, but don't be fooled by thinking that they're pretty much on target. Remember that once you've accounted for it being 8 overs, they're already behind. And skipper Shazad starts with a ball that's just about okay. Manjan appealing to umpire Croucher for the wide, but it's not given. Najam Shazad, who saved his best 2 performances in the pool stage for Portugal, took figures of 2 for 6 and 1 for 12 against them. That's nice once more from Shazad. Pressure's already really building here.
Yeah, you'll get a better idea now, because Portugal are going to have to bowl. And Shazad, he's certainly started right on the money. And you just don't want to give too many freebies to the batsman. You make them make the play.
Down the ground this time from Manjan, but again, it's not the boundary that they so crave. The only other thing, just anecdotally, watching that first innings that I was surprised by from Hungary, that I think played a part in their struggles with the ball. Didn't see them drying the ball very often. Often the bowler had a towel, but wasn't using it. And it didn't seem like a coincidence what we saw happen next. Hit very hard down the ground from Cookie Hale. Great shot. Baseball style, stand and deliver from Zishan Cookie Hale.
This one's blasted back. They need more of this. And watch out, umpire. Out you go. That's a nice little dodge from Charles Croucher. Just got inside the line of that one and crashed into the fence. So Hungary doing their best to stay at the rate.
That will be a wide. He was chasing after it, Zishan Cookie Hale, who played his best 2 games in the group stages against the Portuguese. He was actually player of the match in both of those matches against Portugal, picking up 2 wickets in each of those games and smacking 39 and 45, both at around 2 a ball. But they need even better than 2 a ball here. And that's certainly going to help. That's away for 4 more. 1 bounce 4 through mid-wicket, 2 short from Shazad, and taken advantage of.
Yeah, didn't quite middle it, did he, Zishan? But yeah, he's playing for his life. We've seen some pretty amazing things. It's been Portugal that's been bringing it over the last couple of days, but yeah, at the moment, Hungary would have to do something miraculous of their own if they're going to get anywhere near this target of 151.
That's an incredible shot from Cookie Hale. He's just thrown his hands at this. It's all about the bat speed. He ends up in a pretty awkward position. He has to reach out for it. It's all about the swish of that bat as it flies through. Great hand-eye coordination from Zishan Cookie Hale here. End of the 2nd over. Shazad concedes 14, and Hungary are 28 without loss.
So 14 and over. Normally I'd say it's a pretty good start, but when you're chasing this many, you just need something supersonic, basically. And I think they're going to go to Nippo now, the left arm spin up. See how he deals with it. Doesn't really turn them. Just have a look at that first innings. I mean, I know the ladder seems like it's coming down, but look where it started. Started right up high in the high 20s. Or 25 actually off the first over. The first 4 overs all magical.
So spin into the attack for Portugal with the power play done, as it so often is. Mohamed Siraj Nippu starts in a pretty good spot. He's played a lot of ECS cricket, both in Portugal and Spain. He had a very poor start to this tournament, and then his form has picked up, and it's no coincidence that as it has, they've had those run of 2 wins, and he's picked up another wicket here. Nipu, well, he's been making a good habit of this in the last day and a half. It's well taken by the man who can do no wrong whatsoever for Portugal, Sean Gomes, and it's 29 for 1.
Yeah, it was a bit of an ice cream cone for Gomes. It almost pops out of his hands. We've seen 3 catches go down already. In these conditions, it is slippery for the fielders. Let's have a look at this one. See, Sean, he knew he didn't quite get it, did he? And Gomes, what a day he's having. It almost popped out, but it stayed in, and that is the end of Zishan Kukakale. He goes for 20 off 7, trying his hardest. Nippo gets the wicket, and it's 29 for 1.
Well, normally in a T10 game, that's a pretty good contribution. 20 off 7, 3 4s and a 6. But given the remorseless nature of this run rate, probably needed a big innings from Kukakale.
Yeah, a bit of that ball came out the top of the hands of Gomes. That man can't do anything wrong the last couple of days. Nippo, he'll be thrilled to get a wicket on the board as well. So that brings Zahir Safi Mohammed. Well, he's aggressive at the best of times. You can expect they'll be swinging for the fences from ball 1 here.
Well, he is their top run scorer in this competition. And what's more, he's scored a 50 against arguably the best bowling attack in the competition. Certainly one of them, 57 off 22 balls. Against the Netherlands back in match 14 of Group B on Wednesday afternoon. And he's gone from his very first ball over long off for 6. Well, as promised from Zahir Safi Mohammed, needs no second invite to be aggressive and takes the positive option.
Yeah, and we knew he wouldn't stick around. And he goes bang straight away. The worst delivery from Nippo. You see, maybe a little bit over-pitched, but Zahir Safi Mohammed, he hit 6s for fun. That's a big Maximo over long off. Hungary, the nails are taking a fair biting down there.
Shorter, mistimed, and almost caught by Nippo. This would have been brilliant. He had to come a long way around. The angles were very awkward and against him. And he nearly took one of the best catches of the tournament, certainly one of the very best caught and bowls that we'd have seen on ECN.
Oh, would have been, but Zahir Safi Mohammed, he was on the treadmill, and he would have been run out here if Nippo hits the stumps. Might not have time for the replay, but it's a little bit of lazy cricket. Margin on strike.
Flicked away, leg stump half volley. And he hasn't got away with it. Can't be cut off by Imran Khan, so that's good batting from Manjan. And these boundaries are just keeping Hungary in with a sliver of a chance. Rico full in conversation with European Cricket Network founder Daniel Weston.
That's good to know. Rico's arrived. Thought he might want to stick around breakfast a bit longer.
Away from Manjan off his pads once more, and this time it's a 6. Well, they're really going for this, Hungary. They're not going to die wandering. It's beautifully done by Manjan. Got such quick wrists at getting through the ball here.
Yeah, it's a nice bit of hitting, isn't it? And that also takes us to the end of the over.
So 46 for 1 then. That over's gone for 18. Well, the last time that Hungary played Portugal, they were 10 for 1 after the power play, the Hungarians. They're 46 for 1, which you would think is a position of strength. But astonishingly, they're still behind the required run rate, which is now up to 3.5 a ball.
Yeah, I mean, it's big. There's no doubt about that. I'm going to give it a crack, Hungary.
Quick single to start the 4th, just being bowled by Imran Khan.
Well, Portugal, I mean, is there any limit to what they can do? Really put 3 very complete performances together in the last 3 games.
Slow ball met with a bullet of a drive, and it's a bit of foot fielding that works out for Najam Shahzad. Maybe not setting the best example to his team, though, the skipper there, with his unwillingness to dive, and it's a bit untidy afterwards as well, so that's not really Portugal's finest bit of teamwork in the field.
Yeah, so let's have a look at that. Foot fielding, I mean, maybe not the worst option in the conditions. Saving the fingers, slippery ball, but now the overthrow. It's cost them the extra 1.
Full toss, horrid delivery. And he's done brilliantly to keep that in play, Shazad. Well, this is as good a piece of work as the previous bit of foot fielding was poor. This is great athleticism from Najam Shazad. He knows he's not going to take the catch. He's just looking to keep the ball alive.
Does he, though? That's the question. When does it bounce after he gets rid of the ball? Here, 6 still, you see. So it will be 6, but what a good effort.
And what a great bit of camera work from guys at Spring Productions to pick this shot up. I must say, we're on the far side of the ground from that, so weren't quite able to see it, but that's what we've got the guys at Spring for. Super stuff.
Yeah, I was on the far side of the ground, but yeah, you see here, there's a great effort. Gets a bit of the arm, rolls down. Of course, he had no idea, Shazad, because he's got his back to it. That was 6, good call.
Nice comeback from Khan. Manages to get a rare dot in. And that's the thing now. That equation is so stacked against Hungary. Damage done with the ball. Manjan again can't make contact. He takes a couple of dot balls and this really does Sky even further away from them.
Yeah, so Hungary, I'll say this is a very good start.
And he's going to get a bit lucky here. Manjani picks up 4. Well, nothing really poor keeper Stoneman can really do about this. Fortune not favouring him. 59 for 1 after 4. And well, in normal circumstances, you're thinking 59 for 1 after 4. Yeah, we're going pretty well here. We're going to get at least 150. The problem is they're chasing 151 to win from 8 overs.
Yeah, it's crazy. And so, yeah, I think the difference is that the ground in the middle is actually pretty dry, so it's looking after the ball. Just a bit of toss news. It will be necessary, it looks like, for the ground officials to do a bit of an inspection at the completion of this game. So no toss news yet, but we will keep you posted about the second match of the day between Netherlands 11 and Austria. So apologies, we don't have the toss news as usual around now. Thanks for asking, and well, if there's anyone asking, you can pass on the news. We'll have it to them as soon as possible. Just a delayed toss for match 2 at this stage. Here's Nippo coming back for his second over.
Down the ground, hit hard by Manjan, and he'll get 4. Baseball style shot. It's another boundary for Hungary, but as that graphic shows you, there's still 30 runs behind where Portugal were at this stage.
Yeah, this is another umpire dodger. Hey, what? They've got good reactions. The umpires, that's Nikhil Patel. He just weaves out the way of that one.
And it's a similar ball and a similar shot from Manjan, but he's not going to get 4 this time. Najam Shazad, again, excellent in the field. He generally sets such a good example for this Portuguese side with bat and ball. And this is a decent stop. Hit the ball hard past the bowler. You more often than not get 4. Which brings me on to something I've been thinking of mentioning in that regard. A bit surprised maybe haven't seen more teams try a straighter fielder down there. Well, this would have been a wide had he left it, but Manjan goes after it and gets 6 through backward point. They're still here, they're still fighting Hungary. They need more than 4 a ball, but they're giving this a really good shake.
Yeah, this one, it's a really good shot. This is why it's all about shot selection for me, and this is the right shot to play. I often say, don't hit it wide unless you're sure you can hit it to the boundary or over. That's exactly what Manjan did.
Last ball of Nippo's spell, and it's hit hard out to Chambers, who does really well to stop this at cover point. They only get 1, so 73 for 1 after 5, and that required run rate is still hovering up and around the 25 and over mark. As we see again, Nippo finishing off his spell, and maybe a bit fortunate to concede 1 from that last ball. So I mentioned that fielder straight, and we're lucky enough that we've got a little tactics ball where we can sort of show you this. So I would be having that man right behind the bowler's arm, and then what that does is if you're looking to hit straight, you've got 3 here, who are all protecting that straight boundary, because that's the boundary that's been peppered. It's almost a baseball-style field. 4 behind square are up in the ring, and then everyone else is back. That's away for one more.
Junaid comes in and we're out past the 5 over mark now, Michael, which is significant.
Yep, well, we've got a game in. So had this game been rained out before we got to that point, then it would have meant that on league placings, Hungary would have gone through. Smashed away, and it's more good fielding from Najam Shahzad. Starting to run out of deliveries, Hungary. That required rate is up towards 5 a ball now. I think even a pair of Andre Russell clones might be struggling.
I think you're probably right there.
Nicked and gone. Nicely bowled by Junaid Khan. He's picked up the wicket that he deserved from his first over, where you might remember he had 3 catches dropped off his bowling. Hungary 75 for 2. It is the end of a very nice knock. One that won't mean a lot in the context of the game, but that still deserves credit. It is Harsh Manjan who goes for a well-made 43.
Yeah, it was a really good effort from Harsh. He's a good cricketer. Saw a lot of him during that ECS in Budapest in the middle of the year. And yeah, difficult conditions for him to bowl today, but with the bat, he was outstanding. He goes after hitting 3 sixes and 4 fours in his innings of 43. Hungary are 75 for 2.
It's really nicely played by one of the key all-rounders of this Hungary side, and he'll hope that that isn't his final bat of this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. He's made a good habit of playing handy knocks for them, and it's his highest score of the competition. It does look very likely that it will be in vain. Francois Stoneman with the catch, and Junaid Khan picks up yet another. He's having a very good tournament with the ball, Junaid. Arguably Portugal's best threat in that regard. He has picked up 7 wickets in 4 T20 internationals as well. So here comes Satyadeep Ashraf Nairana, the wicketkeeper batsman of Indian descent, plays his club cricket with the Cobras. Hit a couple of 20s so far in this tournament, but nothing more.
He's a good player. Again, saw him playing for the Cobras. Such a great domestic competition setup they've got in Hungary now, and I think you're seeing the results of that in this national team.
Not the most convincing way for him to get off the mark. And well, for those unfamiliar, you essentially had the Tigers who were just winning everything. But there comes a point where a monopoly like that can be somewhat unhelpful. And then a bit of a shake-up in the club setup. Players maybe dispersing, and the talent going from being concentrated at one particular club to spread across 4 or 5. And now it's a much more competitive scene at the very top table of Hungarian cricket. And we actually ended up seeing on the most hotly contested European cricket series around, really.
It really was. And look at that, Rico. He's doing his bit. He's trying to sweep the water off the stairs there. Tell you what, he doesn't even know he's got the camera on him. He's one of the nicest people you'll ever meet, Rico Fall. He's big in European cricket. Well watched by Dan and James as well.
So 2 overs left. This game should be done. And well, we watch the closing bits of this game.
So we'll go to the final 2 overs. And well, fairly impossible task now, over 6 a ball.
Skied up, difficult catching chance. And dropped. Dropped it long off. Well, this is a difficult chance, a really difficult chance. And Mohammad Siraj Nippu drops it. Just 11 balls left in this game. Now, it does look like we're dotting the I's and crossing the T's on this one. Najam Shahzad, the captain, unlucky to not have a wicket.
Nippu tried to do everything to keep this. He tried to just pretty much lie under the ball. He still popped out. Well, unlucky.
Another miscue and another tough catching chance. Chambers running in has overran it. And instead he needs Junaid Khan to come back and cover. Well, Chambers goes for the catcher, and why not, given the scoreboard scenario. And this is what the point that I was making a couple of overs ago. So this fielder here that is right behind the bowler's arm obviously can't move, can't really walk in because he's going to put the batter off, but can still stay there. And I think that plays on your mind. If you've got this straight three, all out for the big hit down the ground, and you think of how many boundaries have we seen that have thumped into that black sort of mesh that is protecting our camera scaffolding at that end of the ground. I think that just gets in your head a bit. So I'm surprised we haven't seen more of that sort of baseball style feel.
It's a bit different, but I can see what you're saying. I'll come back to that in a second. First, Mohammed on strike.
He's going to get very lucky here. Well, that is something you can't set a field for. Top edge skied over the wicket-keeper's head. A rarely found part of the ground from Zishan Safi Mohammed, and he certainly didn't know much about it. Bit of fortune for Zahir Safi.
Yeah, so that fielder straight behind the bowler. There are some questions about whether you can do that. You can do that, like you said, if you're stationary, though. You have to be stationary. But you don't really ever see a fielder straight down the ground in front of the sight screen.
Beats him outside off, but then again, until 2 years ago, how often did you see televised T10 cricket?
Yeah, exactly right. I've had it done to me.
Things change.
I've found it very off-putting. I've had it done to me once, where I always instinctively hit straight down the ground, knowing it's a fairly safe zone, and it does just put you off and gives you kind of 3 men then covering those straight hits.
Low full toss. Just chipped through the extra cover region. That is a great stop coming around, but he hasn't quite kept it in, Mohammed Siraj Niput. Well, this would have been one of the great boundary saves of the tournament. He's not quite able to do what was required. It's the end of the 7th over. Hungary are going to fall well short, as we already knew. Janjam Shahzad concedes 26 from his pair of overs. He's maybe a touch unlucky to not pick up a wicket as well, and it's 89 for 2 off 7.
Yeah, it was good effort from Nippo. He came across and he got a fair bit on it, but just got away from it. Then he had to put the crawl on. You see there, it's no doubt about it. It's lodging between the ropes. 4 more runs.
And what I wonder as well is if you've got those 3 fielders straight, long on, long off, and then one straight back behind the bowler's arm, when the ball is in the slot, does that make you, rather than trusting your instincts of smashing it straight for 6, instead try and hoik it through mid-wicket, say,
maybe,
and miscue?
Depends. Depends on the situation, but it's a good point. It's a reminder, we don't have any toss news yet for the 2nd match of the day. Well, good luck. Who wants this? Pick a Stoneman. It's going to be Miguel. And he puts it down. Well, it was the 2nd time he's dropped the catch, and this one's off his own bowling, so it probably hurts a little bit more. But in the end, it's just 1, so it's all academic. And his brother with the gloves was hunting it. The bigger brother tried to get it and failed.
That will be a wide, and it's going to go away for 5 wides, in fact. So Francois Stoneman unable to limit his brother's error from the wide by stopping it going to the boundary on top. Miguel Stoneman, as you so often see in a game like this, just being given a chance to bowl because, well, given the game scenario, I guess why not? It is his first ever over in international T10 cricket. Smashed by Zahir Safi Mohammed. That's a big, big 6. Over long on and out towards the puddles. And an Austrian coach, Marcel Bierstecker.
Yeah, it's a nice hit. And I'll just go back to the 5 wides. I mean, the younger brother just missing that ball down the leg side off the older brother. Maybe that was because he didn't let him have the catch the ball before. He said, oh, well, this will ruin your figures. Still, 101's a pretty good effort in an 8-over game in these conditions, but just shows you how out of this world the innings was from Portugal.
Pulled away this time, and that's a great shot as well. 6 over square leg. Well, this is consolation hitting, but it's some consolation hitting. Hungary can be very proud of what they've brought to this tournament. They've won twice against Portugal. They beat Romania as well. They almost beat the Dutch 11, which, despite being a defeat, I'd say was arguably almost their sort of tournament highlight. really pushed them very close on Wednesday afternoon. Netherlands 11 getting there with just 3 wickets and 2 balls to spare, chasing 108 to win, and it's the man on strike who got a half century in that one. He's going to get more runs here, just one of them.
What about the story for Portugal, though? I mean, they were down and out Wednesday night. I remember seeing them in the hotel bar, and they were saying, oh, maybe tomorrow when we're knocked out, we can celebrate a bit. I said, well, you might as well start celebrating now, because I think you know chance. And, well, they sure showed me. And so...
And they showed everybody.
Well, they have. And now, I mean, who can stop them?
Straight back to Stoneman. I think the big incentive in this 1 versus 2 Austria versus Netherlands 11 clash, as much as anything else, is probably not having to bowl to Sean Gomsh and Hazarandani. I'm sure they were keeping a close eye on the YouTube live stream as they were heading in from the Sunset Beach Hotel.
Last ball.
So that's it. Well, Miguel Stoneman closes the innings out, an unlikely man to be picked to do so, but by the time he came on, this game was all pretty much done and dusted, bar the admin of finishing that last over off. 150 without loss was posted by Portugal, and in truth it was going to take something completely out of this world for Hungary to get anywhere near it. They actually didn't bat badly at all, 108 for 2 off their 8 overs, but they are out, and it is Portugal who progress, victors by 42 runs.
Well, the Portuguese miracle continues. And they will head through to qualifier number 2. They'll play the loser of the game we'll see next between the Netherlands 11 and Austria. And just a reminder, we don't have any toss news as yet. There will be a ground inspection. I mean, to me, it looks in pretty good shape. We haven't had too much rain during that second innings. But still, just to be fair to all the parties involved, they can check out the ground conditions. But, well, Hungary, it's sad to say goodbye to them. They played some really outstanding cricket during the week and loved the work of quite a few of their players and the highlights they brought to this competition. But, well, the big ball was in place and another impossible chase. 151 required off 8 overs. And Portugal, well, they were looking pretty chip up when they went out there. And the issue was the ball was a bit slippery, and that's one thing you would say. The catches, they were going down thick and fast. Mandian, well, he survived. And he'd actually put in a fairly good shift for Hungary. That was another one, Imran Khan. And that was the second. In fact, there were 3 in the first over that all went down off the bowling of Junaid Khan. Also a finger dipper for Francois Stoneman. That one was held, but only just by Sean Gomsh. And, well, he might have unprotected calves, Siraj Nipu, but he's been very good in this series. That one disappeared. And Hungary, look, they did their best to try and go at the rate required, but it was an impossible task for them, wasn't it? In the end, Imran Khan came out, but in an 8-over game, 151 was never really on. Improvisational work from Najam Shahzad there. This one was a great effort. Almost pulled this one in. He thought he had. It was behind his back. It actually bounced over the rope. And when it was all said and done, it was Portugal who will make it through. And, well, that makes it even more interesting, doesn't it, as far as the storyline of this Portugal team. Nippo tried to get everything under that. Well, Michael, he had the tactics board out, but I don't think any tactics were going to prevent Portugal from running away with this one. After 150 on the board, didn't even see Amir Zaim at the crease. And Hungary, well, it's a sad ending for them, isn't it? We've really appreciated their contributions and a lot of sportsmanship around the ground as we see Hungary make an exit from the competition. So Portugal, somehow, they're still in it. And pretty good effort, I think. If they're batting first, I'd say 108 would be an above par score. It was Mandian top scoring with 43 off 20 balls. So here's Safi Mohammed, 34 off 15. Well, he's had a great series, hasn't he, for the Hungarians. Kukakel chipped in with 20 as well. But unfortunately, for Hungary, it just wasn't on their side. The elements just conspiring against them and losing that toss. I think it's one there where they would have liked to have batted first with the ball. Well, bit of damage there. Junaid Khan, well, for me, again, he was the best of the bowlers, 1 for 18 off his 2 overs. And the other wicket went to Mohammad Siraj Nipu.
But you're right, they've been really impressive in this competition. When you remember where they've come from, they only got ICC Associate Member status 4 years ago after becoming an affiliate member in 2012. They're ranked outside the top 50 as well. They were seeking to upset the odds at the ECC. And of course, we will see the Hungarian domestic T20 champions, the Tigers, fly the flag for their country at the 2022 European Cricket League. But for now, this particular journey for Hungarian cricket is over. They did pick up 3 wins, and having won 3 of their first 5 games, look well paced to progress further on finals day. But they've just met the runaway train that is Portugal. Portugal have won this game by 42 runs. We haven't had the toss yet in match 2 of the day, the first versus second clash between the Netherlands 11 and Austria. There's a ground inspection taking place as we speak. We will bring you further news on that as and when we can. But for now, this game was won by Sean Gomps and Azhar Andani, no doubt about it.
Yeah, absolutely. So join us. We will have an update with what's happening with the second match of the day shortly. But until then, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, along with Michael McCann. See you shortly for more cricket on ECN. You're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Cricket Oval on the Costa del Sol. Well, there's Rico. He's just learning how to work the equipment. But it is Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sando, along with Rico Full. And we were scheduled to start the first qualifier between the Netherlands 11 and Austria right now. Unfortunately, in the interim, we have had some more rain, so the covers have gone back on. It's just a real frustrating day so far. We have seen one match completed already, albeit a reduced 8-over contest. But Rico, it's not what anyone wanted to see on finals Friday of Group B, of course. A big prize at stake, of course. The winner of this match and the winner of the next match as well will go through to the championship week in week 4. So, yeah, a pretty frustrating day so far, isn't it?
Very much so, and very disappointing because we've been very lucky, haven't we? We keep saying, I mean, every day we've left here, we said we're so lucky because around us there has been a lot of rain, a lot of thunderstorms as well, and all over Spain, and even here in Andalusia and even Malaga. I mean, it's been, when we've been here and we've been playing cricket, it's been raining at hotel partner Sunset Beach, and so we have been fortunate, but today, unfortunately, it's followed the bus in, hasn't it?
Just one of those days, and look, it can actually show you where we're at as far as finals day is. Now, we have had the eliminator, Hungary. Unfortunately, they've been eliminated from the tournament. Portugal, an unbelievable batting display. 150 they scored without losing a wicket in 8 overs. The highest partnership of this ECC so far. And Hungary, of course, weren't quite able to chase that down. They still batted pretty well, got 108 off their 8 overs. So now we know that Portugal will play the loser of this match, qualifier number 1 in qualifier number 2. So now we have 3 possible teams that could be making it to the championship week, and well, one of them is going to have to miss out. But, you know, at the moment, it's just one of those days where we're going to have to wait and see and be quite flexible, and we do have the ability to be quite flexible with the timing and how we structure the day. We do have the kind of the ability to be quite innovative, and the minimum of 5 overs required at this stage to get a match in. So, you know, we were going to see this match starting right now. Hopefully we do see it. There is a bit of a window where we can still get a 5-over contest. You see it's the Netherlands 11 who are 7-1 against Austria 6-2. Well, both the Austrian losses are to the Netherlands 11, and you can see the batting lineups there. Also, Shigawal back into the side, the captain. And Netherlands, you know, they've shown they are vulnerable. We saw them lose to Portugal yesterday, and you know, these two teams, they're with very good reason the top 2 teams in this group as of the group stage. It would be great to see them get out there.
Yeah, I mean, Austria, they'll feel very confident, won't they? I mean, they've won the toss. That's the key thing for me. I think the teams after that game when Hungary played the Netherlands and had them in trouble, and the Netherlands only just winning that with 2 balls to go, 7 wickets down, chasing 108, 109 for victory. So from there on, they knew, or the teams knew, that if you take them batting first out of the equation, put the runs on the board, you put pressure on them. That's exactly what Portugal did yesterday in that must-win match, and what a transformation it's been for them. I mean, they demonstrated that in the second match against Romania when they scored 160. And here, in this match here, a shortened match, just was an 8-over match. The first match today, 150 on the board without losing a wicket. And I did say, didn't I, folks, that Gomes and Andani would come good, and he did come good. He put the runs on the board. But look, so Austria winning the toss, I think they'll be looking to do the same if they get out there. Yeah. And the other thing that I was thinking about, you mentioned shorter format of the game, so it could be a 5-over one, and I just feel that would favour Austria because of the type of the way they play. So, you know, Netherlands, we haven't. I mean, though they have scored big runs, take nothing away from it. 200 runs they have posted, so they've scored the highest runs by far in this European Cricket Championship in one innings, but it's not their game, and I just think the shorter it is, the more it would probably suit Austria. It
becomes more of a lottery the shorter it gets. Remember, Austria also posted 195 in the opening game of Group B. But you can see now, as we're getting closer and closer to the championship week, that we're starting to get a bit more of a picture. We now know that Hungary are out of the picture. There's 3 teams left in Group B, but there's only 2 spots. So like I said, whoever wins this match and whoever wins the next match will go through. And, of course, the Group B final, which we are intending to play at the end of the day, that will be for a bonus point in to championship week. So it's,
look,
competition's really hotting up.
It's hotting up, and I'm looking at that. Of course, this is the final day of Group B, and we will know who those two teams are. But we're just looking there at the teams that will be arriving this weekend. What a third week we're going to have.
It's going to be great. I mean, Italy, we spent a lot of time in Italy, didn't we? We're going to see Italy. We're going to see Germany again. We've had 3 ECS tournaments in Germany this year, as well as Finland. I mean, it takes us right back to the lockdown, where some of the first group we showed was from Finland. The Czech Republic we know very well, as well as this England 11.
Yeah.
England's best amateurs are going to go, and I bet they can't wait to get out there as well, Rico. So plenty to look forward to.
Yeah, I bet they can't. But the only thing I say to the English 11, look, don't bring the weather with you. Leave us with the Spanish sunshine, please.
Well, what we're going to do is we're going to leave you for a little while. The covers are still on. There will have to be a ground inspection. It will take some time to prepare the ground if the rain does stop for long enough. But what we will do in the interim is take you through some of the action from earlier in this Dream11 European Cricket Series, the first ever tournament of its kind, the first ever T10 international cricket. And we're going to leave you with some highlights. And until then, we'll be back with an update soon. It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full for ECN. I hope you're having a sunny day wherever you are, and see you shortly for hopefully some more cricket in the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
This is how we play cricket.
On the Costa del Sol.
The clock counts down, and we are ready to go. And Vinay Ravi to bowl the first ball. Full and straight, and I think he's got him. He's asking the question. Everybody has gone up here. Well, there certainly was sound. It sounded like maybe bat on pad. And this time he does get it. And it'll probably just, one bounce and 4 runs. So the first runs of this eliminator. Short, and it's over the top, and this time it will go all the way. Balle, balle, 6 carreras. The first Maximo. Oh, this is beautiful. Well, the sun's not out quite yet, but we say there's a lot of sexy cricket being played here. Up in the air, but this is well hit, and this will go the distance as well. 6 more. Shakalagya. This is a nice shot. Beautiful shot. Well, you missed a very tidy and interesting first over from Vinay Ravi. There was some close calls as well, but now the batsmen seem to be in the groove. This was a delightful shot, just straying down the leg side. Ravi once more. Played over the top, and even with this outfield that has a lot of dew on it, that will go to the boundary. Goes for it, and this is one going to be taken. No, it's gone over him, just enough on it once more. And Rahul Khan, he's taken a liking to the bowling of Vinay Ravi, especially in this second over. In the air, and this going to go to hand. Yes, it does. So they do get their first wicket. Rahul Khan goes. He's very disappointed for himself. He scored 31 just of 10 deliveries. But Vinay Ravi, off the last ball of his spell, takes a wicket. And a crucial one it is as well. They needed that breakthrough. We know that these two are a dangerous pair. Ravi picks up his 10th wicket off the championship so far.
Here's Niazi.
Well, it was short, wide, outside the off stump, and when the third man is inside the circle, you make any contact on this as it's going upwards, it's going over him and to the boundary. Well, he's gone for this, and this has gone big. Balle, Shaka Lagya.
Well, Sher Ali, he's sharing a ball with the crowd on this occasion. It's the back of the hand slow ball again, but he was waiting for it. Got caught with his hand in the cookie jar, and this one disappears. That one's out of here. 6 runs.
Well, this one will go. It was in the slot, and that's been hit big. Oh, he's mullered that. That's muscled over the boundary. Big shot.
Yeah, well, he's hitting out now, isn't he, Sher Ali? And this is actually illustrating, and I was flirting with the idea of, do you retire a batsman out? This is what you're always hoping, that the longer he's there, the better he's going to get. And he certainly has time to couple well this over.
This one's been drilled and hit hard and smashes into the stronger together banner. Well, Sweden, they have become much stronger together, and they're hoping that that will take them to a victory here, but they need to put the runs on the board. And this was a top shot. Oh, he's got him. Completely done him. That's really well bowled. Knocks the stumps over. The castle has been raided. Castle Tutki bahut achhi ball sigi. Jag dite phatte. Well, he looked a bit surprised there, didn't he, the batsman? Just read this all wrong, I think.
Yeah, I think it's just a clever change of pace, I thought, from Niazi.
Drilled hard. That's a lovely shot. Oh, that is beautiful. That is majestic. That is 4 runs. Nicely played, and this will go for 4 runs. Is in that gap. This is big. This is going all the way. Volley. 6 carreras más. Que bien, que grande. Well, Maxi, you were ready. Just needed a little bit more effort. It was right down your throat. Short edge, 4 runs. He's gone over the top again, and this one will go all the way. Boom! Shaka Lagya!
He's got a great eye, Azam Khalil, once to get in, and once again we've seen batsmen, a bit like Sher Ali, just taking a little bit of time to get going, and he knows that's an unprotected area of the field.
Hit and hit big. Adios pelota. Esa pelota no volver. Esa pelota marcha para Marbella. That's a big one. 6 more.
What a shot from Khalil. For me, this is the best of the day. This time he does get the ball he wants. He gets the length he wants. He goes bang, straight down the ground.
Yeah, and just over the fielder, and that crushes into the banner there. The fence. 4 more. What an over this is. Let's go, and Zuak does go, because we know what he can do. We saw that yesterday. Once he starts seeing the ball, he crushes it to all parts of the boundary as well. And this is exactly what Sweden need now. Both batsmen hitting it big. Oh, he goes for another one, and this is going to be 2 in 2, is it? Yes, it is. Here's another, and that's the biggest of the lot. That is going a long way. That is huge. New balls, please. That one is not coming back. Oh, massive. Absolutely massive.
I'll leave a few breadcrumbs with you if you're going to go find this one, because that's into the woods. That's miles back.
And it's another. You don't need me to tell you that. You can hear it from the roar around the ground. ¡Qué grande! Eso es genial. ¡Qué partido! Ay, ay, ay. Well, they're taking the bowler to the sword again here. There's a bit of carnage going on around the ground here at the Cartama Oval. Oh, this is going to race away. And I think he's got a bit of something on this. And there's no chance here for Ifitaka, the keeper. And it's another one that's going over Ifitaka, the wicket keeper. And that's probably the third or maybe even the fourth that's done that. 4 to finish. The bowler can't believe it. And the score moves to 146. And that's the end of the innings. And middle stump has been taken out of the ground. There can be nothing more emphatic than that in terms of getting a batsman out. This is an absolute beauty. What a delivery. What a start for Sweden. Raza Iqbal, the Norwegian captain, has his middle stump removed out of the ground. Boom, shakalak. And, well, they do get their boundary, and they get it in emphatic style. Manos arriba, arbitro, manos arriba. Eso es 6 carreras.
That was a monster.
This is well hit, 4 runs. Lovely shot. Well, this is another one, right on cue, Vinny. That's the second. And this has been flat batted big for 6. 6 more.
Well, I don't know if the scorer's tent has a skylight, but it might have one now because that's bounced straight off the roof. So watch out, guys.
And this one's going very much the same way. And 2 6s on the trot. This is what they needed. They need a bit of acceleration. And Ahmed, well, he was a bit sleepy. He's woken up now, 2 and 2. And it starts with a 6 off his bowling. It's not the first time that this will happen. I mean, this is what you're talking about, Vinny. I mean, you've got to have the field in place. If it's hit cleanly, it's going over the top. And this is hit sweet, out the middle of the bat and over the top of the fielder. It's got enough on it. 6 more. And nobody's catching that. There was a shadow catch. It's going over the fielder. That's in the 30-yard circle, and there's nobody behind him. That's 6 runs. Sliced away, and the catch taken. And I think that was a case of, look, I'm feeling the pain. I'm not going to be able to take too many singles. I'm just going to try and hit big shots. And if I go, let somebody else come in. Vinny. This could be a chance. It's dipping, but he's taken a brilliant catch. Imal Zuak, he's been fantastic out there, hasn't he? We've seen him make some great stops diving around. And this one, well, he had to come in quick, had to judge it, had to take it before it dropped, and he did. Nice catch. So the second wicket goes. Well, I think this one, I think he might be out here. He's already walking. Now they're going to the third umpire, but this was very good work.
Here's Rahel Khan again.
And this has been picked up beautifully. Lovely shot. Well, that's what they need to do. Forget about the wickets that are going. Every batsman that comes in has to take charge, has to play shots. And that one was a nice one. This one's been well picked up. Balle, balle, balle. And Marzi Wolfie is being attacked from all angles in the scorer's box up there. Full toss, and it's played away out on the off, and I think that may have been called a no ball as well. It has.
Miss hit. And he's gone. Venkatesh, the captain, takes the catch once again. Galami taking some pace off the ball. Well, he's got 3 wickets now.
Yeah. And he is capable of playing it, but he slices up in the air. This should be an opportunity, and it has been taken. So we see another player go first ball, and what that basically means is the captain off the side and also the vice captain have both made golden ducks, and I think this is a pair as well for Sahak. This one, it's in the air. Is it going to go all the way? Yes, it does. Manos arriba, amigos. 6 carreras más. They just got to keep hoping. He hasn't caught hold of this, and this will be the easiest of golden bowls. And that's another one. Well, he's not. He's got plenty on this one. This one will go all the way. That's 6 more runs. They just got to keep believing, and they got to just keep hitting and hitting big. That's what they need now. And Wakas, he certainly hit this away pretty well, Wakas Ahmed. This is a nice shot. Well hit. Fielder getting under it, but can't do anything about it. The captain, Venkatesh, it's 6 more. So 2 6s in the over.
Here's Venki.
And this one looks like it's going to go to the boundary as well, and it does, despite it catching the hands of the fielder coming across Imal Zuak, who's been absolutely sensational.
I need 36 off this over, Rico, so they need 6 6s.
This one's been crashed pretty hard, and, well, it smashes into Azam Khalil, and it goes to the boundary. Well, it doesn't matter, he says. Well, he's got a few injuries, and now he's hurt another one. He's saying, don't forget, I've got a bad hand. Well, I think he's got 2 bad hands now.
I think he does, but yeah, I think that was smart as well. No use risking it for a catch that wouldn't have made any difference. What a game we've seen in the Eliminator.
We're bowling to Awais Ahmed with Kuldeep Lal at the non-strikers. It's a nice start from Akrami. Just nudged away by Awais Ahmed for a single. Brings on to strike Kuldeep Lal. Down the ground from Awais Ahmed, the first boundary of the innings for Spain. A lovely straight batted shot from Awais Ahmed. Swinging in, and Awais Ahmed just goes with the swing and flicks it away for 4. Down the ground, the first 6 of this game. Kuldeep Lal finally fires into life, just 1 off 8 before this shot. And he goes downtown and gets a maximum.
Yeah, and that's just what he needed to get his innings going, I think. It's confident swing of the bat.
And the free hit's capitalised on. Well, that's gone for another boundary for Spain, who are just starting to kick into life. Kuldeep Lal into double figures. He's catching up on those dots from earlier on in the over. Effort ball, flicked away. It's a big chase for mid-wicket coming round, and Rahimi can't cut it off, so Spain are flying along here. Smashed away, and could be caught, and just short of Munib Mohammed. Nothing he could really do about it. He made very good ground. Oh, that is absolutely mullered from Awais Ahmed. It's a huge 6 over mid-wicket. And this Spain opening partnership are really starting to tick now. 41 without loss. This time by Lal. And his long vigil ends 21 off 20. It's a very uncharacteristic innings from Kuldeep Lal, who we're used to seeing smash the ball all over the place. Just didn't get going. And Spain are 42 for 1. Well, that would have been a wide, but Perman instead decides to hit it for 6 over extra cover. Well, that's a way to get off the mark. He was in such good form against Belgium last night, and now he's off the mark in style against them today. Not going to be playing players good enough to hit it for 6, but that is what happens when it goes wrong. It's a full toss, over-pitched, and Awais Ahmed has clattered that into the scaffolding tower. That is a big 6. Shakari Sefat's back for his second. That would have been a wide, but instead, Perman's just able to open the face, nice and calm, and guide it away through third man. Gorgeous touch shot, didn't try and hit it too hard. Nicked and gone. Awais Ahmed is out. He's given by umpire Shub. He wasn't in a rush to leave his crease and walk off, but he'll have to now. 72 for 2. And it's shots like that are why his very first ball goes for 6 into the fan zone. Well, we said he doesn't take long to get going. And Hamza Dar Salim is off and running with a maximum. Oh, that's nicked down the leg side and out. Oh, what an awful way to go for Hamza Salim, 6 and out. And it's great keeping down the leg side from Ali Raza to get there and take it. Poor old Salim, had he jumped inside the line, he would have definitely got a wide, but instead it's gloved through. Pace on the ball and pace down the ground from Jack Perman, sends it back from whence it came. And he is looking in exemplary touch once more, the youngster. That is straight off the driving range.
Oh, beautiful shot.
Full toss, horrible delivery, and it's 6 over square leg, and no ball as well, signalled by umpire Gooch. That is just the kind of bonus that Spain needed. And looking at the replay, it's more than a fair enough call.
Yeah, it's a good call. Really good call by the umpires.
That is absolutely murdered from Jack Perman, who is going great guns here for Spain. He's almost single-handedly carrying them to a decent score here. He's smoking it. He's on to 34 of 15. Nicked and got him. Razak gets his revenge. It was just a little cutter, held back a bit more. Perman was through the shot too early, and the catch is held onto by Ali Raza behind the sticks. 104 for 4. And that's Chekos again through mid-wicket, but this time it's 6. Well, that's a way to make an impact. The penultimate ball of the innings goes the distance.
Last ball, strap yourselves in.
And Butt goes again. And it's dropped by Omid Rahimi. They're going to keep running because it's the last ball of the innings. Well, they run back, which, well, Yasir Ali, to me, should have just kept running because they had nothing to lose. It's a strange catch as well. He went for it one.
Thought he was closer to the boundary. You know, he thought he was closer, so he's just being a bit of safety first. Knew that the catch wasn't. Spain, they do have the runs on the board. They've got 113 of them.
It's a nice start from Munir Mohammed. That's the shot of a player in form. It's not even that bad a delivery from Ali Raja. Maybe a touch short though, and it immediately gets hit away through backward third man sort of region for 4. That is absolutely minced away. It's the first boundary of the reply. Ali Raza straight into his work. 4 runs. Down the ground, catching chance. Oh, and they've run into each other. Oh, that's horrible. Christian Mills and...
Oh, man. Back to live action. The next one is over. And it's over where Ravi Panchal was. It's going to be 4 runs.
Turned away. Not the best ball to start with. Short and on the pads of Munir Mohammed, and then the form he's in. More so than most teams. But that's short again and gets the treatment. That is in towards the batting dugout. It's onto the grass bank. And Munir Mohammed has 15. And Hamza has gone for 10 off 2. He's under real pressure now. Again goes short, this time too far outside off. And what a shot that is. 6 over third man, just using the pace of Salim against him. This is outstanding batsmanship from Munir Mohammed. Short, and that has been absolutely munched for 6 over square leg. That sounded so good off the bat. Ali Raza picks up 6 more, and Belgium are flying their way. And that's a full toss. That's not going to make it any better for Spain. That is 6 more. It wasn't actually the cleanest strike from Raja, but 50-metre boundaries are oh so unforgiving. It is, for my money, the fastest 50 partnership of the competition so far. Quicker ball, but that gets the treatment as well. Well, Raza and Mohammed are in imperious form, and Spain have no answer to this right now. It is yet another 6, the second of the over. Effort ball, and they've got a wicket. 57 for 1. Got him. Well, that is superb from Tom Vine. We were just talking about all his variations. And he's just bowling Spain back into this contest. He's giving them a glimmer of hope. 61 for 2.
Still think they need to remove the danger man, Ali Raza, who's on strike now.
Well, Raza's got this one away. He could be removed. He is removed. It's the 12th man, Hennessy, who holds on to the catch. And Spain are bowling their way back into this, having almost bowled their way out of it. 63 for 3.
They were up, they were down, they're up, they're down. Now, yes, Ali, late change. He's come on instead of Vine. And Cody's going to have to go way back. He's going to not be able to stop this one. Maximo! Shiraz goes to double digits.
Oh, that's gone away through third man. Well, that really is going to be costly. Down the ground, and 6. Sabir Zakil is hurting Spain once more. 6 sixes against them when they met on Monday morning, and that's his first this time here on Friday. Again, it's a slow ball, and this time it's absolutely pummeled along the carpet through extra cover. Oh, a lovely shot, and just tipped around the post by Asjad Butt, which is useful in a game of football, but not in T10 cricket. Skied up. This should be out. And it is out. Caught by Perman. Well, surely Spain aren't going to do it again, are they? They've just given themselves a sliver of a chance here. Sabir Zakil has gone for 19 off 14. He's hurt Spain before. And Mahimi's first ball is absolutely blasted down the ground. It's a catching chance, though, for Mills on the rope. And he's dropped it over the rope for 6. And, of course, he goes again. Has he finished it? You bet he has. Belgium are into finals week. They're the first team to reach finals week of this inaugural Dream11 European Cricket Championship. They win this game by 6 wickets with 9 balls to spare. It is excellent work from Omid Rahimi, and just look at what it means to the Belgians. They came into this group as the 3rd highest team on the rankings out of the 5 teams in Group A.
Here's the first ball from Ahmed. It's a good one. He just lips outside the off stump. And Jyoti acrobatically stops this. Out of here. This one, he's gone through, and that will be 4 runs. That's not the best of fielding. That looked like a fairly tired and lethargic effort from the fielder. 4 runs.
So I think
there was a touch on this. He's got to go inside edge. That is disappointment. Oh dear. Away Ahmed. This was a loose shot. We saw him play a loose one yesterday, and we put that down to perhaps tiredness.
And out. And what a great finish to the over. And well, Zabi Zahid, he's been promising something for a while. And we saw him, didn't we, playing for Naka in the Stockholm ECS just a couple of months ago. Oh, in the air, this has got a bit of hang time. Azam's coming in. Oh, and he just can't hold on. Oh, he came in a long way there, Azam Khalil. He does have that injured hand, but he's still fielding in that position. Oh, in the air, this is Miles in the air. Well, no one's catching this. It's got some hang time, and it's a Maximo. Hurricane Hamza. Well, he's here, and he's ready to party. It's the end of the power play, and that was a powerful stroke. 25 for 2, Spain, after 3 overs. Does go the off spinner, and this one, oh, it's almost taken by Ismail Zia. We tried to turn that into a catch. Look, I don't mind this, Rico. I know it gives away 4. Well, this one's a miss hit, but Hamza's miss hits. They sail over the ropes. Maximo! Hamza Salim gets his 2nd, and he's up to 18 already in Spain. This is the resurgence they were hoping for. Rahul Khan, this is going to be in the gap. Well, it's not a very good effort, I'll be honest with you here. This is some more work for him, but he's going to go nowhere near this. This is near the giant ice cube. It's going to be another boundary, so the Perminator gets going. Oh, this one he lifts out of the ground. It was just a little bit too short. Well, that one's going to bounce off the big ball. And here's a man that hits the big ball. Oh, this is a chance, I think. It's miles in the air. Now the keeper's after it. Then he's going to leave it to the line man. And he's not able to get a hand on it. I think of two. There's nobody home at the keeper's end. In the air, and once again, he hasn't got all of this. Galami's going to drop it over the rope for 6. Unbelievable. Maximo, the Perminator, living dangerously. Who goes big. Oh, this is huge. That's gone into the trees. I don't even bother finding that one. New balls, please. Maximo. What a start for Perman. This one hits him in front. Umpire has a good look, a really good look, and now he gives it. And so Perman goes. That ball went to the boundary. Would have been 4-leg bias. Umpire had a really long look at this one. How he goes against Venkatesh.
Well, he goes large. This is going all the way. This is going to go crushing below us. This is a beautiful shot. It really is. Exquisite timing.
Oh, it's a slight miss hit. He's got a long way to go, Khalil, but he can't cut it off. It's another Maximo. Oh, Salim's looking dangerous, and he's done it in the middle order. He's done it when he's been opening. Oh, this is well struck, and this is going to be 6 more. Maximo! Asjad Butt, well, he's waited for an opportunity to make an impact on this series, and he's announcing himself with some style. That's the end of the 7th over. It's 93 for 3. It goes big again, and this one's going to sail into the crowd. Well, watch out if you're in the bar. You've got to keep your wits about you. The spectators, they're loving it as well. And Salim goes to 50 with that shot. What an innings he's had here in a crucial match. 50 off 20 balls. And that's his 6th Maximo.
Oh, yeah. Give it some of that. That's right. That's Balle's there for you. All over. 6 runs.
And this one is nailed. And bye-bye ball. Adios, pelota. He is going massive in this innings. Such a big game for these two teams. He moves up to 57. Big strike.
Oh, Balle. Kinna, Buddha, Shaka. Well, that's another one for the Snakes. This has gone huge.
Sabi Zahid's back, the line man, and he gets greeted with a sparkling cover drive. It was just caressed through the covers away from the fielder. Full, but too full, and that's another one. Well, eyes open if you're over there. They're feeding the wildlife, and Butt moves to 30. It's been a really good contribution from him. He's going 3 a ball, and Spain are up into the 130s. Still half an over to go. It's muy grande. Slower ball, and he's fooled him. Should be out and taken. So an important wicket, and I see that Azam Khalil's been moved around into the infield, and no real celebrations from the Swedes there. I think they're already thinking about the second half. Zet Central Gippsland, Darren Warwick. The last ball of the innings, might as well go. Probably not going to get more than one, so I'll just have to eat it. Well, I tell you what, time to take a breath. Hamza Salim, he'll finish on 65, not out, and well, good sportsmanship as well from the Swedes. And one thing you would say, they did chase 150 last night against a very, very good Belgian side. And you just wouldn't count them out in this. Sweden, they are the chaseologists, and they might have cooked one last time against Spain, but they are a team, especially with a bat that are full of confidence. They've got such a big batting lineup, and they'll be chasing 135 for a spot in the championship week. 135 for a spot in the championship week. And the first one could have gone anywhere. And Sherali had to get on his bike. They get through for a single, the first run of the Swedish innings. Rahel Khan, he's going to get them off to a good start. That one might have gone all the way. I'll have to wait on the umpire. Yep. Manos arriba, umpire Maximo. Rahel Khan. Well, that's what you call getting Ryan in the ECC. It looks a bit like this, 6 runs. Oh, this one beats him. It's one of the more optimistic LBW appeals. They go the long way. He's going to be gone here. He's run out. And can you believe that? Well, he's gone. It's like a half-court Hail Mary. And well, Sher Ali, he was pushed back. He was knocked back. But then how about that? That's Asjad Butt who threw this, and he threw the subs down on the full. And there was no doubt about it. The umpire didn't even have to go upstairs. And a bit of magic from the Spaniards. It's 7 for 1. Here's Mahmood. And he gets another one. Well, Oh, can you believe it? Mahmood, the first one he kind of created by hitting Sher Ali, gave him a dead leg, and he got run out. And then this time, it was right on the money. So back on strike. Oh, hits him on the back pad. And this will probably run away for four-leg buys. Oh, well, I mean... Oh, and he's knocked over, and another one goes. Khalil, he's got to go for a duck, and it's a great Yorker from Hyder. And Spain are flying in Cartama. Pace on, and played away nicely, timed away. This will be 4-4 carreras. The captain, Venkatesh, gets... Well, this one's out of here. It's a no-doubter, Maximo. Zubak. Well, this is how he likes to deal. So I hope you know your 6 times tables, because he likes to go in multiples. And that one was blasted over mid-off. Oh, in the air, but this one's going to be 4. Just had enough to get over the man in the circle. It goes after this, but it's in the gap. And this will probably be another boundary. 1 bounce up. It goes up and away, but he's mishit this. This will surely be out, and it is. Oh, Yasser Ali takes the catch. And Zubak, the danger man, has gone for only 11. Sweden lose a 4th wicket. This one's got to leave the park, and it does. Maximo. Zahid took it on. That's the plan. If he mishit it, he was in trouble. Well, this is 6. I can tell you that from the moment it left the bat. It was cracked down the ground. Hennessy, well, he went the journey there, didn't he? Maximo. Oh, he's bowled, and he got all the way across there, Venkatesh. He's tried this a few times, and well, Hennessy, all he did was put it straight on the middle stump, and it's foot celebration time.
Well, this one hasn't dried up. This is opening it again. This has put a hole in the bucket. They're starting to leak again. Big hit, 6 runs. He's just got to keep believing. Shaka Lagya.
Next one from Kuldeep Lal. And he knocks him over. That's a big wicket as well. Khalid Zahid was just getting going, and now Sweden have lost a 6th wicket. And he does go big, but is it big enough? He's back, it's out of here. Maximo. Well, there you go. It'll come back now in Sweden. And their nerves are jangling. I tell you what, the bar were jangling after this. This one bounced off the path. Little edge, and it'll get past the short third man.
Fine once more, goes for the short one. Well, this one's hanging in the air. This could be a catch. Hennessy gets underneath it, and he takes it. And that is a big wicket. Vamos, chicos, a tope, a tope, a tope. Así me gusta, otro más. And, well, they come together again and do a little bit of the foot dancing. Yeah, give it some of that.
Something amazing. He tries, but it'll be out. And it's another one. And another one's down. And Zia goes for a duck, just trying to force the pace. It went upstairs on him a little bit too quick from, I think, from Hyder. And so 8 wickets down now, 92 for 8.
Well, this one's more like it. This is the strike rate that's required. Balle, balle, balle. And this could be another 2 in 2. Boom! Shaka Lagya. Well, they're not quite giving it up yet. That one takes them past the 100 mark. He goes again. Oh, would you believe it? 3 in 3. This is just, well, this is just incredible. Well.
And this one looks dead in front, and he's gone. And it's party time for Spain now. They know they've won it now. They booked their place in the championship week 4. And, well, Zahid, it was a brave knock from him. I certainly wish Sweden all the best. Hope to see them again next year. And they're going to finish with a pretty lazy bit of work, but who cares, because Spain are the team that are through to the championship week. A bit of an anticlimactic finish, 4 buys to finish this one off, but Spain, well, they've had an up and down time of it. They did go down to Belgium in the first qualifier, but the second time is the charm for the men in red. The final score, it's Spain 134, Sweden 121.
So that's the Belgian national anthem. Now to follow is the Spanish national anthem, Marcha Real, one of 4 national anthems in the world which actually has no lyrics. That's a horrible delivery to start off with. It will be 5 wides, and poor old Awais Ahmed just gives a disdainful look up to his bowler as if to say, what on earth do you expect me to do with that?
Yeah, I mean, this one, I think, surprises everybody.
Smashed away by Raza, and it is the first boundary of the Group A final. And that's gone up over Tom Vine at point for 4 more. Well, what a start for Belgium. And it's short from Raja and pummeled away through square leg. Oh, that's been absolutely mashed for 6 over mid-wicket. Well, it's more tap for Raja. It's dropped by a member of the European Cricket Network staff. And Belgium's power-packed start continues.
Ginabada Shaka, well, he's absolutely launched this, hasn't he?
Short, oh, and he's got him. Well, for once for Adil Raja, the short pitch bowling has worked. 26 for 1. And Ali Raza, who smacked a quick 5-31 against Spain earlier on in the day, is gone for 20 off just 8 balls.
Yeah, well, look, it's banged in short, and it should have gone, shouldn't it?
Palmed over the rope for 6. So 32 for 1 at the end of the second. And Latif gets a slightly fortuitous 6. Chris Munoz-Mills just ending up palming it over the bar as such, which is useful if you're a goalkeeper in a game of football. Oh, that is hit very, very hard. As per usual from Munib Mohammed. His 3rd ball faced goes for 6. And Zulkarnain Haider has got a problem here. He's been a very economical bowler for Spain in this tournament, but this is quite a challenge to face.
Cover and have somebody out there, and that's the reason why. Well, there you go, guys. That's exactly what I'm trying to demonstrate. Have Hennessy, who's out there, up and push that man back there.
That is absolutely belted straight. 4 runs. Smashed down the ground, but not smashed hard enough, and caught by Kuldeep Lal. 51 for 2, and out comes the pre-planned celebration with Paul Hennessy. Well, I'm not sure quite what to make of that, but what's clear is exactly as we were talking about it, it's happened again.
Yeah.
Tom Vine is in the wickets, 1 to his name now in this Group A grand final. Sabah Zakil comes out. And you know with the big hitting Belgians that anyone can hit their first ball for 6, and Sabah Zakil certainly can. 57 for 2 at the end of the 4th. Fine just falling into that. Kuldeep Lal on. Oh, and that's a very good start from Lal. And he's picked up a wicket with his very first ball. It looks like a good shout. It's given by umpire Gooch. But whilst Lal goes off to celebrate, the wicketkeeper Awais Ahmed is down. So despite the wicket, this is a concerning moment for Spain. 57 for 3. Down the ground from Zakil. It's another 6 for him. He's already hit 2 and he's only faced 3 balls. That's T10 cricket for you, folks. Down the ground, though, it doesn't matter where the fielders are for a hit like that. That's gone miles over the boundary from Sabah Zakil. He hit 6 sixes to take Belgium to victory against Spain way back on Monday morning, and he's already halfway there now. That's his 3rd.
So he's got to be given a shout out, hasn't he? This one's going up in the air, and the fielder getting right under it and take the catch. Well, I was talking about the man, Hamza Salim, and there he is, taking the catch. Well, take about Hamza Salim. We're talking about your batting, and he's pretty good in the field as well. Well done, son. As Tom Vine comes back.
Skied up, catching chance, and held as well by Paul Hennessy. It's another one. He's getting to show us all the array of his celebrations today. 73 for 5. And it's a jig of delight for Spain, who right now are just starting to restrict Belgium by picking up more and more wickets.
This was an important one because we know that Rahimi, he can really change a game.
Belted away by Mahmood. That will go in the gap, wide of Hennessy at long on. Cutter completely deceived him, and he's got a third. Well, it's all going Tom Vine's way, and it's all going Spain's way. 77 for 6. Huge swipe from Ekrami. And that's a 6. Well, it's what we promised you for Belgium. They had the spectators on that far side ducking for cover. If it's a Belgian batsman, they're probably going to hit their first ball for 4 or 6. Hennessy back on, and his first ball has been hit way over our commentary position. That is a massive, massive 6. One of the biggest ones we've seen at this entire tournament so far. A horrible delivery, and it got the treatment it deserved. Slow ball down the ground. Well, umpire Shub doesn't have to worry about getting away at that one. That is a huge maximum. You know what you're going to get from Belgium. They'll keep losing wickets, but by George, they'll keep hitting.
Good to take evasive action.
Oh, and Sakil goes again. Full toss, and that's going to get the treatment. That is towards the fans who are ducking for cover. That's a big, big 6.
Paul Hennessy.
Well, Hyder this time from the first ball. The new over has been hit by Zakil. Anybody bowling to Sabir Zakil's disappearing at the moment. He's not hit a 4 in this innings, but why do you need to hit 4s when you can hit 6s? That is his 7th 6. Again the grunt, and this time the reward from Hyder. Ekrami's gone. It is in many ways a classic T10 innings from a Belgian at this tournament. 12 off 4 balls, 2 6s, 2 balls missed. Well, that's going to help them no end. 6 over the head of the Spanish captain, Munoz Mills, out there. Well, that's why Shagari Safat was happy to take the strike. He says to Sabir Zakil, you might have a 50, but I can hit big 6s too. Down the ground, dropped by Lal, could be a run out, but just decides calmly that it's better to hold the ball. Belgium then think of an incredibly cheeky second whilst Lal is mid-pitch with the ball at his feet, and they decide against it. So the Belgians just fall short of 140. They finish with 5 singles. It's actually a very good closing over from Kuldeep Lal after that first ball went for 6. It goes for 11, and Belgium have posted a marginally above par, 134 for 7. He's going to get us going with his slow left armers to Awais Ahmed, who hits the first ball for 6 over mid-wicket. That is absolutely emphatic. What a shot that is.
Shaba, shaba, shaka, lagya. Well, look, you can't bowl there. And this shot to man the strength of Awais Ahmed.
This time Yasir Ali has sived that away through point. Not exactly his most convincing shot, but in the form he's in, he'll take the boundary. Oh, that has been absolutely thumped from the Yasir Ali. Well, that's the shot of a man who is trying to get back into form and will take so much confidence from it. They don't get the extra bonus point. It's not the biggest problem. Thuds into the pads. Has it hit him outside the line of off stump? No. Given by umpire Gooch. And Belgium have got the breakthrough. 21 for 1.
Back to the action here.
Batty starting life outside the power play for Belgium, and he gets hit straight down the ground, thuds into the Whalings. Well, that's why Jack Perman is one we've been so excited about this week. Hits his 2nd ball for 6. It's often undervalued in T10, as Perman might be gone here. He is gone here. A big moment for the Belgians. It's Batty who gets him. Not going to drop that catch, Munir Mohammed. It was straight at him, and Jack Perman, who's been in scintillating form for Spain in this tournament, has to go. Effort ball first up from Safat, and it's got a wicket. Nicely taken out at cover, good catch diving forward. And Spain just keep faltering here, 34 for 3. They're 23 runs already behind where Belgium were at this stage. Well, that's certainly going to help. It goes to 6. Hamza Salim doesn't need the free hit as an incentive to hit it for 6, but it doesn't half help him do that anyway. That has landed on the top of the batting dugout's marquee to the delight of the Spanish supporters in the ground. But they need a few more where that came from.
Yeah, this was awesome. This was big.
Long, long way up. And just about over the boundary as well. It's not the cleanest struck 6 we've seen all week, but Hamza Salim managed to get underneath it and get just about enough of it. And this is what Spain need, back-to-back 6s. That another full toss and another 6 for Hamza Salim. Well, if you watched Sweden yesterday, you'll know that you never give up on a team until the final ball. Well, Asjabat certainly can hit big, and he started there. That's his first 6. They still believe that gap between where they are and where Belgium were at this stage is closing ball by ball. It is 4 6s in a row for Team Spain, including 7 earlier on in this game. And now he's contributing with a ball as well. Butt is gone for 9. Well, that is another big breakthrough for the Belgians. And first ball hits that for 6. It's dropped by a member of the ECN staff, who I'm sure will be lambasted about that over dinner tonight at the Sunset Beach Hotel. But much more importantly, Lal hits his first ball for 6. Skied up, chance, and out. Another one gone, and that is the really important one. The top run scorer for Spain in this tournament so far. A man who can score them very quickly as well. 72 for 5 at the end of the 7th. Lovely touch shot from Kuldeep Lal, just using the pace. And it's managed to escape through the fielder for 4. Not the finest bit of work out there from Saklein. Short, and gets absolutely pumped through the mid-wicket region for 6 by Kuldeep Lal. Well, Lal has improved with the bat as the week's gone on, and he's got more opportunities. Have been part of previous European cricket series, but have been on the international stage on our network for the first time as Lal goes
It's
again.
yours, buddy. This is yours.
6. It's gone almost straight into my hands. It's actually bounced just a yard below our commentary box. In position to go straight. As speaking of positions, it's not exactly Zulkarnain Haider's most confident or convincing position there. He was trying to hit this through backward point. Instead, he's nicked it away for 4. Out! Well, Belgium sealing victory in style. It looks like now Sabir Zakil picks up another wicket. And Spain on 97 for 6. It's the end of Zulkarnain Haider. That's down the ground from Lal, a very nice shot, and that ball has gone the journey just over the rope for 6 to Kuldeep Lal. Spain past the 100 mark with 4 balls to go of their innings. Full toss, horrid delivery. Could yet get a wicket though, does get a wicket. Well, that's not how you want your 31st birthday to end. Poor old Paul Hennessy has hit a full toss straight to Murid Ekrami, who's not going to drop that out on the long off rope.
And see this delivery, if this one goes in the air, and it will be taken, so that's a catch taken. So they get the wicket off Lal as well. That's the 8th one goes down, and they are the winners here. This is celebration time. The Group A champions, they are going to go through not only to week 4, the Champions Week, but they have got that very special bonus point. Well done. Congratulations. Muy felicidades for Belgica.
What a moment for the Belgian side, and what a moment in Belgian cricketing history.
The clock counts down, and we are ready to go. And Vinay Ravi to bowl the first ball. Full and straight, and I think he's got him. He's asking the question. Everybody has gone up here. Well, there certainly was sound. It sounded like maybe bat on pad. And this time he does get it. And it'll probably just, one bounce and 4 runs. So the first runs of this eliminator. Short, and it's over the top, and this time it will go all the way. Balle, balle, balle. 6 carreras. The first Maximo. Oh, this is beautiful. Well, the sun's not out quite yet, but we say there's a lot of sexy cricket being played here. Up in the air, but this is well hit, and this will go the distance as well. 6 more. Shakalagya. This is a nice shot. Beautiful shot. Well, you missed a very tidy and interesting first over from Vinay Ravi. There was some close calls as well, but now the batsmen seem to be in the groove. This was a delightful shot, just straying down the leg side. Ravi once more. Played over the top, and even with this outfield that has a lot of dew on it, that will go to the boundary. Goes for it, and this is one going to be taken. No, it's gone over him, just enough on it once more. And Rahul Khan, he's taken a liking to the bowling of Vinay Ravi, especially in this second over. In the air, and this is going to go to hand. Yes, it does. So they do get their first wicket. Rahul Khan goes. He's very disappointed for himself. He scored 31 just of 10 deliveries. But Vinay Ravi, off the last ball of his spell, takes a wicket. And a crucial one it is as well. They needed that breakthrough. We know that these two are a dangerous pair. Ravi picks up his 10th wicket off the championship so far.
Here's Niazi.
Well, it was short, wide, outside the off stump, and when the third man is inside the circle, you make any contact on this as he's going upwards, it's going over him and to the boundary. Well, he's gone for this, and this has gone big. Balle, 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 shakalagya.
Musher Ali, he's sharing a ball with the crowd on this occasion. It's the back of the hand slower ball again, but he was waiting for it. Got caught with his hand in the cookie jar, and this one disappears. That one's out of here. 6 runs.
Well, this one will go. It was in the slot, and that's been hit big. Oh, he's mullered that. That's muscled over the boundary. Big shot.
Yeah, well, he's hitting out now, isn't he, Sher Ali? And this is actually illustrating, I was flirting with the idea of, do you retire a batsman out? This is what you're always hoping, that the longer he's there, the better he's going to get. And he certainly has time to couple well this over.
This one's been drilled and hit hard and smashes into the stronger together banner. Well, Sweden, they have become much stronger together, and they're hoping that that will take them to a victory here, but they need to put the runs on the board. And this was the top shot. Oh, he's got him. Completely done him. That's really well bowled. Knocks the stumps over. The castle has been raided. Castle tutki bahut achhi ball sigi. Jag dite phatte. Well, he looked a bit surprised there, didn't he, the batsman? Just read this all wrong, I think.
Yeah, I think it's just a clever change of pace, I thought, from Niazi.
Drilled hard. That's a lovely shot. Oh, that is beautiful. That is majestic. That is 4 runs. Nicely played, and this will go for 4 runs. Is in that gap. This is big. This is going all the way. Bowl! Volley, volley. 6 carreras más. Que bien, que grande. Well, Maxi, you were ready. Just needed a little bit more effort. It was right down your throat. Short edge, 4 runs. Gone over the top again, and this one will go all the way. Boom! Shaka Lagia!
He's got a great eye, Azam Khalil, once again in. And once again, we've seen batsmen, a bit like Shirley, just taking a little bit of time to get going. And he knows that's an unprotected area of the field.
Hit and hit big. Adios pelota. Esa pelota no volver. Esa pelota marcha para Marbella. That's a big one. 6 more.
What a shot from Khalil. For me, this is the best of the day. This time he does get the ball he wants. He gets the length he wants. He goes bang, straight down the ground.
Yeah, and just over the fielder, and that crashes into the banner there. The fence. 4 more. What an over this is. Let's go, and Zuak does go because we know what he can do. We saw that yesterday. Once he starts seeing the ball, he crushes it to all parts of the boundary as well. And this is exactly what Sweden need now. Both batsmen hitting it big. Oh, he goes for another one, and this is going to be 2 in 2, is it? Yes, it is. Here's another, and that's the biggest of the lot. That is going a long way. That is huge. New balls, please. That one is not coming back. Oh, massive. Absolutely massive.
I'll leave a few breadcrumbs with you if you're going to go find this one, because that's into the woods. That's miles back.
And it's another. You don't need me to tell you that. You can hear it from the roar around the ground. ¡Qué grande! Eso es genial. ¡Qué partido! Ay, ay, ay. Well, they're taking the bowler to the sword again here. There's a bit of carnage going on around the ground here at the Cartama Oval. Oh, this is going to race away. And I think he's got a bit of something on this. And there's no chance here for Ifitaka, the keeper. And it's another one that's going over Ifitaka, the wicket keeper. And that's probably the 3rd or maybe even the 4th that's done that. 4 to finish. The bowler can't believe it. And the score moves to 146. And that's the end of the innings. And middle stump has been taken out of the ground. There can be nothing more emphatic than that in terms of getting a batsman out. This is an absolute beauty. What a delivery. What a start for Sweden. Raza Iqbal, the Norwegian captain, has his middle stump removed out of the ground. Boom, shakalak. And, well, they do get their boundary, and they get it in emphatic style. Manos arriba, arbitro, manos arriba. Eso es 6 carreras.
That was a monster.
This is well hit, 4 runs. Lovely shot. Well, this is another one, right on cue, Vinny. That's the 2nd. And this has been flat batted big for 6. 6 more.
Well, I don't know if the scorer's tent has a skylight, but it might have one now, because that's bounced straight off the roof. So watch out, guys.
And this one's going very much the same way. And 2 6s on the trot. This is what they needed. They need a bit of acceleration. And Ahmed, well, he was a bit sleepy. He's woken up now, 2 in 2. And it starts with a 6 off his bowling. It's not the first time that this will happen. I mean, this is what you're talking about, Vinny. I mean, you've got to have the field in place. If it's hit cleanly, it's going over the top. And this is hit sweet, out the middle of the bat and over the top of the fielder. It's got enough on it. 6 more. And nobody's catching that. There was a shadow catch. It's gone over the fielder. That's in the 30-yard circle, and there's nobody behind him. That's 6 runs. Sliced away, and the catch taken. And I think that was a case of, look, I'm feeling the pain. I'm not going to be able to take too many singles. I'm just going to try and hit big shots. And if I go, let somebody else come in. Vinny? This could be a chance. It's dipping, but he's taken a brilliant catch. Imal Zuak, he's been fantastic out there, hasn't he? We've seen him make some great stops diving around. And this one, well, he had to come in quick, had to judge it, had to take it before it dropped, and he did. Nice catch. So the second wicket goes. Well, I think this one, I think he might be out here. He's already walking. Now they're going to the third umpire, but this was very good work.
Here's Rahel Khan again.
And this has been picked up beautifully. Lovely shot. Well, that's what they need to do. Forget about the wickets that are going. Every batsman that comes in has to take charge, has to play shots. And that one was a nice one. This one's been well picked up. Balle, balle, balle. And Marzi Wolfie is being attacked from all angles in the scorer's box up there. Full toss, and it's played away out on the off, and I think that may have been called a no ball as well. It has.
Miss hit. And he's gone. Venkatesh, the captain, takes the catch once again. Galami taking some pace off the ball. Well, he's got 3 wickets now.
Yeah. And he is capable of playing it, but he slices up in the air. This should be an opportunity, and it has been taken. So we see another player go first ball, and what that basically means is the captain off the side and also the vice-captain have both made golden ducks, and I think this is a pair as well for Sahak. This one, it's in the air. Is it going to go all the way? Yes, it does. Manos arriba, amigos. 6 carreras más. They just got to keep hoping. He hasn't caught hold of this, and this will be the easiest of golden bowls. And that's another one. Well, he's not. He's got plenty on this one. This one will go all the way. That's 6 more runs. They just got to keep believing, and they got to just keep hitting and hitting big. That's what they need now. And Wakas, he certainly hit this away pretty well, Wakas Ahmed. This is a nice shot. Well hit. Fielder getting under it, but can't do anything about it. The captain, Venkatesh, it's 6 more. So 2 sixes in the over.
Here's Venki.
And this one looks like it's going to go to the boundary as well, and it does, despite it catching the hands of the fielder coming across Imal Zuak, who's been absolutely sensational.
I need 36 off this over, Rico, so they need 6 sixes.
This one's been crashed pretty hard, and, well, it smashes into Azam Khalil, and it goes to the boundary. Well, it doesn't matter, he says. Well, he's got a few injuries, and now he's hurt another one. He's saying, don't forget, I've got a bad hand. Well, I think he's got 2 bad hands now.
I think he does, but yeah, I think that was smart as well. No use risking it for a catch that wouldn't have made any difference. What a game we've seen in the Eliminator.
We're bowling to Awais Ahmed with Kuldeep Lal at the non-strikers. It's a nice start from Akrami. Just nudged away by Awais Ahmed for a single. Brings on to strike Kuldeep Lal. Down the ground from Awais Ahmed, the first boundary of the innings for Spain. A lovely straight batted shot from Awais Ahmed. Swinging in, and Awais Ahmed just goes with the swing and flicks it away for 4. Down the ground, the first 6 of this game. Kuldeep Lal finally fires into life, just 1 off 8 before this shot. And he goes downtown and gets a maximum.
Yeah, and that's just what he needed to get his innings going, I think. It's a confident swing of the bat.
And the free hit's capitalised on. Well, that's gone for another boundary for Spain, who are just starting to kick into life. Kuldeep Lal into double figures. He's catching up on those dots from earlier on in the over. Effort ball flicked away It's a big chase for mid-wicket coming round, and Rahimi can't cut it off, so Spain are flying along here. Smashed away, and could be caught, and just short of Munib Mohammed. Nothing he could really do about it. He made very good ground. Oh, that is absolutely mullered from Awais Ahmed. It's a huge 6 over mid-wicket. And this Spain opening partnership are really starting to tick now. 41 without loss. This time by Lal. And his long vigil ends 21 off 20. It's a very uncharacteristic innings from Kuldeep Lal, who we're used to seeing smash the ball all over the place. Just didn't get going. And Spain are 42 for 1. Well, that would have been a wide, but Perman instead decides to hit it for 6 over extra cover. Well, that's a way to get off the mark. He was in such good form against Belgium last night, and now he's off the mark in style against them today. Not going to be playing players good enough to hit it for 6, but that is what happens when it goes wrong. It's a full toss, over-pitched, and Awais Ahmed has clattered that into the scaffolding tower. That is a big 6. Shakari Sefat's back for his second. That would have been a wide, but instead, Perman's just able to open the face, nice and calm, and guide it away through third man. Gorgeous touch shot, didn't try and hit it too hard. Nicked and gone. Awais Ahmed is out. He's given by umpire Shub. He wasn't in a rush to leave his crease and walk off, but he'll have to now. 72 for 2. And it's shots like that are why his very first ball goes for 6 into the fan zone. Well, we said he doesn't take long to get going. And Hamza Dar Salim is off and running with a maximum. Oh, that's nicked down the leg side and out. Oh, what an awful way to go for Hamza Salim. 6 and out. And it's great keeping down the leg side from Ali Raza to get there and take it. Poor old Salim, had he jumped inside the line, he would have definitely got a wide, but instead, it's gloved through. Pace on the ball, and pace down the ground from Jack Perman, sends it back from whence it came. And he is looking in exemplary touch once more, the youngster. That is straight off the driving range.
Oh, beautiful shot.
Full toss, horrible delivery, and it's 6 over square leg, and no ball as well, signalled by umpire Gooch. That is just the kind of bonus that Spain needed, and looking at the replay, it's more than a fair enough call.
Yeah, it's a good call, really good call by the umpires.
That is absolutely murdered from Jack Perman, who is going great guns here for Spain. He's almost single-handedly carrying them to a decent score here. He's smoking it. He's on to 34 off 15. Nicked and got him. Razak gets his revenge. It was just a little cutter, held back a bit more. Perman was through the shot too early, and the catch is held onto by Ali Raza behind the sticks. 104 for 4. And that's Chekos again through mid-wicket, but this time it's 6. Well, that's a way to make an impact. The penultimate ball of the innings goes the distance.
Last ball, strap yourselves in.
And Butt goes again. And it's dropped by Omid Rahimi. They're going to keep running because it's the last ball of the innings. Well, they run back, which, well, Yasir Ali, to me, should have just kept running because they had nothing to lose. It's a strange catch as well. He went for it one.
Thought he was closer to the boundary. You know, he thought he was closer, so he's just being a bit of safety first. Knew that the catch wasn't. Spain, they do have the runs on the board. They've got 113 of them.
That's a nice start from Munib Mohammed. That's the shot of a player in form. It's not even that bad a delivery from Ali Raja. Maybe a touch short though, and it immediately gets hit away through backward third man sort of region for 4. That is absolutely minced away. It's the first boundary of the reply. Ali Raza straight into his work. 4 runs. Down the ground, catching chance. Oh, and they've run into each other. Oh, that's horrible. Christian Mills. And
oh man. Back to live action. The next one is over. And it's over where Rugby Punch-Out was. It's going to be 4 runs.
turned away, not the best ball to start with, short and on the pads of Munir Mohammed, and then the form he's in. More so than most teams. But that's short again and gets the treatment. That is in towards the batting dugout. It's onto the grass bank. And Munir Mohammed has 15 and Hamza has gone for 10 off 2. He's under real pressure now. Again goes short, this time too far outside off, and what a shot that is. 6 over third man, just using the pace of Salim against him. This is outstanding batsmanship from Munir Mohammed. Short, and that has been absolutely munched for 6 over square leg. That sounded so good off the bat. Ali Raza picks up 6 more, and Belgium are flying their way. And that's a full toss. That's not going to make it any better for Spain. That is 6 more. It wasn't actually the cleanest strike from Raja, but 50-metre boundaries are oh so unforgiving. It is, for my money, the fastest 50 partnership of the competition so far. Quicker ball, but that gets the treatment as well. Well, Raza and Mohammed are in imperious form, and Spain have no answer to this right now. It is yet another 6, the second of the over. Effort ball, and they've got a wicket. 57 for 1. Got him. Well, that is superb from Tom Vine. We were just talking about all his variations. And he's just bowling Spain back into this contest. He's giving them a glimmer of hope. 61 for 2.
Still think they need to remove the danger man, Ali Raza, who's on strike now.
Well, Raza's got this one away. He could be removed. He is removed. It's the 12th man, Hennessy, who holds on to the catch. And Spain are bowling their way back into this, having almost bowled their way out of it. 63 for 3.
They were up, they were down, they're up, they're down. Now, yes, Ali, late change. He's come on instead of Vine. And Cody's going to have to go way back. He's going to not be able to stop this one. Maximo! Shiraz goes to double digits.
Oh, that's gone away through third man. Well, that really is going to be costly. Down the ground, and 6. Sabir Zakiel is hurting Spain once more. 6 sixes against them when they met on Monday morning, and that's his first this time here on Friday. Again, it's a slow ball, and this time it's absolutely pummeled along the carpet through extra cover. Oh, a lovely shot, and just tipped around the post by Asjad Butt, which is useful in a game of football, but not in T10 cricket. Skied up. This should be out. And it is out. Caught by Perman. Well, surely Spain aren't going to do it again, are they? They've just given themselves a sliver of a chance here. Sabir Zakiel has gone for 19 off 14. He's hurt Spain before. And Mahimi's first ball is absolutely blasted down the ground. It's a catching chance, though, for Mills on the rope. And he's dropped it over the rope for 6. And, of course, he goes again. Has he finished it? You bet he has. Belgium are into finals week. They're the first team to reach finals week of this inaugural Dream11 European Cricket Championship. They win this game by 6 wickets with 9 balls to spare. It is excellent work from Omid Rahimi, and just look at what it means to the Belgians. They came into this group as the 3rd highest team on the rankings out of the 5 teams in Group A.
Here's the first ball from Ahmed. It's a good one. He just lips outside the off stump. And Jyoti acrobatically stops this. Out of here. This one, he's gone through, and that will be 4 runs. That's not the best of fielding. That looked like a fairly tired and lethargic effort from the fielder. 4 runs.
So I think
there was a touch on this. He's got to go inside edge. That is disappointment. Oh dear. Away Ahmed. This was a loose shot. We saw him play a loose one yesterday, and we put that down to perhaps tiredness.
and out. And what a great finish to the over. And well, Zabi Zahid, he's been promising something for a while. And we saw him, didn't we, playing for Nacka in the Stockholm ECS just a couple of months ago. Oh, in the air, this has got a bit of hang time. Azam's coming in. Oh, and he just can't hold on. Oh, he came in a long way there, Azam Khalil. He does have that injured hand, but he's still fielding in that position. Oh, in the air, this is Miles in the air. Well, no one's catching this. It's got some hang time, and it's a Maximo. Hurricane Hamza. Well, he's here, and he's ready to party. It's the end of the power play, and that was a powerful stroke. 25 for 2, Spain, after 3 overs. Does go the off spinner, and this one, oh, it's almost taken by Ismail Zia. We tried to turn that into a catch. Look, I don't mind this, Rico. I know it gives away 4. Well, this one's a miss hit, but Hamza's miss hits. They sail over the ropes. Maximo! Hamza Salim gets his second, and he's up to 18 already in Spain. This is the resurgence they were hoping for. Rahul Khan, this is going to be in the gap. Well, it's not a very good effort, I'll be honest with you here. This is some more work for him, but he's going to go nowhere near this. This is near the giant ice cube. It's going to be another boundary, so the Perminator gets going. Oh, this one he lifts out of the ground. It was just a little bit too short. Well, that one's going to bounce off the big ball, and here's a man that hits the big ball. Oh, this is a chance, I think. It's Miles in the air. Now the keeper's after it. Then he's going to leave it to the line man, and he's not able to get a hand on it. I think of 2. There's nobody home at the keeper's end. In the air, and once again, he hasn't quite got all of this. Galami's going to drop it over the rope for 6. Unbelievable. Maximo! The Perminator living dangerously. Who goes big? Oh, this is huge. That's gone into the trees. I don't even bother finding that one. New balls, please. Maximo. What a start for Berman. This one hits him in front. Umpire has a good look, a really good look, and now he gives it. And so Perman goes. That ball went to the boundary. Would have been 4-leg bias. Umpire had a really long look at this one. How he goes against Venkatesh.
Well, he goes large. This is going all the way. This is going to go crushing below us. This is a beautiful shot. It really is. Exquisite timing.
Oh, it's a slight miss hit. He's got a long way to go, Khalil, but he can't cut it off. It's another Maximo. Oh, Salim's looking dangerous, and he's done it in the middle order. He's done it when he's been opening. Oh, this is well struck, and this is going to be 6 more. Maximo! Asjad Butt, well, he's waited for an opportunity to make an impact on this series, and he's announcing himself with some style. That's the end of the 7th over. It's 93 for 3. It goes big again, and this one's going to sail into the crowd. Well, watch out if you're in the bar. You've got to keep your wits about you. The spectators, they're loving it as well. And Salim goes to 50 with that shot. What an innings he's had here in a crucial match. 50 off 20 balls, and that's his 6th Maximo.
Oh, yeah, give it some of that. That's right. That's Balle's there for you. All over. 6 runs.
And this one is nailed, and bye-bye ball. Adios, pelota. He is going massive in this innings. Such a big game for these 2 teams. He moves up to 57. Big strike.
Oh, Balle. Kinna, Buddha, Shaka. Well, that's another one for the Snakes. This has gone huge.
Sabi Zahid's back, the line man, and he gets greeted with a sparkling cover drive. It was just caressed through the covers away from the fielder. Full, but too full, and that's another one. Well, eyes open if you're over there. They're feeding the wildlife, and Butt moves to 30. It's been a really good contribution from him. He's going 3 a ball, and Spain are up into the 130s. Still half an over to go. It's muy grande. Slower ball, and he's fooled him. Should be out and taken. So an important wicket, and I see that Azam Khalil has been moved around into the infield, and no real celebrations from the Swedes there. I think they're already thinking about the second half. Zetchel Gippsland, Darren Warwick. The last ball of the innings, might as well go. Probably not going to get more than 1, so I'll just have to eat it. Well, I'll tell you what, time to take a breath. Hamza Salim, he'll finish on 65, not out, and Good sportsmanship as well from the Swedes. One thing you would say, they did chase 150 last night against a very, very good Belgian side. And you just wouldn't count them out in this. Sweden, they are the chaseologists, and they might have cooked one last time against Spain, but they are a team, especially with a bat that are full of confidence. They've got such a big batting lineup, and they'll be chasing 135 for a spot in the championship week. 135 for a spot in the championship week. And the first one could have gone anywhere. And Sherali had to get on his bike. They get through for a single, the first run of the Swedish innings. Rahel Khan, he's going to get them off to a good start. That one might have gone all the way. I'll have to wait on the umpire. Yep. Manos arriba, umpire Maximo. Rahel Khan. Well, that's what you call getting Ryan in the ECC. It looks a bit like this, 6 runs. Oh, this one beats him. It's one of the more optimistic LBW appeals. They go the long way. He's going to be gone here. He's run out. And can you believe that? Well, he's gone. It's like a half-court Hail Mary. And Sher Ali, he was pushed back, he was knocked back, but then how about that? That's Asjad Bart who threw this, and he threw the subs down on the full, and there was no doubt about it. The umpire didn't even have to go upstairs, and a bit of magic from the Spaniards. It's 7 for 1. Here's Mahmood. And he gets another one. Wow, can you believe it? Mahmood, the first one, he kind of created by hitting Sher Ali, gave him a dead leg, and he got run out. And then this time, it was right on the money. So back on strike. Oh, hits him on the back pad. And this will probably run away for 4-leg buys. Oh, well, I mean. Oh, and he's knocked over, and another one goes. Khalil, he's got to go for a duck, and it's a great Yorker from Hyder. And Spain are flying in Cartama. Pace on, and played away nicely, timed away. This will be 4. Cuatro carreras. The captain, Venkatesh, gets... Well, this one's out of here. It's a no-doubter, Maximo. Zubak. Well, this is how he likes to deal. So I hope you know your 6 times tables, because he likes to go in multiples. And that one was blasted over mid-off. Oh, in the air, but this one's going to be 4. Just had enough to get over the man in the circle. It goes after this, but it's in the gap, and this will probably be another boundary. 1 bounce up. It goes up and away, but he's mishit this. This will surely be out, and it is. Oh, Yasser Ali takes the catch, and Zubak, the danger man, has gone for only 11. Sweden lose a 4th wicket. This one's got to leave the park, and it does. Maximo. Zahid took it on. That's the plan. If he mishit it, he was in trouble. Well, this is 6. I can tell you that from the moment it left the bat. It was cracked down the ground. Hennessy, well, he went the journey there, didn't he? Maximo. Oh, he's bowled, and he got all the way across there, Venkatesh. He's tried this a few times, and well, Hennessy, all he did was put it straight on the middle stump, and it's foot celebration time.
Well, this one hasn't dried up. This is opened it again. This has put a hole in the bucket. They're starting to leak again. Big hit, 6 runs. He's just got to keep believing. Shaka Lagya.
Next one from Kuldeep Lal. And he knocks him over. That's a big wicket as well. Khalid Zahid was just getting going, and now Sweden have lost a 6th wicket. And he does go big, but is it big enough? He's back, it's out of here. Maximo. Well, there you go. It'll come back now in Sweden. And their nerves are jangling. I tell you what, the bar were jangling after this. This one bounced off the path. Little edge, and it'll get past the short 3rd man.
Fine once more, goes for the short one. Well, this one's hanging in the air. This could be a catch. Hennessy gets underneath it, and he takes it. And that is a big wicket. Vamos, chicos, a tope, a tope, a tope. Así me gusta, otro más. And, well, they come together again and do a little bit of the foot dancing. Yeah, give it some of that.
Something amazing. And he tries, but it'll be out. And it's another one. And another one's down. And Zia goes for a duck, just trying to force the pace. It went upstairs on him a little bit too quick from, I think, from Hyder. And so 8 wickets down now, 92 for 8.
Well, this one's more like it. This is the strike rate that's required. Bowl. Volley, volley, volley. And this could be another 2-in-2. Boom! Shakalaka. Well, they're not quite giving it up yet. That one takes them past the 100 mark. He goes again. Oh, would you believe it? 3-in-3. This is just, well, this is just incredible. Well.
And this one looks dead in front, and he's gone, and it's party time for Spain now. They know they've won it now. They booked their place in the championship week 4. And, well, Zahid, it was a brave knock from him. I certainly wish Sweden all the best. Hope to see them again next year. And they're going to finish with a pretty lazy bit of work, but who cares, because Spain are the team that are through to the championship week. A bit of an anticlimactic finish, 4 buys to finish this one off, but Spain, well, they've had an up and down time of it. They did go down to Belgium in the first qualifier, but the second time is the charm for the men in red. The final score, it's Spain 134, Sweden 121.
So that's the Belgian national anthem. Now to follow is the Spanish national anthem, Marcha Real, one of 4 national anthems in the world which actually has no lyrics. That's a horrible delivery to start off with. It will be 5 wides, and poor old away Samed just gives a disdainful look up to his bowler as if to say, what on earth do you expect me to do with that?
Yeah, I mean, this one, I think, surprises everybody.
Smashed away by Raza, and it is the first boundary of the Group A final. And that's gone up over Tom Vine at point for 4 more. Well, what a start for Belgium. And it's short from Raja and pummeled away through square leg. Oh, that's been absolutely mashed for 6 over mid-wicket. Well, it's more tap for Raja. It's dropped by a member of the European Cricket Network staff. And Belgium's power-packed start continues.
Ginabada Shaka. Well, he's absolutely launched this, hasn't he?
Short, oh, and he's got him. Well, for once for Adil Raja, the short pitch bowling has worked. 26 for 1. And Ali Raza, who smacked a quick 5-31 against Spain earlier on in the day, is gone for 20 off just 8 balls.
Yeah, well, look, it's banged in short, and it should have gone, shouldn't it?
palmed over the rope for 6. So 32 for 1 at the end of the second. And Latif gets a slightly fortuitous 6. Chris Munoz-Mills just ending up palming it over the bar as such, which is useful if you're a goalkeeper in a game of football. Oh, that is hit very, very hard. As per usual from Munib Mohamed, his third ball faced goes for 6. And Zulkarnain Haidar has got a problem here. He's been a very economical bowler for Spain in this tournament, but this is quite a challenge to face.
Cover and have somebody out there, and that's the reason why. Well, there you go, guys. That's exactly what I'm trying to demonstrate. Have Hennessy, who's out there, up and push that man back there.
That is absolutely belted straight. 4 runs. Smashed down the ground, but not smashed hard enough, and caught by Kuldeep Lal. 51 for 2, and out comes the pre-planned celebration with Paul Hennessy. Well, I'm not sure quite what to make of that, but what's clear is exactly as we were talking about it, it's happened again.
Yeah.
Tom Vine is in the wickets, 1 to his name now in this Group A grand final. Sabah Zakil comes out, and you know with the big hitting Belgians that anyone can hit their first ball for 6, and Sabah Zakil certainly can. 57 for 2 at the end of the 4th. Vine just falling into that. Kuldeep Lal on. Oh, and that's a very good start from Lal. And he's picked up a wicket with his very first ball. It looks like a good shout. It's given by umpire Gooch. But whilst Lal goes off to celebrate, the wicketkeeper Awais Ahmed is down. So despite the wicket, this is a concerning moment for Spain. 57 for 3. Down the ground from Zakil. It's another 6 for him. He's already hit 2 and he's only faced 3 balls. That's T10 cricket for you, folks. Down the ground, though, it doesn't matter where the fielders are for a hit like that. That's gone miles over the boundary from Sabah Zakil. He hit 6 sixes to take Belgium to victory against Spain way back on Monday morning, and he's already halfway there now. That's his 3rd.
So he's got to be given a shout out, hasn't he? This one's going up in the air, and the fielder getting right under it and take the catch. Well, I was talking about the man, Hamza Salim, and there he is, taking the catch. Well, take about Hamza Salim. We're talking about your batting, and he's pretty good in the field as well. Well done, son. As Tom Vine comes back.
Skied up, catching chance, and held as well by Paul Hennessy. It's another one. He's getting to show us all the array of his celebrations today. 73 for 5. And it's a jig of delight for Spain, who right now are just starting to restrict Belgium by picking up more and more wickets.
This was an important one because we know that Rahimi, he can really change a game.
Belted away by Mahmood. That will go in the gap, wide of Hennessy at long on. Cutter completely deceived him, and he's got a 3rd. Well, it's all going Tom Vine's way, and it's all going Spain's way. 77 for 6. Huge swipe from Ekrami. And that's a 6. Well, it's what we promised you for Belgium. They had the spectators on that far side ducking for cover. If it's a Belgian batsman, they're probably going to hit their first ball for 4 or 6. Hennessy back on, and his first ball has been hit way over our commentary position. That is a massive, massive 6. One of the biggest ones we've seen at this entire tournament so far. A horrible delivery, and it got the treatment it deserved. Slow ball down the ground. Well, umpire Shub doesn't have to worry about getting away at that one. That is a huge maximum. You know what you're going to get from Belgium. They'll keep losing wickets, but by George, they'll keep hitting.
Good to take evasive action.
Oh, and Zakil goes again. Full toss, and that's going to get the treatment. That is towards the fans who are ducking for cover. That's a big, big 6.
Paul Hennessy.
Well, Haidar this time from the first ball. The new over has been hit by Zakil. Anybody bowling to Sabah Zakil's disappearing at the moment. He's not hit a 4 in this innings, but why do you need to hit 4s when you can hit 6s? That is his 7th 6. Again the grunt, and this time the reward from Haidar. Ekrami's gone. It is in many ways a classic T10 innings from a Belgian at this tournament. 12 off 4 balls, 2 sixes, 2 balls missed. Well, that's going to help them no end. 6 over the head of the Spanish captain, Munoz Mills, out there. Well, that's why Shagari Safat was happy to take the strike. He says to Saber Zakil, you might have a 50, but I can hit big sixes too. Down the ground, dropped by Lal, could be a run out, but just decides calmly that it's better to hold the ball. Belgium then think of an incredibly cheeky second whilst Lal is mid-pitch with the ball at his feet, and they decide against it. So the Belgians just fall short of 140. They finish with 5 singles. It's actually a very good closing over from Kuldeep Lal after that first ball went for 6. It goes for 11, and Belgium have posted a marginally above par 134 for 7. He's going to get us going with his slow left armers to Awais Ahmed, who hits the first ball for 6 over mid-wicket. That is absolutely emphatic. What a shot that is.
Shaba, shaka, lagya. Well, look, you can't bowl there. And this shot to man the strength of Awais Ahmed.
This time Yasir Ali has sived that away through point. Not exactly his most convincing shot, but in the form he's in, he'll take the boundary. Oh, that has been absolutely thumped from the Yasir Ali. Well, that's the shot of a man who is trying to get back into form and will take so much confidence from it. They don't get the extra bonus point. It's not the biggest problem. Thuds into the pads, has it hit him outside the line of off stump? No, given by umpire Gooch. And Belgium have got the breakthrough, 21 for 1.
Back to the action here.
Batty starting life outside the power play for Belgium, and he gets hit straight down the ground, thuds into the Whalings. Well, that's why Jack Perman is one we've been so excited about this week. Hits his second ball for 6. It's often undervalued in T10, as Perman might be gone here. He is gone here. A big moment for the Belgians. It's Batty who gets him. Not going to drop that catch, Munir Mohammed. It was straight at him, and Jack Perman, who's been in scintillating form for Spain in this tournament, has to go. Effort ball first up from Safat, and it's got a wicket. Nicely taken out at cover, good catch diving forward. And Spain just keep faltering here, 34 for 3. They're 23 runs already behind where Belgium were at this stage. Well, that's certainly going to help. It goes to 6. Hamza Salim doesn't need the free hit as an incentive to hit it for 6, but it doesn't half help him do that anyway. That has landed on the top of the batting dugout's marquee, to the delight of the Spanish supporters in the ground. But they need a few more where that came from.
Yeah, this was awesome. This was big.
Long, long way up. And just about over the boundary as well. It's not the cleanest struck 6 we've seen all week, but Hamza Salim managed to get underneath it and get just about enough of it. And this is what Spain need, back-to-back 6s. That another full toss and another 6 for Hamza Salim. Well, if you watched Sweden yesterday, you'll know that you never give up on a team until the final ball. Well, Asjabat certainly can hit big, and he started there. That's his first 6. They still believe that gap between where they are and where Belgium were at this stage is closing ball by ball. It is 4 6s in a row for Team Spain, including 7 earlier on in this game. And now he's contributing with a ball as well. Butt is gone for 9. Well, that is another big breakthrough for the Belgians. And first ball hits that for 6. It's dropped by a member of the ECN staff, who I'm sure will be lambasted about that over dinner tonight at the Sunset Beach Hotel. But much more importantly, Lal hits his first ball for 6. Skied up, chance, and out. Another one gone, and that is the really important one. The top run scorer for Spain in this tournament so far. A man who can score them very quickly as well. 72 for 5 at the end of the 7th. Lovely touch shot from Kuldeep Lal, just using the pace. And it's managed to escape through the fielder for 4. Not the finest bit of work out there from Saklein. short and gets absolutely pumped through the mid-wicket region for 6 by Kuldeep Lal. Well, Lal has improved with the bat as the week's gone on and he's got more opportunities. We've been part of previous European Cricket Series, but have been on the international stage on our network for the first time as Lal goes
It's
again.
yours, buddy. This is yours.
6. It's gone almost straight into my hands. It's actually bounced just a yard below our commentary box. In position to go straight. As speaking of positions, it's not exactly Zulkarnain Haider's most confident or convincing position there. He was trying to hit this through backward point. Instead, he's nicked it away for 4. Out! Well, Belgium sealing victory in style, it looks like now. Sabir Zakil picks up another wicket. And Spain on 97 for 6. It's the end of Zulkarnain Haider. That's down the ground from Lal, a very nice shot. And that ball has gone the journey just over the rope for 6-2. Kuldeep Lal. Spain past the 100 mark with 4 balls to go of their innings. Full toss, horrid delivery. Could yet get a wicket though, does get a wicket. Well, that's not how you want your 31st birthday to end. Poor old Paul Hennessy has hit a full toss straight to Murid Ekrami, who's not going to drop that out on the long off rope.
And see this delivery, if this one goes in the air, and it will be taken, so that's a catch taken. So they get the wicket off Lal as well. That's the 8th one goes down, and they are the winners here. This is celebration time. The Group A champions, they are going to go through not only to week 4, the Champions Week, but they have got that very special bonus point. Well done. Congratulations. Muy felicidades for Belgica.
What a moment for the Belgian side, and what a moment in Belgian cricketing history.
The clock counts down, and we are ready to go. And Vinay Ravi to bowl the first ball. Full and straight, and I think he's got him. He's asking the question. Everybody has gone up here. Well, there certainly was sound. It sounded like maybe bat on pad. And this time he does get it. And it'll probably just, 1 bounce and 4 runs. So the first runs of this eliminator. Short, and it's over the top, and this time it will go all the way. Balle, 6 carreras. The first Maximo. Oh, this is beautiful. Well, the sun's not out quite yet, but we say there's a lot of sexy cricket being played here. Up in the air, but this is well hit, and this will go the distance as well. 6 more. Shakalagya. This is a nice shot. Beautiful shot. Well, you missed a very tidy and interesting first over from Vinay Ravi. There was some close calls as well, but now the batsmen seem to be in the groove. This was a delightful shot, just straying down the leg side. Ravi once more. Played over the top, and even with this outfield that has a lot of dew on it, that will go to the boundary. Goes for it, and this is one going to be taken. No, it's gone over him, just enough on it once more. And Rahul Khan, he's taken a liking to the bowling of Vinay Ravi, especially in this second over. In the air, and this is going to go to hand. Yes, it does. So they do get their first wicket. Rahul Khan goes. He's very disappointed for himself. He scored 31 just of 10 deliveries. But Vinay Ravi, off the last ball of his spell, takes a wicket. And a crucial one it is as well. They needed that breakthrough. We know that these two are a dangerous pair. Ravi picks up his 10th wicket off the championship so far.
Here's Niazi.
Well, it was short. wide outside the off stump, and when the third man is inside the circle, you make any contact on this as it's going upwards, it's going over him and to the boundary. Well, he's gone for this, and this has gone big. Balle, Shaka Lagya.
Well, Sher Ali, he's sharing a ball with the crowd on this occasion. It's the back of the hand slow ball again, but he was waiting for it. Got caught with his hand in the cookie jar, and this one disappears. That one's out of here. 6 runs.
Well, this one will go. It was in the slot, and that's been hit big. Oh, he's mullered that. That's muscled over the boundary. Big shot.
Yeah, well, he's hitting out now, isn't he, Sher Ali? And this is actually illustrating, I was flirting with the idea of, do you retire a batsman out? This is what you're always hoping, that the longer he's there, the better he's going to get. And he certainly has time to couple well this over.
This one's been drilled and hit hard and smashes into the stronger together banner. Well, Sweden, they have become much stronger together, and they're hoping that that will take them to a victory here, but they need to put the runs on the board. And this was the top shot. Oh, he's got him. Completely done him. That's really well bowled. Knocks the stumps over. The castle has been raided. Castle tutki bahut achhi ball sigi. Jag dite phatte. Well, he looked a bit surprised there, didn't he, the batsman? Just read this all wrong, I think.
Yeah, it's just a clever change of pace, I thought, from Niasi.
Drilled hard. That's a lovely shot. Oh, that is beautiful. That is majestic. That is 4 runs. Nicely played, and this will go for 4 runs. Is in that gap. This is big. This is going all the way. Vale. 6 carreras más. Que bien, que grande. Well, Maxi, you were ready. Just needed a little bit more effort. It was right down your throat. Short edge, 4 runs. He's gone over the top again, and this one will go all the way. Boom! Shaka Lagya!
He's got a great eye, Azam Khalil, once to get in. And once again, we've seen batsmen, a bit like Sher Ali, just taking a little bit of time to get going. And he knows that's an unprotected area of the field.
Hit and hit big. Adios pelota. Esa pelota no volver. Esa pelota marcha para Marbella. That's a big one. 6 more.
What a shot from Khalil. For me, this is the best of the day. This time he does get the ball he wants. He gets the length he wants. He goes bang, straight down the ground.
Yeah, and just over the fielder, and that crushes into the banner there. The fence, 4 more. What an over this is. Let's go, and Zuak does go, because we know what he can do. We saw that yesterday. Once he starts seeing the ball, he crushes it to all parts of the boundary as well. And this is exactly what Sweden need now. Both the batsmen hitting it big. Oh, he goes for another one, and this is going to be 2 in 2, is it? Yes, it is. Here's another, and that's the biggest of the lot. That is going a long way. That is huge. New balls, please. That one is not coming back. Oh, massive. Absolutely massive.
I'll leave a few breadcrumbs with you if you're going to go find this one, because that's into the woods. That's miles back.
And it's another. You don't need me to tell you that. You can hear it from the roar around the ground. ¡Qué grande! Eso es genial. ¡Qué partido! Ay, ay, ay. Well, they're taking the bowler to the sword again here. There's a bit of carnage going on around the ground here at the Cartama Oval. Oh, this is going to race away. And I think he's got a bit of something on this. And there's no chance here for Ifitaka, the keeper. And it's another one that's going over Ifitaka, the wicket-keeper. And that's probably the 3rd or maybe even the 4th that's done that. 4 to finish. The bowler can't believe it. And the score moves to 146. And that's the end of the innings. middle stump has been taken out of the ground. There can be nothing more emphatic than that in terms of getting a batsman out. This is an absolute beauty. What a delivery, what a start for Sweden. Raza Iqbal, the Norwegian captain, has his middle stump removed out of the ground. Boom, shakalak. And well, they do get their boundary, and they get it in emphatic style. Manos arriba, Mitro, manos arriba. Eso es 6 carreras.
That was a monster.
This is well hit, 4 runs. Lovely shot. Well, this is another one, right on cue, Vinny. That's the second. And this has been flat batted big for 6. 6 more.
Well, I don't know if the scorer's tent has a skylight, but it might have one now because that's bounced straight off the roof. So watch out, guys.
And this one's going very much the same way. And 2 6s on the trot. This is what they needed. They need a bit of acceleration. And Ahmed, well, he was a bit sleepy. He's woken up now, 2 and 2. And it starts with a 6 off his bowling. It's not the first time that this will happen. I mean, this is what you're talking about, Vinny. I mean, you've got to have the field in place. If it's hit cleanly, it's going over the top. And this is hit sweet, out the middle of the bat and over the top of the fielder. It's got enough on it. 6 more. And nobody's catching that. There was a shadow catch. It's going over the fielder. That's in the 30-yard circle, and there's nobody behind him. That's 6 runs. Sliced away, and the catch taken. And I think that was a case of, look, I'm feeling the pain. I'm not going to be able to take too many singles. I'm just going to try and hit big shots. And if I go, let somebody else come in. Vinny. This could be a chance. It's dipping, but he's taken a brilliant catch. Imal Zuak, he's been fantastic out there, hasn't he? We've seen him make some great stops diving around. And this one, well, he had to come in quick, had to judge it, had to take it before it dropped, and he did. Nice catch. So the second wicket goes. Well, I think this one, I think he might be out here. He's already walking. Now they're going to the third umpire, but this was very good work.
Here's Rahel Khan again.
And this has been picked up beautifully. Lovely shot. Well, that's what they need to do. Forget about the wickets that are going. Every batsman that comes in has to take charge, has to play shots. And that one was a nice one. This one's been well picked up. Balle, balle, balle. And Marzi Wolfie is being attacked from all angles in the scorer's box up there. Full toss, and it's played away out on the off, and I think that may have been called a no ball as well, and it has.
Miss hit. And he's gone. Venkatesh, the captain, takes the catch once again. Galami taking some pace off the ball. Well, he's got 3 wickets now.
Yeah. And he is capable of playing it, but he slices up in the air. This should be an opportunity, and it has been taken. So we see another player go first ball, and what that basically means is the captain off the side and also the vice-captain have both made golden ducks, and I think this is a pair as well for Sahak. This one, it's in the air. Is it going to go all the way? Yes, it does. Manos arriba, amigos. 6 carreras más. They just got to keep hoping. He hasn't caught hold of this, and this will be the easiest of golden bowls. And that's another one. Well, he's not. He's got plenty on this one. This one will go all the way. And that's 6 more runs. They just got to keep believing, and they got to just keep hitting and hitting big. That's what they need now. And Wakas, he certainly hit this away pretty well, Wakas Ahmed. This is a nice shot. Well hit. Fielder getting under it, but can't do anything about it. The captain, Venkatesh, it's 6 more. So 2 6s in the over.
Here's Venki.
And this one looks like it's going to go to the boundary as well, and it does, despite it catching the hands of the fielder coming across Imal Zuak, who's been absolutely sensational.
They need 36 off this over, Rico, so they need 6 sixes.
This one's been crashed pretty hard, and, well, it smashes into Azam Khalil, and it goes to the boundary. Well, it doesn't matter, he says. Well, he's got a few injuries, and now he's heard another one. He's saying, don't forget, I've got a bad hand. Well, I think he's got 2 bad hands now.
I think he does, but yeah, I think that was smart as well. No use risking it for a catch that wouldn't have made any difference. What a game we've seen in the Eliminator.
We're bowling to Awais Ahmed with Kuldeep Lal at the non-strikers. It's a nice start from Akrami. Just nudged away by Awais Ahmed for a single. Brings on to strike Kuldeep Lal. Down the ground from Awais Ahmed, the first boundary of the innings for Spain. A lovely straight batted shot from Awais Ahmed. Swinging in, and Awais Ahmed just goes with the swing and flicks it away for 4. Down the ground, the first 6 of this game. Kuldeep Lal finally fires into life, just 1 off 8 before this shot. And he goes downtown and gets a maximum.
Yeah, and that's just what he needed to get his innings going, I think. It's a confident swing of the bat.
And the free hit's capitalised on. Well, that's gone for another boundary for Spain, who are just starting to kick into life. Kuldeep Lal into double figures. He's catching up on those dots from earlier on in the over. Effort ball, flicked away. It's a big chase for mid-wicket coming round, and Rahimi can't cut it off, so Spain are flying along here. Smashed away, and could be caught, and just short of Munib Mohammed. Nothing he could really do about it. He made very good ground. Oh, that is absolutely mullered from Awais Ahmed. It's a huge 6 over mid-wicket. And this Spain opening partnership are really starting to tick now. 41 without loss. This time by Lal. And his long vigil ends 21 off 20. It's a very uncharacteristic innings from Kuldeep Lal, who we're used to seeing smash the ball all over the place. Just didn't get going. And Spain are 42 for 1. Well, that would have been a wide, but Perman instead decides to hit it for 6 over extra cover. Well, that's a way to get off the mark. He was in such good form against Belgium last night, and now he's off the mark in style against them today. Not going to be playing players good enough to hit it for 6, but that is what happens when it goes wrong. It's a full toss, over-pitched, and Awais Ahmed has clattered that into the scaffolding tower. That is a big 6. Shakari Sefat's back for his second. That would have been a wide, but instead, Perman's just able to open the face, nice and calm, and guide it away through third man. Gorgeous touch shot, didn't try and hit it too hard. Nicked and gone. Awais Ahmed is out. He's given by umpire Shub. He wasn't in a rush to leave his crease and walk off, but he'll have to now. 72 for 2. And it's shots like that are why. His very first ball goes for 6 into the fan zone. Well, we said he doesn't take long to get going. And Hamza Dar Salim is off and running with a maximum. Oh, that's nicked down the leg side and out. Oh, what an awful way to go for Hamza Salim. 6 and out. And it's great keeping down the leg side from Ali Raza to get there and take it. Poor old Salim, had he jumped inside the line, he would have definitely got a wide, but instead, it's gloved through. Pace on the ball, and pace down the ground from Jack Perman, sends it back from whence it came. And he is looking in exemplary touch once more, the youngster. That is straight off the driving range.
Oh, beautiful shot.
Full toss, horrible delivery, and it's 6 over square leg, a no ball as well, signalled by umpire Gooch. That is just the kind of bonus that Spain needed. And looking at the replay, it's more than a fair enough call.
Yeah, it's a good call. Really good call by the umpires.
That is absolutely murdered from Jack Perman, who is going great guns here for Spain. He's almost single-handedly carrying them to a decent score here. He's smoking it. He's on to 34 of 15. Nicked and got him. Razak gets his revenge. It was just a little cutter, held back a bit more. Perman was through the shot too early, and the catch is held onto by Ali Raza behind the sticks. 104 for 4. Maschek goes again through mid-wicket, but this time it's 6. Well, that's a way to make an impact. The penultimate ball of the innings goes the distance.
Last ball, strap yourselves in.
And Butt goes again. And it's dropped by Omid Rahimi. They're going to keep running because it's the last ball of the innings. Well, they run back, which, well, Yasir Ali, to me, should have just kept running because they had nothing to lose. It's a strange catch as well. He went for it one.
Thought he was closer to the boundary. You know, he thought he was closer, so he's just being a bit of safety first. Knew that the catch wasn't. Spain, they do have the runs on the board. They've got 113 of them.
It's a nice start from Munir Mohammed. That's the shot of a player in form. It's not even that bad a delivery from Ali Raja. Maybe a touch short though, and it immediately gets hit away through backward third man sort of region for 4. That is absolutely minced away. It's the first boundary of the reply. Ali Raza straight into his work. 4 runs. Down the ground, catching chance. Oh, and they've run into each other. Oh, that's horrible. Christian Mills and...
Oh, man. Back to live action. The next one is over. And it's over where Ravi Panchal was. It's going to be 4 runs.
Turned away. Not the best ball to start with. Short and on the pads of Munir Mohammed, and in the form he's in. More so than most teams. But that's short again and gets the treatment. That is in towards the batting dugout. It's onto the grass bank. And Munir Mohammed has 15. And Hamza has gone for 10 off 2. He's under real pressure now. Again goes short, this time too far outside off. And what a shot that is. 6 over third man, just using the pace of Salim against him. This is outstanding batsmanship from Munir Mohammed. Short, and that has been absolutely munched for 6 over square leg. That sounded so good off the bat. Ali Raza picks up 6 more, and Belgium are flying their way. And that's a full toss. That's not going to make it any better for Spain. That is 6 more. It wasn't actually the cleanest strike from Raja, but 50-metre boundaries are oh so unforgiving. It is, for my money, the fastest 50 partnership of the competition so far. Quicker ball, but that gets the treatment as well. Well, Raza and Mohammed are in imperious form, and Spain have no answer to this right now. It is yet another 6, the second of the over. Effort ball, and they've got a wicket. 57 for 1. Got him. Well, that is superb from Tom Vine. We were just talking about all his variations, and he's just bowling Spain back into this contest. He's giving them a glimmer of hope. 61 for 2.
Still think they need to remove the danger man. Ali Raza is on strike now.
Well, Raza's got this one away. He could be removed. He is removed. It's the 12th man, Hennessy, who holds on to the catch. And Spain are bowling their way back into this, having almost bowled their way out of it. 63 for 3.
They were up, they were down, they're up, they're down. Now, Yasir Ali, late change. He's come on instead of Vine. And Cody's going to have to go way back. He's going to not be able to stop this one. Maximo! Shiraz goes to double digits.
Oh, that's gone away through third man. Well, that really is going to be costly. Down the ground, and 6. Sabir Zakiel is hurting Spain once more. 6 sixes against them when they met on Monday morning, and that's his first this time here on Friday. Again, it's a slow ball, and this time it's absolutely pummeled along the carpet through extra cover. Oh, a lovely shot, and just tipped around the post by Asjad Butt, which is useful in a game of football, but not in T10 cricket. Skied up. This should be out. And it is out. Caught by Perman. Well, surely Spain aren't going to do it again, are they? They've just given themselves a sliver of a chance here. Sabir Zakil has gone for 19 off 14. He's hurt Spain before. And Rahimi's first ball is absolutely blasted down the ground. It's a catching chance, though, for Mills on the rope. And he's dropped it over the rope for 6. And, of course, he goes again. Has he finished it? You bet he has. Belgium are into finals week. They're the first team to reach finals week of this inaugural Dream11 European Cricket Championship. They win this game by 6 wickets with 9 balls to spare. It is excellent work from Omid Rahimi, and just look at what it means to the Belgians. They came into this group as the 3rd highest team on the rankings out of the 5 teams in Group A.
Here's the first ball from Ahmed. It's a good one. He just lips outside the off stump. And Jyoti acrobatically stops this. Out of here. This one, he's gone through, and that will be 4 runs. That's not the best of fielding. That looked like a fairly tired and lethargic effort from the fielder. 4 runs. I think there was a touch on this. He's got to go inside edge. That is disappointment. Oh dear. Awais Ahmed. This was a loose shot. We saw him play a loose one yesterday, and we put that down to perhaps tiredness.
And out. And what a great finish to the over. And well, Zabi Zahid, he's been promising something for a while. And we saw him, didn't we, playing for Naka in the Stockholm ECS just a couple of months ago. Oh, in the air, this has got a bit of hang time. Azam's coming in. Oh, and he just can't hold on. Oh, he came in a long way there, Azam Khalil. He does have that injured hand, but he's still fielding in that position. Oh, in the air, this is Miles in the air. Well, no one's catching this. It's got some hang time, and it's a Maximo. Hurricane Hamza. Well, he's here, and he's ready to party. It's the end of the power play, and that was a powerful stroke. 25 for 2, Spain, after 3 overs. Does go the off spinner, and this one, oh, it's almost taken by Ismail Zia. We tried to turn that into a catch. Look, I don't mind this, Rico. I know it gives away 4. Well, this one's a miss hit, but Hamza's miss hits. They sail over the ropes. Maximo! Hamza Salim gets his 2nd, and he's up to 18 already in Spain. This is the resurgence they were hoping for. Rahul Khan, this is going to be in the gap. Well, it's not a very good effort, I'll be honest with you here. This is some more work for him, but he's going to go nowhere near this. This is near the giant ice cube. It's going to be another boundary, so the Perminator gets going. Oh, this one he lifts out of the ground. It was just a little bit too short. Well, that one's going to bounce off the big ball. And here's a man that hits the big ball. Oh, this is a chance, I think. It's Miles in the air. Now the keeper's after it. Then he's going to leave it to the line man. And he's not able to get a hand on it. I think of 2. There's nobody home at the keeper's end. In the air. And once again, he hasn't quite got all of this. Galami's going to drop it over the rope for 6. Unbelievable. Maximo. The Perminator living dangerously. Who goes big. Oh, this is huge. That's gone into the trees. I don't even bother finding that one. New balls, please. Maximo. What a start for Perman. This one hits him in front. Umpire has a good look, a really good look, and now he gives it. And so Perman goes. That ball went to the boundary. Would have been 4-leg bias. Umpire had a really long look at this one. How he goes against Venkatesh.
Well, he goes large. This is going all the way. This is going to go crushing below us. This is a beautiful shot. It really is. Exquisite timing.
Well, it's a slight miss hit. He's got a long way to go, Khalil, but he can't cut it off. It's another Maximo. Oh, Salim's looking dangerous, and he's done it in the middle order. He's done it when he's been opening. Oh, this is well struck, and this is going to be 6 more. Maximo! Asjad Bart, well, he's waited for an opportunity to make an impact on this series, and he's announcing himself with some style. That's the end of the 7th over. It's 93 for 3. It goes big again, and this one's going to sail into the crowd. Well, watch out if you're in the bar. You got to keep your wits about you. The spectators, they're loving it as well. And Salim goes to 50 with that shot. What an innings he's had here in a crucial match. 50 off 20 balls, and that's his 6th Maximo.
Oh yeah, give me some of that. That's right. That's Balle's there for you. All over. 6 runs.
And this one is nailed, and bye-bye ball. Adios pelota. He is going massive in this innings. Such a big game for these two teams. He moves up to 57. Big strike.
Oh, Balle. Ginna, Buddha, Shaka. Well, that's another one for the Snakes. This has gone huge.
Sabi Zahid's back, the line man, and he gets greeted with a sparkling cover drive. It was just caressed through the covers away from the fielder. Full, but too full, and that's another one. Well, eyes open if you're over there. They're feeding the wildlife, and Butt moves to 30. It's been a really good contribution from him. He's going 3 a ball, and Spain are up into the 130s. Still half an over to go. It's muy grande. Slower ball, and he's fooled him. Should be out and taken. So an important wicket, and I see that Azam Khalil's been moved around into the infield, and no real celebrations from the Swedes there. I think they're already thinking about the second half. Zetchel Gippsland, Darren Warwick. The last ball of the innings, might as well go. Probably not going to get more than one, so I'll just have to eat it. Well, I'll tell you what, time to take a breath. Hamza Salim, he'll finish on 65, not out, and good sportsmanship as well from the Swedes. And one thing you would say, they did chase 150 last night against a very, very good Belgian side. And you just wouldn't count them out in this. Sweden, they are the chaseologists, and they might have cooked one last time against Spain, but they are a team, especially with a bat that are full of confidence. They've got such a big batting lineup, and they'll be chasing 135 for a spot in the championship week. 135 for a spot in the championship week. And the first one could have gone anywhere. And Sher Ali had to get on his bike. They get through for a single, the first run of the Swedish innings. Rahel Khan, he's going to get them off to a good start. That one might have gone all the way. I'll have to wait on the umpire. Yep. Manos arriba, umpire Maximo. Rahel Khan. Well, that's what you call getting Ryan in the ECC. It looks a bit like this, 6 runs. Oh, this one beats him. It's one of the more optimistic LBW appeals. They go the long way. He's going to be gone here. He's run out. And can you believe that? Well, he's gone. It's like a half-court Hail Mary. And well, Sher Ali, he was pushed back. He was knocked back. But then how about that? That's Asjad Bart who threw this, and he threw the stumps down on the full. And there was no doubt about it. The umpire didn't even have to go upstairs. And a bit of magic from the Spaniards. It's 7 for 1. Here's Mahmood. And he gets another one. Wow, can you believe it? Mahmood, the first one he kind of created by hitting Sher Ali, gave him a dead leg, and he got run out. And then this time, it was right on the money. So back on strike. Oh, it hits him on the back pad. This will probably run away for 4-leg buys. Oh, well, I mean. Oh, and he's knocked over, and another one goes. Khalil, he's got to go for a duck, and it's a great Yorker from Hyder. And Spain are flying in Cartama. Pace on and played away nicely, timed away. This will be 4. Cuatro carreras. The captain Venkatesh gets. Well, this one's out of here. It's a no doubt up Maximo. Zubak. Well, this is how he likes to deal. So I hope you know your 6 times tables, because he likes to go in multiples. And that one was blasted over mid-off. Oh, in the air, but this one's going to be 4. Just had enough to get over the man in the circle. It goes after this, but it's in the gap, and this will probably be another boundary. 1 bounce up. goes up and away, but he's mishit this. This will surely be out, and it is. Oh, Yasser Ali takes the catch. And Zubak, the danger man, has gone for only 11. Sweden lose a 4th wicket. This one's got to leave the park, and it does. Maximo Zahid took it on. That's the plan. If he mishit it, he was in trouble. Well, this is 6. I can tell you that from the moment it left the bat. It was cracked down the ground. Hennessy, well, he went the journey there, didn't he? Maximo. Oh, he's bowled, and he got all the way across there, Venkatesh. He's tried this a few times, and well, Hennessy, all he did was put it straight on the middle stump, and it's foot celebration time.
Well, this one hasn't dried up. This is opened it again. This has put a hole in the bucket. They're starting to leak again. Big hit, 6 runs. He's just got to keep believing. Shaka Lagya.
Next one from Kuldeep Lal. And he knocks him over. That's a big wicket as well. Khalid Zahid was just getting going, and now Sweden have lost a 6th wicket. And he does go big, but is it big enough? He's back, it's out of here. Maximo. Well, there you go. It'll come back now in Sweden. And their nerves are jangling. I tell you what, the bar were jangling after this. This one bounced off the path. Little edge, and it'll get past the short third man.
Fine once more, goes for the short one. Well, this one's hanging in the air. This could be a catch. Hennessy gets underneath it, and he takes it. And that is a big wicket. Vamos, chicos, a tope, a tope, a tope. Así me gusta, otro más. And, well, they come together again and do a little bit of the foot dancing. Yeah, give it some of that.
Something amazing. And he tries, but it'll be out. And there's another one. And another one's down. And Zia goes for a duck, just trying to force the pace. It went upstairs on him a little bit too quick from, I think, from Hyder. And so 8 wickets down now, 92 for 8.
Well, this one's more like it. This is the strike rate that's required. Balle, balle, balle. And this could be another 2 in 2. Boom! Shaka Lagya. Well, they're not quite giving it up yet. That one takes them past the 100 mark. He goes again. Oh, would you believe it? 3 in 3. This is just, well, this is just incredible. Well.
And this one looks dead in front, and he's gone. And it's party time for Spain now. They know they've won it now. They booked their place in the championship week 4. And, well, Zahid, it was a brave knock from him. I certainly wish Sweden all the best. Hope to see them again next year. And they're going to finish with a pretty lazy bit of work, but who cares? Because Spain are the team that are through to the championship week. A bit of an anticlimactic finish, 4 byes to finish this one off. But Spain, well, they've had an up and down time of it. They did go down to Belgium in the first qualifier, but the second time is the charm for the men in red. The final score, it's Spain 134, Sweden 121.
So that's the Belgian national anthem. Now to follow is the Spanish national anthem, Marcha Real, one of 4 national anthems in the world which actually has no lyrics. That's a horrible delivery to start off with. It will be 5 wides, and poor old away Samed just gives a disdainful look up to his bowler as if to say, what on earth do you expect me to do with that?
Yeah, I mean, this one, I think, surprises everybody.
Smashed away by Raza, and it is the first boundary of the Group A final. And that's gone up over Tom Vine at point for 4 more. Well, what a start for Belgium. And it's short from Raja and pummeled away through square leg. Oh, that's been absolutely mashed for 6 over mid-wicket. Well, it's more tap for Raja. It's dropped by a member of the European Cricket Network staff. And Belgium's power-packed start continues.
Ginabada Shaka. Well, he's absolutely launched this, hasn't he?
Short, oh, and he's got him. Well, for once for Adil Raja, the short pitch bowling has worked. 26 for 1. And Ali Raza, who smacked a quick 5-31 against Spain earlier on in the day, is gone for 20 off just 8 balls.
Yeah, well, look, it's banged in short, and it should have gone, shouldn't it?
Palmed over the rope for 6. So 32 for 1 at the end of the second. And Latif gets a slightly fortuitous 6. Chris Munoz-Mills just ending up palming it over the bar as such, which is useful if you're a goalkeeper in a game of football. Oh, that is hit very, very hard. As per usual from Munib Mohammed. His 3rd ball faced goes for 6. And Zulkarnain Haider has got a problem here. He's been a very economical bowler for Spain in this tournament, but this is quite a challenge to face.
Cover and have somebody out there, and that's the reason why. Well, there you go, guys. That's exactly what I'm trying to demonstrate. Have Hennessy, who's out there, up and push that man back there.
That is absolutely belted straight. 4 runs. Smashed down the ground, but not smashed hard enough, and caught by Kuldeep Lal. 51 for 2, and out comes the pre-planned celebration with Paul Hennessy. Well, I'm not sure quite what to make of that, but what's clear is exactly as we were talking about it, it's happened again.
Yeah.
Tom Vine is in the wickets, 1 to his name now in this Group A grand final. Sabah Zakil comes out. And you know with the big hitting Belgians that anyone can hit their first ball for 6, and Sabah Zakil certainly can. 57 for 2 at the end of the 4th. Vine just falling into that. Kuldeep Lal on. Oh, and that's a very good start from Lal. And he's picked up a wicket with his very first ball. It looks like a good shout. It's given by umpire Gooch. But whilst Lal goes off to celebrate, the wicketkeeper away, Ahmed, is down. So despite the wicket, this is a concerning moment for Spain. 57 for 3. Down the ground from Zakil. It's another 6 for him. He's already hit 2 and he's only faced 3 balls. That's T10 cricket for you, folks. Down the ground, though, it doesn't matter where the fielders are for a hit like that. That's gone miles over the boundary from Sabah Zakil. He hit 6 sixes to take Belgium to victory against Spain way back on Monday morning, and he's already halfway there now. That's his 3rd.
So he's got to be given a shout out, hasn't he? This one's going up in the air, and the fielder getting right under it and take the catch. Well, I was talking about the man Hamza Salim, and there he is taking the catch. Well, take about Hamza Salim. We're talking about your batting, and he's pretty good in the field as well. Well done, son. As Tom Vine comes back.
Skied up. Catching chance. And held as well by Paul Hennessy. It's another one. He's getting to show us all the array of his celebrations today. 73 for 5. And it's a jig of delight for Spain, who right now are just starting to restrict Belgium by picking up more and more wickets.
This was an important one because we know that Rahimi, he can really change a game.
Belted away by Mahmood. That will go in the gap, wide of Hennessy at long on. Cutter completely deceived him, and he's got a 3rd. Well, it's all going Tom Vine's way, and it's all going Spain's way. 77 for 6. Huge swipe from Ekrami. And that's a 6. Well, it's what we promised you for Belgium. They had the spectators on that far side ducking for cover. If it's a Belgian batsman, they're probably going to hit their first ball for 4 or 6. Hennessy back on, and his first ball has been hit way over our commentary position. That is a massive, massive 6. One of the biggest ones we've seen at this entire tournament so far. A horrible delivery, and it got the treatment it deserved. Slow ball down the ground. Well, umpire Shub doesn't have to worry about getting in the way of that one. That is a huge maximum. You know what you're going to get from Belgium. They'll keep losing wickets, but by George, they'll keep hitting.
Good to take evasive action.
Oh, and Sakil goes again. Full toss, and that's going to get the treatment. That is towards the fans who are ducking for cover. That's a big, big 6.
Paul Hennessy.
Well, Hyder this time from the first ball. The new over has been hit by Zakil. Anybody bowling to Sabir Zakil's disappearing at the moment. He's not hit a 4 in this innings, but why do you need to hit 4s when you can hit 6s? That is his 7th 6. Again the grunt, and this time the reward from Hyder. Ekrami's gone. It is in many ways a classic T10 innings from a Belgian at this tournament. 12 off 4 balls, 2 6s, 2 balls missed. Well, that's going to help them no end. 6 over the head of the Spanish captain, Munoz Mills, out there. Well, that's why Shagari Safat was happy to take the strike. He says to Sabir Zakil, you might have a 50, but I can hit big 6s too. Down the ground, dropped by Lal, could be a run out, but just decides calmly that it's better to hold the ball.
This is how we play cricket.
On a Crosted song.
Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Cricket Oval on the Costa del Sol in Spain. Mr. Maximo here for ECN. Well, looks like finally we are going to get some cricket and it's time for qualifier number 2. Now, of course, qualifier number 1 was washed out, so the Netherlands as the higher ranked team, they've gone straight through to the final and also already booked their place in the championship week. So Austria, they'll have to do it this way by defeating Portugal. So Austria and Portugal are the 2 teams competing for the final spot for Group B in the 4th and final championship week. And now it's time for the all-important coin toss, and the match referee Rob Kemming is with the 2 captains. Let's get over there now for the coin toss for qualifier number 2.
Heads is called. It is heads.
What would you like to do?
That. We go number.
So it's Portugal. Their captain, Najam Shazan, has won the coin toss and he's elected to bat first. No surprises for me there in a rain-reduced first match of the day. They put 150 on without losing a wicket, and that was in an 8-over match. So we knew that both these captains, they did want to bat first. Portugal will get the opportunity to do that. Of course, it was their openers doing the damage, wasn't it? Gomes has been in incredible form. 3 half-centuries on the spin, as well as Azhar Andani, who hit the ball very sweetly. We didn't even see Zaib, who was going at 4 a ball in his 72 not out yesterday. So a very strong top 3 for Portugal, but Austria, they'll have to chase, and they do have the firepower to do it. Iqbal Hussain has been in great form. The captain, Shigawal, of course, back into the lineup, and Abra Bilal, the hard-hitting keeper batsman as well, is always a threat. So let's go up to the commentary box. Hopefully the weather stays off. It's been a little bit like 4 seasons in one day. We've had some rain, we've had some sun. Hopefully no interruptions. And I know that Rico Full is in the commentary box with me for that one. Rico, the news from the toss, Portugal, no surprises. They won the toss and elected to bat.
Namaste, salam alaikum, sassariyakal, eyeball 1. You can see that it's well, very different outlook, isn't it? I mean, normally we've been seeing clear blue skies out there, but today it's all very hazy, and that's the rain that we've had around us, hopefully disappearing and not coming back. And well, the Cartama Oval is looking very different today, as it has done for, well, what we've seen so far in this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Here you go again, you see those low clouds being the culprits of bringing the rain our way. We were going to get it sooner or later, I suppose. We've been very lucky this week, but well, isn't it sad to see that we've had to have one match abandoned, and that was that crunch game between the Netherlands and Austria. But that means we've got this one happening. This is huge, this is big. So Austria versus Portugal, and as you've heard, it's going to be Portugal that are going to bat first. It's something that they've done really well so far. Now look, I'll tell you what, there's some stats for you about their opening batsmen. I mean, Andani and Gomes. Now the last 3 innings, then this is the last 3 that they've won. So remember, they did lose 6 on the spin. Well, the last 3, the partnership started with a 28-run partnership where Gomes made 59 in 28 balls. Then it was the 61, Gomes making 57 not out in 27. And then that last one, the incredible 150 partnership between the 2, no wickets lost. And Andani 67 22 deliveries, and Gomes 78 in 28. Absolutely outstanding. And that's why when the coin landed in favour of the Portugal captain, Najam Shazad, he had a big smile on his face as he looked at his opposite number, and Razmal, and smiled and said, we're going to have a bat, and why not indeed? And they'll be hoping to carry on in the good form that they've been in. Look, we have to, at this point, give a really massive shout out to the ground staff. They've been absolutely brilliant. I mean, David Cooper leading the troops along with Jay Wild. So Iggy, Andrew, Roger, Germany, Ray, Adrian and Samir, and I think it's been Adrian's birthday as well, so happy birthday to Adrian. But look, well done guys, you've been absolutely spectacular here, because they've had to, those covers have gone on, they've gone off, on, off, on, off. It's like doing a little dance, isn't it? But they've been really good, haven't they, Vinny? And, well, what they have done, now that the sun is starting to come through, they've kept this ground and the pitch playable.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Well, I'm back, and yeah, I'm ready for some cricket. I mean, we've got a slight delay we've got the final preparations going on the ground, but this isn't due to the weather. This is just the logistics of getting the covers off, getting the ground ready for play. But the good news is we have had a lot of sunshine, which is good. So look, the news, if you just joined us, we did have the first match of the day yesterday, the eliminator, and Portugal winning that one and in a reduced 8-over affair over Hungary. And then, unfortunately, we had the first qualifier abandoned due to the weather conditions. And what that means, essentially, is that Netherlands 11, they are the first team from Group B that are definitely through to the championship week in week 4. Austria, well, because they were lower ranked, they have to do it this way, and they do it in the match you're about to see, match 23 against Portugal. Now, one of these teams will make it through to the championship week and one won't. So it's a huge prize on the line for these two teams. Rico, you know, Austria, I'm sure they probably still start favourites based on their form throughout the tournament. But Portugal, well, they're just a runaway bullet train at the moment, aren't they?
They're a team, yeah. They're a team nobody wants to play.
They've been unstoppable.
Yeah. They're a team nobody wants to play, but it has to be said, I mean, their form is all down to the openers.
Yeah.
I mean, I've just read out, before you came up into the box, just some of the stats of the partnerships that they put on together. So just to repeat, 28, 61, 150.
Yeah.
And they've come good. The team has come good. The only downside, if there is any to that, would have to be that, well, if by any chance they go early here, have the other batsmen, because they haven't had a chance to go out there, are they going to be able to go out there and click? So that could be the only downside.
That's the real question. Mark and Parker not in the 11. In fact, we can show you the fantasy dashboard perhaps. And this is going to be a really interesting match. It's the top 3 for me, actually. I'll include Amir Zaib in that, who did contribute 72 off only 18 balls yesterday.
Yeah.
That was an incredible innings, wasn't it, against Romania? And, yeah, 4 a ball. Something quite amazing. But, yeah, below that, I mean, they've got Nippo, obviously can bat, and some of the others, it's not that they can't bat, it's just they haven't really been in the best of form during the series. But it's the top 3 for me for Portugal that have turned this around. They lost their first 6 matches. They've won their last 3. But the way that they've won them and the opponents they've beat, I mean, beating the Netherlands 11 is something quite incredible. Junaid Khan, he's had a great series as well, I think. Najam Shahzad, the captain. Imran Khan as well. He's a guy that can kind of bat anywhere, and they do have potential. But, yeah, apart from that top 3, no one's really delivered with the bat for Portugal. Let's talk about Austria, though. I think they're likely to open with Iqbal Hussain. Not sure they'll go with Garaya at the top of the order. I'm not sure. I think they might go with Abra Bilal at the top of the order, the keeper batsman. Shigawal at 3. But, again, they have a very strong top order. But the difference for me, Austria, I think they bat a little bit deeper. I think they've got batsmen down the order who are a bit more comfortable, have had a bit more success in the tournament. And you see there the Austrians, they are getting ready to go. So it's going to be a really interesting match between these two teams. There's got to be a few nerves. There's such a big prize on the line. They get another trip back here for Championship Week.
Yep.
And you see there, Portugal, it's been a long day for them. It seems a long time ago that we started at 9 o'clock a.m. local time. Currently this one will start at 2:40 p.m. local. It still is 10 overs though, Rico, and that's good news.
That is good news. I mean, you know, we were talking about just looking at that fantasy dashboard. Well, one thing I'd like to point out, I mean, remember, and I know that all our viewers globally, worldwide will know this, those first 6 matches for Portugal were defeats. The last 3 have been wins. And in those last 3, now their whole team game has transformed. Well, how about this? In those last 3 games, all of a sudden, Shahan Gomes is now the leading run scorer, 282 runs, his highest score of 78. And Junaid Khan, the Portugal bowler, is one of the leading wicket takers in the championship with 14. And we're not talking about just Group B, that's Group B and Group A together. That's amazing. And one other thing I'd like to say before we move on, as we wait for the umpires to come out, I mean, I mentioned the ground staff here. Well, we have to mention the Romanian team because, well, if it weren't for them and their muscle power, well, they'll be doing their work as well, getting those covers on and off. So, guys, well done. Give us a wave. Give them a round of applause to Team Romania here, helping out. Well done, everybody.
Yeah, we're sorry to see Romania go as well. They've provided us with so much entertainment. Let's have a look at these two teams, though, and we can do a bit of a comparison, but I mean, this is across the whole week. We know that different Portugal turned up yesterday, and at one stage they were down at something like, I think, 8.8 with the bat that they were scoring at, but now they're up to 11s. Still conceding a few too many, I think, 118, but that's a roundabout par, I think. And Austria, well, they've been going great guns. They started the week by making 195 against Romania. They've been scoring at 122 per 10 overs and conceding 11.3. Look, both these teams identical on the avoidables, conceding 7.6. The avoidables is what we call the byes, the no balls and the wides, and the penalty runs in an innings. So, I mean, these two teams, they're certainly going to have a spicy battle, and we're getting close to the start. And, well, Rico, it's a tough one, but Portugal, they won the toss. They elected to bat. Do you think that makes a big a big influence over the game?
I think it does. I think you know, it's the old saying, why change what works? And what's worked for them is batting first. They've got two openers in there that are, we know they were classy players. We knew that sooner or later they were going to click. And the good thing for Portugal is they both seem to have clicked together. And now with Andani scoring that magnificent 67 not out as well in that 150 partnership, that's exactly what they wanted to do. I think Portugal knew that the toss was going to be very, very important to them, because I think Austria, they're a sort of team that can, well, if they get in, if their big hitters get in, they can really score at a really phenomenal rate. And that if they manage to get to, say, the 150 mark themselves, I think the pressure of the chase is a lot more than the team going out there to put the runs on the board.
Especially in what's basically a sudden death contest.
Oh, yeah.
You know, one team will stay and one team will go. Let's have a look at what's coming up tonight as well on the European Cricket Network. If you would like to continue watching some T10 cricket action from Europe, you can watch the Cyprus T10, which is going on at the moment. And that one will be beginning at 4 p.m. GMT, which is 6 o'clock in Central Europe, and 9:30 p.m. in India. And there's been some really close finishes there. But now the good news is that we have the umpires, Charles Croucher and Anand Shub, going out to the ground, followed by the Austrian fielders. Abra Bilal does have the gloves back. They have left Mark Simpson-Parker, the all-rounder, and Mehad Shima, who did keep wickets last night in his only appearance for the Austrians this week. They're out. Rasmus Shigawal is back into the lineup, the captain, and Bilal takes the gloves. And, well, no surprises who's coming out to open the batting. It's the pair that put on an undefeated 150-run stand in a sudden death match this morning. That was against Hungary. They'll be hoping to reproduce that kind of form. How difficult is it, Rico, after you've had such a good game, to come back and back that performance up again?
I mean, I think if they went out there straight again, they would have felt a little better. They've had that time, they've had that break. I think it's all about the team dynamics there. And I know one thing, with Portugal at the moment, those team dynamics, they are good. They are feeling good. They're back to where they were probably a few weeks ago when they were playing T20I. I mean, you see Paolo with Tamazzi there. I mean, he's a key man. He's an experienced man, knowledgeable player. Conrad Greenshield's there as well. Those two have got the camp fired up again. Those two have got the belief. Look, they were nowhere, weren't they? Very few people would have topped them to be where they are now already. So I think they've already done amazingly well. And I think that's what's helped them. They can say to the players, look, every game we win is a bonus. Nobody expected us to be here. Nobody expected us to do what we did first thing yesterday morning when we beat the Netherlands. So now go out there and enjoy, and that's what they're doing. They're going out there and they're enjoying the cricket, and it's so good to see. And well, really, that sums up, I think, this Dream11 European Cricket Championship is about European cricketers going out there, making their dreams come true and performing for the world to see.
No doubt about it. I mean, what a story. They stared elimination in the face and they looked it in the eye and they survived. They didn't just survive through this morning. They dominated that 8-over contest. I was saying that often my experience with reduced contests is that batsmen can find it a little bit harder to get going, because normally if there is a bit of rain around, the ball gets a bit heavy, it's hard to hit as far. But one thing that's different here is the centre part of this field has been covered very, very well. And yeah, I think they're 2 wickets away from breaking this contest open, the Austrians. How are they going to get him? It's going to be Akib Iqbal to open the bowling. Shan Gomsh will be on strike. He's a run machine in the last 36 hours. Here comes qualifier number 2. Sudden death matchup. 2 teams enter. Only one will remain. Here's Iqbal. Short and pulled away. And well, half a chance here. And Gomsh had to get on his bike, get safely home.
Shorter delivery. Gets off the mark straight away. And now goes to Andani, the right-hander. That's the other advantage, of course. When these two get going, they cause complications for the fielding side with this left and right combination. Bowler has to get and change the line. The field has to change as well.
There's a tight one, but I think he would have just been home. The throw was a little bit wide. Takes it over to Andani. And this is the thing. This is why they were so destructive. It wasn't just one batsman or the other. They were both going at great guns. 3 a ball or better for most of that innings. So here we are with Azhar Andani, who's found his form at the right end of the week. He'll be facing up to Akib Iqbal. Well, deflected away. Once again, it's good positive running. And this is a 10 over contest, or it's scheduled to be anyway, weather permitting. At the moment, we have had a break in the rain. And yeah, at the moment, I often say batting's a confidence game. I guess cricket is a confidence game. These two will be feeling bulletproof at the moment. You wonder just where that line is between confidence and overconfidence with these two, but still, I think it's going to be very exciting to watch. Of course, 3 over power play we're in the middle of at the moment.
Yeah, Gomes, you can see the field that's been set to him. Most teams have deployed this to him. Sort of that almost from the square leg umpire to third man, 3 men almost in a line. This is a big wide, and that's a good stop from the wicketkeeper. Really had to do well here, Abra Bilal.
It's a great take from Bilal down the leg side. He has to go a long way and swinging away from him. And we've seen those miss before. And the run-ups have been covered as well as possible as well, so it shouldn't be too bad. Still, of course, won't be really bone dry for the bowlers, especially the pacemen. Pulled away, and there's no one back here. It's going to be a 1 bouncer. Cuatro carreras. And the first boundary of qualifier number 2 goes to the man in the form of his life, Sean Gomes.
Yeah, easy looking shot. So much time. And that's all because he spent so much time out there. He's enjoying batting at the moment. And of course, when you're enjoying it, it's fun. And when it's fun, well, you entertain. And that's what he's looking to do here, entertain us. Nice shot. Forces a field change straight away. So the man that was out on the offside boundary comes in. This is a dangerous move for me because we know Gomes can play this shot aerial towards extra cover pretty well as well.
Just goes and dabs this one away. Dani gets through, and they might get another one here, and they'll get one easily now. So no one backing up. Everyone's looking at each other for the Austrians.
Yeah, unnecessary that from the fielder. It wasn't a good one back to the keeper. Amber Bilal wasn't really thrown in with any venom, but it was just a loose underarm sort of pass back. But look where it lands. It's a difficult one for him. It's sort of gone behind him. Awkward bounce. And of course, with that man on the boundary, nobody backing up.
Pushes away. Once again, they go, and they're going to give away another overthrow. This one goes over. So they had one under him, one over him. A little bit of sloppiness. Does keep Gomes on strike. It was well fielded in the first place from Iqbal Hussain, but that just airballed that one over the keeper. So 11 on the board with 1 ball remaining. What do you think's a good score here? I mean, it's an elimination game. You talked about the difficulties of chasing in the final or in a final because of the extra pressure.
140. I think against Austria 140. I think you get 140 on the board and the pressure of having to chase 140. I think that's a score. I mean, Portugal will want more than that, but I think a good score here, 140.
Goes after this. This is up and away. There's nobody back here, and that one will carry all the way. Maximo! It's another Gomes super strike, and he finishes the first over with a bang. 17 for no loss.
Que grande que guay, 6 carreras. And that's what we're going to see from the left-hander, especially inside the power play. And he's already giving problems to the Austrian field, where to put the fielders. They've sort of followed the ball a little bit there for me in that over. But you can't do that too much in the power play. You only allow 2 men out.
Yeah, he's got to have the courage to still go for his shots. And at the moment, he's just oozing confidence. And Dani only facing the 1 ball so far. One thing I thought they might do is open with the spinner. I thought maybe they'd open with Moment, but they haven't. And they're going to stick with the pace. You do wonder about the spinners gripping the ball. I think the pace bowlers find it more difficult to land, but the spin bowlers find it more difficult gripping the ball. And we're going to see over number 2 now with Andani on strike for the first time. That's a good start by Sahel Zadran. This one really rears up. And that's the thing, you might have smashed runs in the last game, but every game has a different field, different opponents, Rico. And that was a good one to get past Andani's outside edge.
Yeah, beautiful delivery from Zadran. Just short of a length, straight at Andani. Andani not the tallest, so anything that's got a good bit of bounce on, it's going to do well to contend with.
Oh, good movement. This one just leaves him at the last moment. Is pitched up, gives it a chance to swing. 2 dot balls and an excellent start for the paceman.
Yeah, this is good variation. The first one short of a length and beating him. And this one, fuller, getting the away swing as well. And Andani, if anything, maybe just a little sluggish getting to this. A bit slow moving his feet.
Short, but this will be a wide. They want to swing outside the line. I mean, Portugal, I'd describe their approach as fearless. But it's kind of an intelligent fearlessness, though. I think the way these guys have batted, they haven't played too many risky strokes. I think they've just identified when balls are in their area and they've gone for the right shots and they've hit them well. Sometimes you see teams kind of panicking and swinging at absolutely everything. I think they've been really good. Third man goes back now for Sahil Zadran. Full toss, pushes and runs. And they will get there for a single. Brings Gomsh back on strike.
Just punches this forward. This is a typical shot from Andani early on in the innings. While he's getting himself in, just punches it, takes the single. Gives the strike to Gomesh. And now the field will have to change again. And they've gone with the mid-wicket back on the line. Well, he's probably more square leg, actually, to be fair. Square leg is back.
This one going down the leg side. They do get through. Will be signal leg by. So he's getting some good movement here, isn't he, Gomsh? I should say Zadran. Gomsh just really get inside that one. Probably would have been a wide if he had.
Yeah, he's been one of the, for me, the most impressive bowlers in the Austrian team. I think that Amir Iqbal has bowled well as well at times. But the one who's been consistent and he's always performed for his team is Zadran. And that's probably because of his extra pace, his extra movement.
Oh, this is a rare occasion where just the pressure getting to Andani a little bit. These little microclimates that are created within a game.
Yeah.
And at the moment, Andani can tell he hasn't quite found his touch yet. That was a kind of a loose shot.
Yeah, they've got third man back, but he's very fine now. Andani does like to play in this area. I think it needs to be wider, because if it goes in that area, it's 4 runs.
It goes after this. This is in the air. It's in the air a long time. Moment comes around and takes a very good catch. And that is one of the big wickets they needed, the Austrians. And they just built the pressure up. The dot balls were stacking up on Andani. And this one, I thought it was over him when he first was approaching it, but he found a way to turn himself around. Moment, an excellent catch to end the innings of Andani. He goes for only 2, and Portugal, their opening partnership is broken. Finally, 170 runs after the start of the day, but in this match, it's 20 for 1.
Well, he breathes a sigh of relief. Take nothing away from that catch from Momin. That was world class, because it's gone over him and he's got no idea where it is for one moment. He's turning round in circles trying to find it. He finds it. He then gets himself in the right positions, stabilizes himself and takes a very difficult catch, but a very important one as well, because that partnership that was worth 150 runs the last time they were together has been broken. The score 20 for 1.
It's also the end of the second over. And just a little recap. It's a really important match between these two teams. We know why, because we already know one of the qualifiers for the championship week. One of them will be the winner of this match, Austria and Portugal. Then there will be a group final a bit later on today. That will be for a bonus point in week 4. But right now, here's Gomsh. Down leg side, and it'll be called wide. There's a big shout. And well, I didn't pick up any kind of deflection. Maybe there was a little bit of a noise. Umpire Shub had no hesitation in answering the appeal. Not by raising an arm all the way. Yeah, I think that's just completely air. And more hopeful than anything. Wide called.
Yeah, Amir Iqbal. I was having a chat with Michael yesterday when the wind was swirling all over the place. Back to that in a moment.
This one gets past Gomsh and good pace.
Very good delivery, very quick, sharp, short. And this is one that Gomsh, I think next time round we'll be looking to try and hit over the top off the man at backward point. And I was saying, well, one thing I want to know is how come when everything else is blowing all over the place, he's here, is perfect. Look at that there. He's here, does not move. And I had to find out, and I did. And the secret, well, wax and hairspray. There you go.
There we go. There's the scoop. This isn't a scoop. This is a pull, and it's going to be a long chase for the man who's going to try a bit of foot fielding. It will allow a second run, but he does prevent the boundary. 2 runs. Hey, I want to go back to that catch for a moment. I mean, we saw Portugal struggle in the defence of their 150 this morning with the catching because it is quite slippery. Now, there's no real rain falling at the moment, but definitely the ground would still be a little bit damp. That just makes it an even better catch. And
yeah,
I think the team that catches better will have a bit of a boost as well, because there's no easy ones in these conditions. Gomes walks, doesn't catch up with it, so it's not going to criticise a guy who's 17 off 9 balls, but certainly not quite the devastating form he was in this morning from what we've seen so far.
I think he just has to wait for those, Vinny. He's going to it. He knows he's going to bounce. I think he should be rocking back and just helping this ball, timing it over the infield on the offside.
Nice looking shot, but once again he's picked out the fielder. Wasn't really timed by Gomes. And you see, this is what they did to Andani, just building up some pressure through some dot balls. And even Andani's one took a top edge. I thought originally it may carry over the fielder and go to the boundary, but it was held well by Moment. Last 2 balls of the power play. So it's chopped away, and they will get 1. This will bring Amir Zaib on strike, man, who scored an incredible knock of 72, not out of 18 balls. That's 4 a ball, Rico. Rico 70 at 4 a ball. It's just unbelievable scoring. But he has had his struggles in the tournament with the bat as well. Let's see if he can stand up. I mentioned the top 3 so important for Portugal, and this is 2 of their top 3 at the crease right now. Beats him for pace outside the off stump. This will take us to the end of the over as the light rain starts to fall. It's the end of the power play. It's 24 for 1.
What an over that was as well. Really was brilliant. Leave nothing away. Tight. Good variation. Good speed as well. And bearing in mind that, of course, this outfield will be a little bit wet. And I know that the covers did cover the bowler's foot marks as well. But still, you've got to be a little bit wary. But he gave that full pelt. And only 4 runs coming from it, so super over, super way to end the power play. Now this is where Austria now have to be smart at getting the field right. They've got the power play out the way. Not too much damage has been done. And Vinny, you'll probably tell me what Portugal's power play was this morning.
Yeah, well, this morning, I mean, they need a 2 over power play. That's the thing. As Gomes, well, this could be trouble. Oh, it's trouble for the Austrians because that one just carries him. Well, didn't seem to get all of that, but it's a Maximo as Gomes moves into the 20s. And look, just going back to what you were saying,
yeah,
Rico.
Tell me.
Well, here's the thing. It was a 2 over power play. They scored 48 in that, but if you want to just count the first 3 overs, they scored 69.
Wow.
And so that was unbelievable. And they were 89 off 4 overs. So let's just see if they can recapture some of that form. Akbarjan with the ball. And this one will be a chance, surely. Fielder's coming in, and he spills it. He was full length, essentially. Had to dive coming in. That's disappointment for Umer Tariq. Well, the game just moves so quickly, doesn't it? And that's another life.
Well, that's not a man you want to be dropping, is it? Not a man you want to be dropping.
Well, how about that? I mean, it was good effort. Like I said, slippery conditions. There's been a bit of drizzle falling as well. This is chipped up, and this one will be caught. Yes, it is. Well, this time Moment is a man back there, and he's a man that has shown that he can catch them. And Zaib, that's 2 of the big 3 gone. It was just a chip.
Yeah.
Never really went after it, did he? Just have a look. He was hoping just to time it out of the ground, but he didn't quite get it out of the middle. The Moment takes the gats. Akbarjan, well, he's always so reliable for the Austrians with the ball. I say he's a bit of a hybrid. He's not quite a spinner. He's not quite a medium pacer, but my word, he's effective. Second wicket down is 31 for 2.
Yeah, and they've got a dangerous batsman out, Amir Zahib, without scoring. A 2-ball duck for him. He'll be disappointed because, like you said, it's just a flick. And you just feel that if he did play the shot, if he got a bit of oomph in it, as I would say, that's going to go over the fielder. Moment has taken the catch. There's 2 catches he's taken. Well, wouldn't they have loved him to be under the one that was dropped. Gomes, he's the key player, isn't he? He's the one that they need to send back now. But he's had a life at 25. Dropped. And the ball before that one, really. So you could be saying, you'd be thinking, I could have been on a hat-trick here.
Yeah.
Pajan, and he knows all about hat-tricks, doesn't he?
Well, absolutely he does. He got 2 of them in the ECS back in Vienna earlier this year. There in a series in late April. Now look, here's a man, Najam Shahzad, coming to the crease. He's no bunny at all. And so what a great opportunity for the captain to step up. And just locks this first one back. I mean, Zaib to go for a duck. He's had a funny series with the bat, and when he's got going, he's been unstoppable, but he has made very low scores or no score as well in some of his other innings. So, well, these two, a lot of pressure on them to build a partnership. Amazing keeping.
Gone. I think he's gone here.
Yeah, he'll be gone.
I think he's gone. This is tremendous work. This is top class, out of this world wicket keeping from Abra Bilal. And I think you will find, well, that he's going to be gone.
Yeah, he will be. Seeing it with the naked eye. It's just as good as it gets. I know I've mentioned it before.
Oh. This
Only
is
thing you got to
so
watch
juicy.
here is, does he take it in front of the stumps? That is one thing we're going to have to watch. Now, as slow as we can here. Now, does he go in front of the stumps before the ball? I think he's fine. When the ball passes the stumps, let's see when the ball passes the stumps. There, I think he's fine. Yep, and it just was so quick. It's actually so quick that I thought for a second maybe it was in front, but I think the evidence there shows that he was just behind. It's about as close as it gets, but I mean, that is dynamic wicket keeping from Abra Bilal. And Shahzad, he gets stumped off a wide. Incredible work and skill. That's why it's an important position and doesn't get too much better than that from Abra Bilal. So Akbarjan gets a second. And Portugal now, they're 32 for 3.
Vinny, that's the best. I think that's the best we've seen. That's the best I've seen in all the travels that we've been on. And I know I've been to a lot of destinations with you. That has got to be the sharpest stake that I've seen. That was just absolute lightning.
Well, actually, it's been given caught behind, so there must have been a little nick on it. So,
well, okay, well,
okay, that was
I thought you said it was a wide given there.
Well, I was just assuming. So there wasn't a signal.
Well, either way.
Well,
yeah.
so even better. So it's 31 for 3 now. We basically got a double dismissal.
Okay, what you do here, look where that ball's gone. Look how much time it's taken the fielder to get to it. Do you now attack the other batsman and try and stop Gomes getting on strike? I mean, this time it worked in their favour because it actually gets a single and Gomes won't be on strike because at the end of over.
Yeah,
but is that something
I
for
think
them to
it's kind of situational, isn't it? So I think that maybe you try and put the squeeze on Chambers, bring that mid-wicket in the circle when it's early in the over. But the last ball of the over, that one doesn't really hurt them too much because now you've got him on strike. Maybe that'll force field change. But how about the wicket keeping? Honestly, that was incredible. The fact that obviously there was a little nick on the ball as well. And yeah, I thought I saw the square leg umpire go to the third umpire, but obviously didn't realise that there was a little bit of a feather. Of course, we had no way of telling. But Abra Bilal, you know, I'm not even going to say this, but I will say it once. I was having a bit of a chat to him about his wicket keeping yesterday, but I think maybe I'll be asking him for tips after that one. And that first one is worked out for a single. So they do bring Gomes on strike. The danger man still is there on strike. Oh, I mean, breathtaking. Something really beautiful about a leg side stumping.
I think the rest did him some good because he was rested, wasn't he, yesterday?
Was rested from the gloveman duties, and there's no rest for Hakim Iqbal, who has to hurdle the fence because this one's out of here. Maximo Sean Gomes. Well, he's going to keep doing what he's doing, and look, despite those 3 wickets, he will keep attacking, and he is the kind of player, as we've seen, that can be very destructive very quickly. So as long as he's there, Austria better not get too confident. There you go. Olympic hurdles, each hard out.
Still ain't messed his hair up though. Well, Gomes now knows he's got a very key role to play here. Now, this is what I'm talking about. So Chambers generally is not a big attacking bat. He's one who, I mean, if it's a bad ball, don't get me wrong, he's going to put it away. But he's more orthodox. And I just think that he knows that his role here is to try and stay here as long as he can with Gomes and try and take the single. Oh, no. Oh, dear. This is going to be disaster. You got to say it was Gomes' call, but Chambers said this was not part of the plan. Well, they're checking this. I'm not sure what they're checking it for. Maybe he doesn't have the ball in his hand, or maybe they're checking for a no ball.
Well, I think it was close up. Yeah, he has the ball. We'll go wind that back a little bit. I think we'll see this.
Does he get himself there? He maybe gets himself home, does he? Ooh, that's really, really close from this.
Look,
this
my instinct is he's out. And
well, we're just waiting to see. It's really close. I'm just wondering whether the bowler getting in the way there, unless we can see this from the other end. Yeah. Slowing it down. Yeah, I think he's gone here. I think the bails are off at that point.
Yeah, I think it's gone. You can see they've already started flying. So, well, in the end, I've decided. I mean, I suppose you don't really have the shot of that one where the bail's off, but no. Yeah, I think that's a common sense decision. I think you could put the pieces together, and yeah, well, that's disappointing for Chambers. I guess all you could say, at least for Portugal, is that Gomes is not the man run out, but the result is a 4th wicket now. Portugal are 40 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, it was Gomes just wants to get at the other end, doesn't he? He went straight away. He did call it. I have to say, you heard the call and he went. But, well, Chambers was not expecting it. Chambers was probably watching where it had gone first. But in all honesty, I don't think it was a single. I think he went too quickly to the fielder, who picked it up quickly and threw it in. He's going to be disappointed, Chambers, to make his way back. But it does sort of underline what I was saying, Vinny, that you've got to try and attack the batsman, any batsman that's going to be at the striker's end, while Gomes is at the non-striker, because Gomes wants to get on strike. So as soon as you get something on it, he wants the single. So they've got to just attack a little bit, maybe stop Gomes getting on strike. So Momin, wicket won't go to his name, but it was he involved in the run out. So take credit for that. He's been a good player for Austria, has Momin. Going to bowl again this one.
Gomes with every wicket though, he's got to ramp up the pressure on him. He's going it better than 2 a ball. And, this is really a bit of a tight spot the Portuguese team find themselves in now. Shows you every match in T10 throws up a different kind of flavour. And it's got to be a bit more difficult when you have wickets falling, doesn't it? It's got to impact your mindset. Imran Khan, it's a good player. Beaten for bounce that time. And that takes us to the end of the 5th over. And at the halfway, it's Austria on top. 41 for 4, Portugal.
Yeah, they are on top. Still there. Look, sensible from him. I mean, that one probably was the single that Gomes could quite easily have made. But knew that it was the last ball of the over. He wants to be on strike. But, well, we know that Imran Khan can give the ball a fair whack as well. He's got a handy man to have at the other end. He will put away the bad ball. But I think here this is now all about putting the partnership together with Gomes and helping him get to a big score and keeping one end stable.
On the ground. Gomes trying to get one here, and that's a good result.
It's all about the length, though. Look at the length that's been bowled here compared to what Hungary were bowling at Portugal. Makes a huge difference, and you can see that Gomes just can't get underneath a lot of the deliveries that he's had so far. It's good bowling. It's been a good line so far.
Completely missed time by Imran Khan, but he'll get away with it. Just be a single.
Point I'm making.
Yeah.
Bit of pressure on. Have a man inside. There's no single there, and more to a point, you've picked up a wicket. And at this point, this is where you'd spread it as Gomes goes to strike.
Well, and this is into the gap. And a really good piece of batting. Whether it was by fortune or design, Gomes got that into the gap between the deep mid wicket and deep long on. The result is 4 points. And Gomes moves on to another score in the 30s within striking distance of a 4th consecutive half century. Incredible.
Yeah, nice shot this one. Good timing, good placement. And this time we'll go to the fielder who attacks it well. And they do have to do that because if Gomes gets a sniff of a second to get back on strike, he's going to take it. You see him just practicing a shot there, just seeing how he can try and get under these deliveries. He's playing for singles at the moment. That's nicely played, but once more, Imran Khan, he's just going to take the single. He's just going to say, there you go, bud. Have one more. Well, this one, I think it's to be a boundary or a single, one or the other from Gomes.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a really tight couple of overs from Akbarjan. He always seems to do his job, doesn't he, Abdullah Akbarjan? Once again, pitched up, and, well, thought they might go for it. And now they will probably get one. Oh, no, they don't want to lose Gomes here. Oh, I think he just gets back.
He gets back, yeah.
Oh, wow. I mean, this is one where it's a bit of panic in the decision-making. I thought maybe it was worth taking it to get him on strike. I mean, you don't want to lose another wicket, but you certainly don't want to lose Imran Khan. You see, Imran Khan was awake to it, and then he just wasn't looking at the crucial moment. So they were both looking at each other at different points, just never at the same time. But Gomes survives, and it takes us to the end of 6. It's 49 for 4. 6 over check-in time. I normally start with my tour ball. It's kind of par. That would double their score essentially to 97. I think they're going to want a few more than that. They just need Gomes to click, start hitting a few boundaries. Moment though. This one gets past Bilal. And this one will be a bye. It's a handy one for Portugal. As Gomes gets down the business end. But you're right, it was all seamers this morning, wasn't it, from Hungary?
Yeah.
And Momin and even Akbarjan, just a little bit different. Maybe a bit harder to time up.
Gomes will be eyeing up the ice cube once more. Maybe aiming in between the ice cube and the man at long on.
Well bowled. This is right up in the block hole. They do have protection at deep cover, so Gomes moves to 40. Portugal just need a spark, don't they? I mean, they still have some good hitting to come. Imran Khan can definitely bat. I mean, looking at Junaid Khan as well. We come in next. This one's a missed stumping. This one's actually a lot easier. No, I think the other one was technically caught behind. Bilal would probably want the stumping because keepers just love stumpings, but this is one that just actually does the keeper for a bit of bounce. Reverse edge. Oh, what a shot this is. And we've seen him play this on occasion, so he did get the strike. And it's tactic to Moment, who's spearing it outside, is off stump. So it's a bit of a calculated risk from Gomes, but he gets 4. Nice shot.
Yeah, this is good. I mean, it was probably going to be a good ball to him outside the off stump. So he's very quick to change, get onto it. Lovely reverse.
Then he goes left-handed, and he gets it just right. Sweet as a nut. Maximo! 50 for Gomes, his 4th consecutive half-century in the tournament. It comes off 23 balls. Look, it probably wasn't his most polished innings, but he's still getting the job done for Portugal. And he is the hope of them putting a decent score on the board here in this crucial sudden death match.
Yeah, what a lovely shot that was. Beautifully executed.
Full toss, and go and find this one. Take a packed lunch with you, because that's a search party which is going to require quite a few of them. And Maximo, double sixes to finish the 7th. And Portugal, they're fighting back, 68 for 4.
Boom, shakalaka. Well, that was big. That was awesome. Qué grande, qué genial esta hombre, eh? Tiene 50 carreras otra vez. 56 en solo 24 carreras. Really exceptional batting. And both Badanya Tuano. And remember, week 3, these are the teams that will be coming here this weekend. Ready for next week. England 11, Italy, Germany, Finland, and the Czech Republic. all ready to do battle in week 3 of this Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
Yeah,
is going to be spicy.
Great. How are some of the matchups? England-Germany, England-Italy, a Euro football final matchup, rematch. Imran Khan starts the 8th with a single. I think that's good. Gomes didn't quite have his timing early, but he survived. He scored 56 out of the 69 runs in this innings.
Just a run machine at the moment, isn't he? A run machine. And
been a one-man band in this match. Slow ball driven away, but there'll be no possibility of 2 if it's picked up cleanly. It is from Shahil Momin. What's Imran Khan's role here? He's 3 off 6. Do you think, he just needs to make sure that he gets bat on ball and runs, or do you think he should be looking for the boundaries?
I think if it's a bad ball, he'll have a go, but otherwise, yeah, just a single. He's got to realise what's happening at the other end when Gomes is there.
It's not an easy one to catch up to, though. Some significant bounce. This is Zishan Garaya, who we've seen opening the bowling in recent matches, but he's coming on at the end of the innings this time. And I think there was the attempt to just get some bat on that, but it just went over his bat. And we talked about this pitch, how there's a bit of extra bounce, I think, at this end, the end we're using this week.
Definitely is.
Oh, well, this one's going to bounce off the bat, and this one's gone a long way. It's pummeled over extra cover. Maximo, 6 to Imran Khan.
That is huge. Gaya Gaya Shaka Lungaya. That is absolutely beautiful. What a shot that was. Oh, that was sweet. That was big. Que grande eso es. And, well, Portugal, this is what this will help also. Gomes at the other end. He knows there's somebody else there that can hit it for you.
Slower ball. He just rides it out to deep backward square. It'll just be 1. That leaves 1 ball in the over for Gomes at the moment. That run rate still not quite at 100 pace, just a tick under 10 and over. I mean, anything can happen. Runs on the board in finals are good runs. That's what my coach used to say. He said no one can take them away from you. So Portugal are building something that they can defend. Hit hard. And it's a fumble, and that's going to go all the way. So a bit of luck. A little bit of luck for Gomes. And we know it's slippery conditions. It was hit very hard at Umar Tariq. So he leaks 3 runs. And Gomes moves into the 60s. It means he won't have the strike, but I think that's a good trade-off for the 3 extra runs, Rico. At the end of the over, it's 81 for 4.
Yeah, Tariq, 7 a mare. He needs to go side on at this. And I think it was Tariq. That's the guilty man that dropped Gomes when he was only on 25. So, well, his efforts out there have been expensive. Score 81. 12 deliveries to go.
9th over. And, well, they're not even going to get a run here because it goes straight back to the bowler, Sahil Zadran. Yeah, the last over went for 19. Now, apart from the first over that went for 17, and the last over we had, over number 7, went for 19. All the other overs have been in single digits. So they've kept things fairly quiet. Can Portugal get away in the last couple? Well, they're going to have to go here. And Aprajan thinking about throwing. It's an interesting one. Let's say if he does give away an overthrow, I don't think that's a bad trade-off to keep Gomes away from the strike. And maybe you can remove him, run out. I mean, all these decisions, you have to make them so quickly. I mean, you never want to leak runs, but sometimes, a man like Gomes, you want to limit the damage you can do by having him at the other end. But he's at the business end now. He's on 61. Pitched up, hit hard. They might push for 2 here. And, well, they say no. And so, just a single. It's well bowled by Zadran, right up in the block hole. That's good death bowling.
Good bowling, and he varies his pace as well. That wasn't his quickest. He took the pace off it as well. I think he may fire this one in, though. But he's got to be careful because Imran Khan does like to hit straight. Or would he go for the shorter delivery?
Full, hit away. He's into the gap. And it'll just be 1 here. That's a good bit of fielding. I think he probably wears that as well. Well, these players from both sides, they're desperate to come back for Championship Week. We know only 1 set of these players will be able to return. And they're putting everything on the line. Good fielding.
Yeah, that was that slower delivery. That's why it didn't go all the way to the boundary.
Whoosh.
Oh, this could be a no ball.
Yep.
It has been called a no ball.
Yeah, it's over the waist on the full. That's why. And we'll see it on the replay. Sahil Zadran just overcooking the Yorker slightly. And this will result in a free hit. So, not the man you want to give a free hit to. Yeah, that's a good call. So, Gompsch, will he try and get funky? Or will he go straight through the line of the ball? Well, he goes for the shot. And, oh, it's a great catch. And it won't be out, but he's actually saved 5 runs there, because if that gets past him or goes off his fingers, it would have been 6. So they don't get the wicket, but they do keep it to just 1. And that was really quite a skillful piece of fielding out there on the boundary.
This is a super catch. I mean, like we said, it was off a free hit, so it doesn't matter. But you saw Gompsch was late running. He thought this is going for 6.
Iqbal Hussain, well, take your hat off. Last ball of the over. Well, it's just dragged down, slower bouncer, nothing slow about off the bat of Imran Khan. Maximo! Khan's playing his part here. He moves to 18, and that was one he could really just have a swing at, I think. They wanted an even number. It ends the 9th over. Portugal, 92 for 4.
Huge last over coming up here. Zadran there, yeah, we've seen him use this quite productively before, but this one just was too short. And it ends up bouncing at a nice hittable height for the strong Imran Khan, who smashes that over for a big 6. 18 of 13. His contribution is huge in this partnership. 52 partnership came off of that shot.
Garaya comes back to bowl the last over. Now it's where you do want to push for a second, but also you don't want to sacrifice. You don't want to sacrifice Gompsch at this stage either. So they will just settle for a single. And I think the fact that Imran Khan has been able to get a couple away has taken a little bit of pressure off Gompsch to have to kind of get the strike at all costs.
For sure. Good bit of fielding again, though, under pressure.
Hit hard. I think I'll probably just settle for 1 here. I mean, it's a chase that on paper you'd say, yeah, sure, Austria should get there, but 100 plus in these conditions, I still feel, even though we saw so many runs in the first game, I've seen a lot of these kind of damp contests, and typically the ball does dominate the bat a little bit more. Here's the next ball. Slower ball. Now they will come for 2 here, I'm sure about that. If it's not stopped, it is stopped. So that's a good bit of work down there from Moment, who's fielded really incredibly well for Austria in this innings. They do get a double though. Gompsch comes back, he's on 66.
Yeah, sensational effort. Throwing himself down, getting dirty over there. It's quite wet and slippery. Really good stop this.
Short, hit away, but he hasn't timed it. And there's no chance of a second. Akbarjan able to make the stop. So that'll just be 1. They move to 97. Look, Portugal, they're a team that in their first 6 games, they could not pass 100 no matter what they tried to do. Yep. They could not get out of double digits, losing their first 6 games. But since then, their batting's really clicked. And now this is one where they look to be getting around the 100 mark. I think they'll run on anything here. Imran Khan on strike. And hit down the ground, hit pretty well. And I think they will just settle for 1. That takes the score up to 98. I mean, what can you say about Sean Gompsch and the way that he has turned his tournament around? It's been a revival of epic precautions.
Well, it's not just his tournament, it's these teams'
tournament,
isn't it? I mean, let's face it.
Last ball, strap yourself in. Slower ball. And, well, they're not even going to get a run here. So that is a really good finish. A rare miss from Gompsch, who finishes with 67 not out off 32 balls. Ably supported by Imran Khan. And Portugal, they don't quite get the triple digits, but almost as good as. Clever bowling from Garaya. This one just shaves the off stump. Doesn't quite make contact. But still, Portugal, they have made a score of sorts. Gompsch, 4 consecutive half centuries in the series. Quite an amazing feat, that's for sure. And Portugal, they're going to finish this innings 98 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm going to say this. I think that bowling performance and fielding performance, apart from a couple of errors early on when they gave away those overthrows, 2 runs, and the misfield, which was gave away 3 runs because it was only a single. Other than that, it was unique because it was against a team that has got a lot of other teams shaking in the boots. Because Portugal, they have been on a high. I think this was a fantastic display. And, well, even the feet came into play, but some of the fielding here and some of the catching has been really good. And I think Austria have saved in the field at least, well, I think 10 to 15 runs. That was class, absolute class.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really good piece of work. It was given caught behind in the end. Oh, Nick Ballard scaled the fence a couple of times. And this one is a run out of Chambers, just fractionally out. Gomes threw out it all. He found a bit of an ally in Imran Khan, didn't he? And a handy little partnership towards the end of the innings, because they did lose their fourth wicket at a time where things could have headed south. And that one was a bit of a fortunate one, just getting through the fielder. They came together at 40 for 4, so they ended up putting on 58 runs for the 5th wicket. And yeah, well, this has saved 5 runs. I think they saved about 20 runs. I'll be quite honest with you, 20 to 25 runs with their fielding. And this guy, Moment, was pretty good as well. And now, there are a few blasts in there, but it ended with a whimper. And I'll throw in your change to the guitar case, because the one-man band was in session for Portugal. In the end, of that score of 98, 67 of those runs were scored by their opening batsman, Sean Gomes. 5 sixes and 4 fours in that knock, going at just over to a ball. Apart from that, not a lot of production. You can see that only 4 runs from batsmen 2, 3, 4 and 5 combined. And Imran Khan, well, he stepped up as well. He didn't hit everything, but he did get a couple of lusty blows away. 2 Maximos in his 20 off 15 balls. And as far as the bowling went, I think for the most part they were pretty disciplined, not easy conditions to bowl. We know that's a little bit slippery. Akbarjan for me the best though, 2 for 16 of his 2 overs. Got 2 big wickets as well. The other wicket went to Zadran, who was economical, 1 for 13 of his 2 overs. But Rico, well, it's going to be sudden death, isn't it? Because Portugal, they'll be fighting for their lives to defend these 98 runs. If Austria can get the 99, they'll be through to the championship week. Otherwise, the Portuguese will cap an amazing comeback and somehow make it through to the championship week themselves.
Yeah, look, I don't think it's going to be easy. I think that partnership at the end there between Khan and Gomes of 58, that's going to be essential. But I also think with these conditions, I think maybe for the first time this week, we've actually seen the Kookaburra seam and move a little as well. So these runs are not going to be easy to get for Austria. If they think they're just going to go out there and throw the bat and get these runs quite easily, I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, well, it's going to be pressure. And join us in just a few moments when we return. Austria requiring 99 runs to book their place in week 4. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. Hope that you're having a sunny day wherever you are watching from around the world. This is ECN, and you're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
Hello and welcome back to this. It's going to be an exciting eliminator. One of these two teams will be going through to the fourth week, starting on the 4th of October, championship final week. Is it going to be Portugal? Well, if it is, they've got to defend the 98 that they've put on the board. Austria, well, they'll probably fancy themselves at this moment and time to get these runs because it's a below par score. But I will say, as I started saying at the end of the innings, I think that these conditions, overcast, I think early on this ball is going to move about a little bit. And I think if Portugal's bowlers can get it in the right spot, if they can get the right length, and they're going to create some problems here. I don't think it's going to be as easy as what maybe some people think out there. And I think also they've got the runs on the board. This is huge. This match is absolutely huge. This innings is absolutely huge. You either get those runs and then you come back here on the 4th of October in that all-important championship week, or you are on a flight back and you're not coming back to Spain unless you're coming here on a holiday. That's what it comes down to. Batsman, it's going to be Zishan Graya, who's going to open up. And he's going to be joined by Iqbal Hussain. Well, Vinny, what do you think of that, Graya and Hussain?
I didn't think they'd go for Graya. He's just been hopelessly out of form at the top of the order. I mean, it's a great opportunity for him. He's been used more as a bowler. I mean, I thought maybe they'd go with Abra Bilal at the top of the order. Should go at 3, but Graya does get his chance. We certainly saw what he's capable of in the Vienna ECS. Junaid Khan, well, he's had an outstanding series for Portugal. So 99 required for Austria to book a place in the championship week. Wow, this is a top edge, and this has gone miles in the air. Well, someone's got to reach this. Collision might be on. No, Stoneman can't get to it. Miguel Stoneman was the one that was after it. I was really worried that we might have a collision. Zaib was coming around from the mid-wicket position. I think Rico, in the end, no one could quite reach it.
He was up there a long time, but look at this, perfectly placed. And Miguel Stoneman was the closest to it, and even he was a couple of feet away. So a big slice of luck.
It's a tough one because when, you know, there's other fields in the area, it stops you committing 100% to the ball because you're just worried you're about to get cleaned up. And you know, I didn't hear a lot of communication between the fielders. So Graya survives. Here's Iqbal Hussain. He's been in incredible form as well. So Junaid gets one past him. And Michael McCann was talking about the amount of times Junaid has taken a wicket in his first over, and he's just really successful at getting Portugal off to a good start.
Yeah, I mean, he's joint top wicket taker in this championship so far on 14, joint with Tom Vine of Spain, looking to take the 15th.
Iqbal's after him, and this one is going to go the journey. Maximo! That is how you get off the mark in a do-or-die encounter. Well, MSP's up and about, and Austria get their first of the reply.
Big hit from a batsman in great form. He scored, well, now with that hit, he's on 241 runs in this championship. 64 not out has been his highest.
Does this one go? I mean, that basically 10 and over is what you're hunting for. And I think if the top order sticks around for Austria, the run rate won't be an issue at all. That's why Portugal needs to take wickets. They can't bowl too many loose deliveries. And that one that disappeared wasn't really a bad ball. It's just what I call a kind of challenge length. And if you want to go after it, fine. But if you miss hit it, and we've got every chance to remove you. A bit like that, and a bit of discipline from Hussain there. So, too careful, one ball, too reckless the next.
Do you think the batsman's here saying, go back to your mark? I mean, I don't know if we've got that on the replay. And look, he's playing the shot, swung and missed, and the bowler's almost coming right up to him, and he's just sort of saying, look, you go back over there and bowl me another one. Well, here comes the other one.
They're fired up. Short again, but hits him for pace now. Oh, he's been sent back here, Hussain. I think he's gone here. I think he's gone. They'll go upstairs.
I think he's out. I do believe he's out. I don't think his bat has come on the ground.
I can't believe that.
This is just, oh, crazy. Crazy cricket. This is what pressure does.
Oh, he knows. I think he knows. Iqbal Hussain, you know, he's already taken a few steps. I mean, what happened here? I mean, Garai just took a couple of steps and completely froze. You see there, Garai just turned his back on him, didn't he? And this one will tell the story. Yep, he's short. He's going to have to go, and already I think he knows that it's going to be all over.
This is a huge, huge wicket. Absolutely huge. The umpires will give him the signal in a minute. And all eyes on the umpire. And there we go. Finger goes up in the air. That was suicidal. I think he's, well, sold him down to Swanee there for sure.
Really has. I mean, well, Pavel likes it. Elmar's doing any work today. He's gallivanting with the players. Anyway, someone's doing his job, so good on you, Elmars. I'll tell you what, he's an integral part of the team. Spring Productions, they're the reason that the pictures you see look so fantastic. We're beaming them all around the world, but Iqbal Hussain, he got in a bit of a tussle with Junaid, but it was Garaya, some friendly fire, which sees him depart for just the Maximo, 6 off 5. And Austria lose their first. It's 7 for 1.
Yeah, great work though from the throw from Amir Zahib. Threw it in like a dart, didn't he? And the wicketkeeper, Francis Stoneman, does his work as well to tidy it all up. So that's the one they wanted. It's the big wicket, and that also came at the end of the first over. So it is 7 for 1.
So looks like Najam Shazad will be bowling over number 2. Still is a 10 over contest, this one. Good start for Portugal. Garaya, well, he wants to make up for it, and he gets a 1 bounce 4. Wasn't a good ball from Najam Shazad. It was on a length, it was outside his hip, and he just swivels and put this one just inside the field of play, but well over the infield. The result is 4 runs for Austria as they move into double figures.
Yeah, that is all about footwork. It's all about getting into position, and just it wasn't the best of deliveries. It wasn't in the right areas, and helps this to the boundary. Well, remember the man that's come in at the other end? Captain, remember his first knock?
96 he scored in the tournament opener, part of a huge total of 195. This one just a little bit wide. And so you have to think of the bowling options they've got at their disposal. You've got Nipu, the slow left armer. And you've got, I suppose you've got a variety of options you might want to think of. Amir Zaib, perhaps. Once again, just missing and just losing the battle with that wide line. And Rico, certainly, you don't want to give away too many of the avoidables, do you, when you're defending double digits?
Now, these two teams, I mean, when we had a look at their stats, they were absolutely spot on, weren't they, in level terms with unavoidables. In fact, they were pretty level on most areas.
It was pretty close.
The way that Portugal have played the last 3 matches.
This one down leg side, and it's a bit of an overcorrection. So, I mean, I think the key to this is you've got to take wickets if you're Portugal. You've got to get down in the middle order. I mean, they've got such a good batting top 6 really as well. I mean, you've still got Abra Bilal to come in next. Got the big Mirza Hassan, probably number 5. Noor Khan at 6, can whack it around. Moment, of course, saw the way he batted yesterday. And he's coming in listed to come in at 7. Sahil Zadran at 8. So, I mean, they do bat all the way down. This one straight to Stoneman, who's going to have a ping. Well, fortunately, it didn't go to the boundary, because if that goes around him, it probably does.
Yeah, I mean, this would be close as well, I think. Stoneman, of course, had that fantastic direct hit yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah, from a long way away. Longest throw on the ground. He just pitched that one in a bit short. So Shigawal to face his first ball, the captain. I think, you know, all things considered, he's probably the best Austrian batsman technically, and just his ability to balance the aggression with the technical competence that he does possess as a batsman. Look at that, it's a good looking shot, and that's going to beat the field. Well, this is a proper cricket shot from Shigawal. Sensational work. And he gets off the mark in style.
What a delightful shot. I mean, we know some people say, well, this format of the game is all about swinging across the line, and not playing proper shots. Well, they don't come any proper than that. That was a superb, classy shot. That was out of the top drawer, that one. Lovely. Battle of the two captains.
It is. And this one's a bit shorter, and this will be 4 more. And this is clever batting. He's 1 step ahead of his counterpart at the moment, Chigawal. As he knew he drove that one, so this one might be a bit shorter. He got in a position really quickly to play that shot. Just helps it on its way. 4 more to Austria.
Yeah, very focused player, the captain. Chigawal just takes a lot of time to himself as well as his players. And he's come out here focused on doing one job, and that's getting his team.
2 balls, 2 boundaries for Chigawal. This time,
him on again, and this time not able to pick the ball up.
Bit of a dicey one. Garaya is ready. Send his opener back. And certainly won't want to run it as captain, but I think that was all on Chigawal. He decided, yeah, he hit it. I think there's one there. He knew exactly how hard he hit it, where he hit it. So he went straight away. It was really Chigawal going to the danger end. I think if Najam Shazad picks that up, he's going to the bowler's end. Last ball of the second over. This is in the air a long time. I reckon it's going to fall in the Bermuda Triangle, and they'll probably get a second here because it was knocked away in the process of trying to catch the ball. Junaid Khan just knocked it into an open area of the field. So it will be the end of the second over. Garaya gets a fortunate 2. And the score after 2 is 26 for 1.
Yeah, it's 19. Off that one, and that one again, we've seen that on 2 occasions, the ball going up in the air, fielders just not able to get to it. Well, who's going to be in the gold?
Well, we know half the teams now. We know half the teams for Championship Week. Belgium, Spain from last week. Netherlands 11 have qualified on account of being higher ranked and the first qualifier being washed out. Austria or Portugal will get that coveted second spot in Group B in the Championship Week, and the top 2 in Group B will play off in a final this afternoon. And that one will be for a bonus point in the Championship Week that could be very, very important. 5 new teams will join us next week in Group C, the first ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship. It's a 4-week cricketing adventure. Thanks for joining us on ECN and all of our international broadcast partners. Here's Mohammad Siraj Nippo with the ball. Edged. And, well, the running between the wickets has left a bit to be desired in this innings. Chigawal, I suppose he respected the call of the non-striker there, Garaya. He wasn't keen on it.
Garaya's the one to watch. You'd have to check and double check what he says.
This next one is driven away, but doesn't beat the field. Yeah, I just feel like the run rate required isn't going to bother Austria too much, especially if they have their top 4 stick around for any length of time. A flat bat, but it won't carry. It's been that kind of innings so far, where a few balls have gone close to fielders, but not many actually getting there on the full.
Good start from Mohammad Siraj Nippo. He, like the Portugal team, has just got better and better each time they've played, and each time he's bowled. Now getting the ball in the right length.
Now Garaya goes big. It's higher than it is long. The fielder will hold it. That's a really good catch out there. And, oh, this is a man that's didn't have a great time with the bat. Hamid Zaib in the first innings of this game, but he holds an important catch. Garaya couldn't quite bring the fire. Like I said, it was high, it was swirling around. These balls have been carrying all week, but today just comes down in the field of play. Zaib takes an important catch. Nippo with the big wicket, and Austria, they lose a second. It's 27 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of those, a gamble, I think. Do you go with, after that expensive over, that one that went from 19 from the captain Cesar, do you go with Junaid Khan again, who's a reliable bowler? He gets you wickets, but that, I mean, he's bowled out. Or do you try something different? Well, they decided to take the pace off the ball, and Nippo, based on his last 3 performances, has bowled really well. And he's got this ball in the right area. He creates problems. And that one, the batsman taking him on, he certainly got the height, still had to be a good catch, and it was a very nice one taken there by Zahib. So Goraya, he has to go.
Yeah, so it was an important catch to hold. Got to hold on to your chances. It's so important. Such a crunch match. Got a slightly below par total on the board. If there's any doubt about that.
Bilal is the new batsman in, and he has to be on strike because of the new regulations that we brought in.
Bilal tries to cut, but beaten for bounce. Yeah, I'm so used to that rule now. I don't even think about it anymore. That if the ball is caught, or the batsman is out caught, even if they cross, it's irrelevant. So if it's during and over, then the new batsman is on strike. In this case, that's Abra Bilal. Doesn't quite get this one. It goes so fine up, he forgets to field the ball. And it does take us to the end of the power play. And at the moment, well, maybe even Stevens with that second wicket. Austria at the end of 3. They're 27 for 2.
1 run, 1 wicket. Marvellous. And once an over goes for 19, you need something good to happen. Well, that was as good as it gets. He gets the wicket of Goraya, and only concedes the run.
If you've got sons or daughters out there, teach them to bowl left arm spin. I'm going to tell you what, they've been so effective. I think every team would like 1 or 2 good left arm spinners. Have a look at that for a bit of an inconsistent power play. 7, 19 and 1. That one just bringing things back into the balance a little bit. I mean, still think, especially with Shigwal at the crease, he's a class act. Bilal's a bit more combustible, but it's still certainly very, very capable. Does love the big hits. It's going to be Imran Khan to bowl the next over. And Imran Khan has performed with the bat in the first half of this match. 20 runs not out. And it looks like he'll be coming on to bowl the 4th over. End of the power play, so they've got the ability to have up to 5 outfielders, and that's an option that Portugal will be taking straight away. Shigwal, he's the big wicket. If you get him, that's going to give Portugal such a boost. But how can you get rid of him? Almost a little edge. It's a good start by Imran Khan. And I think also Shigwal will be kicking himself there because third man's up in the circle. If he just deflects that wide of the keeper, he probably gets 4.
Yep.
Couldn't catch up with it.
Nice shot. Fielder will keep it to 1. So Bilal now to go and strike. And the sun is also breaking its way through in between the clouds, burning them away, which is good. Still got, of course, a massive match to come after this. And this is going down the leg side. Wide delivery. Be disappointed with that. Imran Khan has to go back to his mark. I have to say, early on, he's not looked too comfortable at Bilal. He has made 1 or 2 good performances for his team. I mean, he was outstanding behind the stumps. Gets hold of this, but it will go to the fielder. Another single. 3 of the over so far. 2 singles and the wide. And that takes the captain. Asmal Shigwal on strike. Dangerous player.
Sure is. Here's Imran Khan. Where he goes straight and he gets it good. Nice hit from the captain, Maximo. Shigwal's back and he's looking dangerous. He moves to 17.
Yeah, it has to be said, I mean, after that 96, he's never really got in the runs properly again. This would be a fine time for him to start. Now, this was a glorious shot. It wasn't too bad a delivery. Just backed himself, thumps it straight over the top of the bowler. 6 runs.
There it goes again, but this one is going to be out. So 6 and out. They've got Shigwal. Imran Khan gets the big wicket. And it was well held by Chambers down at long off. It was a big moment in the match. So Shigwal, again, not quite timed. I don't think either of these were quite out of the middle. This one probably would have carried, but it didn't carry Chambers. And the Austrian captain is removed from the equation. It is 36 for 3.
Game on. That is a huge wicket. That's the one they wanted. Just as I was saying that ever since that 96, he hasn't gone on and scored a real contribution for his team. He goes, and 17 of 10 deliveries. He's going to be disappointed, and he knows that he's left his team and the other batsmen a fair bit of work to do here. Portugal are still alive, and they are still kicking, and they're just doing what they've done ever since that 7th match, ever since that match against Netherlands, which they won again because of an outstanding bowling performance. I still believe that it's the best fielding and bowling performance we've seen in this Group B matches, and they're trying to replicate it in this one, the all-important one, the eliminator. Hassan is the new batsman.
Yeah, well, Hassan he's a beast of a man, really. He makes anyone else look small, and when he hits it, it's not coming back. But look at who you are. You've got to be feeling the pressure at 36 for 3. Last ball of the 4th coming up. Well, maybe he's not feeling the pressure. This one's got a long way. He doesn't even bother to watch it land. This has gone miles. Maximo, what a way to finish the 4th. It's 42 for 3.
Well, what a match this is. It's very much a roller coaster, isn't it? It's topsy-turvy. Well, you see a couple of shots, like you saw the one before from the captain, Siguan, and you thought, okay, it's going that way. Then he's out. Next batsman comes in. You think there's going to be a pressure situation. And, well, Hassan has just hit the biggest 6 so far on the day. That was huge.
It was just huge. And this is what the kind of cricket we are all about. This is exactly what we do here at the European Cricket Network, and it's great to have so many international broadcast partners for this tournament, of course, but we have been doing it all year. I think the 33rd week of consecutive cricket on ECN. We are rapidly heading toward that 1,000 matches milestone. Rico, I know you've seen so much of it, and we're just loving the action here. So much pressure, so much on the line. And, well, let's just see. Hassan, that was a good start, but we saw with Shigarwal, things can change very, very quickly.
Instantly, one ball changes everything. And let us know, of course, get involved with the chat. And thank you to everybody that's on the chat. We're loving your comments, and well, thank you very much for all the nice words about the commentary and the setup that we have here.
Hello to Mohit Dixit as well, who's here from Luxembourg, and starting with a wide. Not quite the start that Nippo wanted for his second over. He only conceded the one in the last over, but he will try and attack that offside wide line. Bilal goes bang, and this one is smashed. That one's out of here as well. It's a super strike. Maximo. Austria, well, they're looking to get there quicker, and that takes them to 49.
Así me gusta, así, sigue, no paras, sigue, 6 more. Well, they seem to be just doing it in 60s here at the moment. It's either a 6 or is out. That seems to be the pattern. And, well, if it's 6 out, 6 out, 6, well, Portugal won't mind that because that might get them home. But, well, approaching the 50 mark here.
So what I meant about their batting lineup being a bit deeper, I think, than Portugal. And you're seeing it with your very eyes. This one's mishit, though, by Abra Bilal. That's the one that brings up the 50 for Austria. So they are past halfway now to that target. Still 4 balls remaining in this 5th over.
Estupendo es este partido.
Hits through the line. This one's into the gap as well. 1 bounce 4. Well, Mirza Hassan, he's bossing it at the moment. He's faced 2 balls. 1 disappeared. I don't think they found it. The second one, nice shot. He hits through the line. That's what I like about this shot from Mirza. And he gets 4 more.
Vaya espectacular de partido. Eso es T10. Eso es the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Now, how you liking this? And the sunshine is out as well. Well, it's caressing this beautiful ground, the Cartama Oval Cricket Ground. And these 2 teams doing battle. One of them will make it through into Championship Week. 1 will be eliminated.
Well, this one comes back enough. Mirza wanted a wide, but just misjudged it, I think.
Let's get excited, Nipu, doesn't he?
He does, very excitable. Hey, got to say hello to Sri as well, the Luxembourg manager. He's in the chat. Nice little Luxembourg guys. And to all of you getting involved in the live chat, it's great to have your contributions. Quicker and gets through.
He's down and out, Nipu. Well, I don't know whether the groan was because that was so close or the groan was because he's hurt himself, or a bit of both.
Shoop's counting him out as well, like a boxing referee. He's give him the 10 count. And I think he just jumps with excitement after that ball beats the bat. Let's have a look at this. He couldn't believe it, and down he goes. He's hyperextended the knee, and he's... yes.
There's a little bit of Bambi about that, isn't it? Remember Bambi, the old Disney movie? Bambi can't stand up.
Sad start to that movie. Last ball of the over. It's too short, but he's top edge this. Well, this could be out. He's got to come a long way, and he doesn't quite get there. Oh, it was a good effort from Amadou Singh. And he gets yet another ball that doesn't quite make it to the fieldsman. And it takes us to the end of the 5th over. It's 55 for 3.
3 occasions that's happened in this innings, isn't it? And this one, it was up in the air a long time. You just see where he's had to come from. Watch the dive here. Oh, he does get there, doesn't he? Does get there, but doesn't get hands on the ball. Well, look, it's a tremendous effort. You've got to say he's come from a long way.
Half chance for me. So they're the kind of ones, if you can grab them, can turn the game. So halfway through this chase, it's 55 for 3. And Portugal just need that kind of another magical over for them, meaning 1, 2 or 3 off the over. Ideally a couple of wickets as well. Looks like Imran Khan will continue. Just have a look at the overs in this innings. Had 7, 19, 1, 15, 12. So you can see apart from that over of 1, and I suppose Junaid Khan doing what he's been doing the whole week. Only 7.
Yeah, I mean, Imran Khan, he has bowled well, but Junaid Khan is the wicket-taking machine. Hasn't taken one here, but there was a run-out, wasn't there, of Fees over. But I think he's got to come back here. I think this is a partnership you've got to try and break. Both these men are hitting the ball pretty well.
Nipu is going off with that suspected knee injury. I think it comes from kind of not even celebrating, just a reacting injury. And those stairs, they're not helping either. We need to get the escalators here as soon as possible. Nipu.
Look, Nipu, he's been the star, hasn't he, for Portugal? And then
dug out. This should just be the one. They got to dodge boundaries this over. I think they got to dodge them. And it's a bit like, you know, when Portugal were defending against the Netherlands, they didn't have, you know, such a low target as today, but they just had to keep dodging the boundaries against the big hitters and just try and force a wicket. Can Imran Khan do that?
And Nipu, the man, has gone off. 2 overs, went for 14 runs, also picked up that 1 wicket. So he's played his part, hasn't he? He's played his part out there with the ball.
Well, Bilal goes bang, and this is clipped away. And oh, how about that? Well, the Dutch, you know who that is? That's Demay.
Oh.
And, well, he'll be disappointed with himself. I think he says fudge as well as he puts it down. So, well, you might as well drop them when you're not quite playing. And the Dutch may be through to the championship week, but I think it'll be 10 push-ups for Julian here. He puts this one down, but the result for Austria is good. 6 more to the total. And he's knocked over, so once again 6 and out. So Portugal fighting back. Imran Khan gets a second. He goes for the Maximo. Next ball, a perfect Yorker. Middle stump tilts back. And Austria now are 62 for 4.
Well, this match, well, would you believe it? You just don't know what's going to happen. What a great delivery this is. We haven't seen too many like this. This is sensational. Wasn't the right shot to play, you have to say. Should be playing straight here. He's gone across the line to his peril. Knocking middle stump back.
Look where that bounces. It's like perfectly between his 2 feet. And that is the length. That is a perfect Yorker. It actually goes between his legs in the end. So Bilal, once again, he promises, but can't quite go on with it. He goes for 14. And Austria are 62 for 4.
Just keeps their hopes alive, doesn't it? That's what this is about. It's about taking those wickets. And that man there, Paulo Butzi, he's been through it before many a time. He's trying to keep himself calm. No doubt he's trying to keep getting positive words out there to his fielders, because every time a new batsman goes out there, every time they pick up a wicket, it's more pressure on the batting team. They've just got to keep applying, getting the ball in the right areas, keep applying the pressure. They've got to believe.
They're walking the tightrope here, though, Portugal. I mean, the rate required, only 8.2 and over. And so, like I said, you've got to dodge those boundaries. They couldn't dodge That one over square leg from Bilal, but they got the next best thing. Now his moment, he's been in incredible form with the bat. Coming off a half century yesterday. He's another one that seems to be playing better the longer the week goes. But there is the pressure. Spot in the championship week at stake in this match. No ball called. And, well, it's going to be 4 as well. And can you believe it? Imran Khan's bowled so well. Not only is it a no ball, but it goes to the boundary. So 5 for free for the Austrians, and that's a disaster for Portugal.
Oh, a disastrous first ball to the new batsman, Mumin. I mean, credit to the shot. It was a lovely shot for 4, but the no ball, that's going to hurt. So 5 runs and the free hit.
That was 2. Good call from the umpire, Charles Croucher. Free hit then, but they'll get another free hit. This one's a wide. Just what you don't need when you're trying to wrest the momentum back, isn't it?
Back to his mark. Well, something happening here now. The 2 umpires want to talk about something. Not sure what it is.
Yeah, well, umpires, important they communicate as well. And just communicating. And once again, it will be a free hit, so we know that because of the wide. And so, Imran Khan, just not quite. I know you want to get through your overs, but you still got to wait for the umpire to get in position. Trying to sneak through the free hit with no one watching, but 31 off 27, that rate now down below 7. That's a good comeback.
Yeah,
this one past the bat. I mean, they do have Junaid still to bowl an over. I feel like you've got to throw him in next over, don't you?
I think he has to, yeah. I think you're going to go with Junaid. You need to try and pick the wickets up here and try and, well, get the wickets and also put more pressure on that run rate.
This has popped up. It's just going to fall nowhere. As a leading edge went over the bowler. Roman gets lucky, gets one.
How many times has that happened, Vinny, in this innings? Just in this innings. I think that's the 4th time that the ball's just looped, where it's either looped up or it's been hit high on the ground and just gone to where there's no jersey off a fielder wearing the Portuguese shirt.
It's pretty well bowled from Imran Khan. Just be kicking himself about that no ball. I'm sure he will. He has to bowl an extra delivery, which we'll see now. So what the impact of that is. But yeah, Mirrors are looking pretty good. It actually takes us to the end of the 6th over. So that was the extra delivery. And after 6, it's 70 for 4 with 29 runs required off the final 24 balls.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good delivery, the one to finish with. That was the, well, there was 2 extra ones, remember? So, because there was the no ball, and then the one that followed it was the wide as well. So, you had to bowl 2 extra deliveries. That last one, well, that was the one that Bilal played all round, knocked his middle stump. But this man looks to be in good form.
Have gone to Junaid. So, it's basically, let's pull the ripcord, break the glass. It's emergency plans now. Junaid is on. Only 7 came off his first over. And did create chances. He's here for one reason only, to take wickets.
Yeah, look, they can be a bit careful here. Austria, Hashan, you wouldn't want to lose a wicket to one of the top bowlers.
He doesn't listen to you. And just tries to smash this one into the bar.
Swinging wild. I mean, he needs to be saying to himself, thinking very smart, to say, right, okay, if we can see out this over, 4 more balls here of Junaid Khan. Well, the other bowlers, technically, should not be as good, and maybe you get the runs off them. So maybe just take the singles here. 6 singles will do. 6, but he's still going for 6 and 1 ball.
No run again. And one thing's for sure, if you get a chance here, Portugal, you've got to take it. Half chance, quarter chance. Yeah. You've got to get someone else. I tell you, whoever's batting next, let me cast my eyes down the sheet. Whoever is batting next, probably Noor Khan, perhaps. He is going to be, well, I won't say the term that we use in Australia, but let me just say he'll be very, very nervous.
He will.
Sitting in the new batsman's chair. Well, this is short. And, well, unfortunately, Chambers can't get near it. And he tried an improvised foot-first slide. It was just wide of him, though. So the result is 4 more runs to Austria as they creep towards this target.
The umpire's just checking, but yeah, that is 4. Probably couldn't see clearly because of the lunge from Chambers. Chambers has been emphatic, hasn't he, on the boundary. We've seen he's taken a catch already in this innings, and they're just throwing himself at it. Anything to try and stop it.
Well, they need something to happen really quick now. Hassan has been devastating since he's come to the crease. Gets the length he wants here, and this one's going to go all the way. An incredible stroke, sliced away over backward point. Maximo, magical Mirza is doing it. He moves into the 20s, and that gets it down to a run of ball, Rico.
This is a very good shot, really, really good. I mean, you see what he did the first 3 balls. He's just swinging, looking to hit straight and big, and then all of a sudden he's thought, well, I can play more than just that one shot. That one was classy. And I don't think Junaid was expecting it. That's why Junaid bowled it there. He's thinking, if that's the shots he's playing, I'm not going to give it to him in that slot. I'll put it here. What a reply from the batsman. Shan.
Well, he goes again, but this is a slight miss hit. Doesn't matter for Mirza. He muscles another one out of the Cartama cricket ground, and Maximo, just like that. Austria just need a baker's dozen. 13 required off the last 3 overs. At the end of the over, it's 86 for 4.
Both अच्छी batting. Pura shot up in Marda. Shakke Marda. Well, for that one, I think you get some bonus points as well. It hits the flag. And, well, almost gets the bullseye. We saw one of those yesterday, right in the middle of the flag. But look, good attacking batting. That's what we're seeing here. And, well, they're looking to add their name, aren't they, Austria?
They want to be there. They want to be there, don't they? And reminder, we will have a final between the Netherlands 11 and the winner of this match. Does look like that's Austria at the moment, but anything can happen. That will be for a bonus point in Championship Week, which both those teams will have a place in. Both the teams that play that Group B final later on today, 3 p.m. 15 p.m. GMT. This is in the air. Needs to be taken. It is taken. So, nice one by Najam Shazad. So it's Zaib that gets an opportunity with the ball. And Shazad finished it off. Moment not able to reproduce the heroics of yesterday. It goes after this, but doesn't quite time it. It's a good running catch by the captain, Najam Shazad. So maybe, I suppose as long as there's runs left to get, there's some chance for Portugal as they lose a 5th wicket. It's 86 for 5.
Yeah, look, it is all possible. But it will only be possible if they can just keep taking wickets. Remember, though, Hashan does run to the other end, it makes no difference. He has to go back to where he started from. So the new batsman, the batsman who is going to be under a lot of pressure, Zadran is coming out. He's going to take strike. They've still got work to do here. They still need 13 runs of 17 deliveries. A wicket from the first ball from Amir Zahib.
Yeah, so
we wrote him off against the Netherlands. Do you dare write him off in this match?
I'm not keen to. Well, this one is into outer space. Well, somebody call Area 51 because that's an unidentified flying object. Maximo! And what a start for Sahil Zadran. Well, he's not nervous at all, and he moves them up into the 90s.
Well, I wonder why that conversation was there between Ashan and Zadran. There was a big, long old chat, and then a little, okay, you got it? And maybe it was to do with do not throw your wicket away, son, because, look, yeah, he gives him a little nod and a little appreciation there. Ashan to Zadran, I think he knows that it's important he stays there. He says, stay here with me until this match is done.
Slow ball. This one is a bit of a top edge. How far will it carry? Oh, it's a good catch. Really good catch by Najam Shazad, who takes 2 in the over. So 6 dot out for Sahil Zadran. I mean, that one looked to be pretty close to the middle of the bat, but he didn't quite get the distance. It was all elevation. And Shazad has to pick this one out of the clouds. He does take it. A 6-wicket falls. Still 7 runs are required for victory. Austria are 92 for 6.
Shazad, I'll be interested to see how many catches he's taken in this championship. He's always been there. I think the other day we saw him take 3 in a match. We've seen him take 2 here already. I think he'd be knocking on the door of Christian Munoz, the Spanish team captain, who probably was the leading catcher of the championship so far.
Yeah.
After his performances in Group A. He gets a big round of applause for that one big 6, but guys, it's not done yet. You still need 7 in 14 balls, and stranger things have happened, because don't forget, every time there's a wicket like that that's out, as I keep saying, the new batsman is going to the end when all the action is.
Yeah, I mean, didn't really hurt Austria too much when Sahel blasted that one out of the Earth's atmosphere. The first ball, Zaib with 2 for 6. I mean, it's actually been a pretty good over. The problem is they're running out of runs to play with. They can tie the game with 1 swing of the bat now. It is Akib Iqbal to face up. 2 balls left in the 8th. And it's just careful here. Just wants to stop the bleeding. Wants to stop leaking wickets. Is probably happy here to take a dot as well, Akib Iqbal.
Yeah, a little nod back from the big man at the other end. Ashan saying, yeah, that's it.
Nothing fancy, says Mirza, and I wouldn't say no to him.
The thing is, it's, I've seen this before. Let's see this delivery. We'll talk more about it.
He always gets past the bowler, but he doesn't. And so Iqbal plays out the over, and the score at the end of 8 is 92 for 6. 7 runs required off the last 2 overs.
Yeah, I've seen it before when you're in this situation and you're saying to the other batsman, right, just stay there. Because, of course, I mean, look, it's understandable. Ashan, 29 off 13. Well, what happens if he gets out here? I mean, if he gets out here, Portugal will just erupt, because they'll believe that they're now back in this. Because then, well, that will be another wicket that goes down, the 7th.
It's a really good point you make. You know, and also, you know, if he does get a 1, let's say, I think you need to put the squeeze on the other batsman, Akib Iqbal, who was looking pretty conservative there. And it was hard to see. Mirza, maybe he won't even run. Maybe he won't even take the 1 at this stage. He might just back himself to hit boundaries from this point on. Here's the captain, Najam Shazad. I need something special. Well, they take the 1. It's interesting for me. Now, this is the opportunity. I think you can't leave it too late. You need to get a run of dot balls. So I would be bringing them up, even though you risk, leaking a boundary. But I think you're not going to be able to defend, 6 and 11 balls. I think you need to try and keep him on strike, because Iqbal is just hoping to get the single and get away from the strike. Well, he pulls away, and it was a good bit of fielding in the end. So they did have some sort of cover on the leg side boundary. Probably wasn't a great ball either from Shazad, but just get away with a single. So 5 runs required now.
Group A match, Spain versus Sweden. This has a little bit of that feel about it, doesn't it?
They would need a miracle still from here. Can Shazad deliver for Portugal? Pretty good Yorker. Low full toss in the end, probably. That'll just be 1. See, this is now where, for me, it's now or never. You need to try and get the ball to the last. You need to try and get it to the last over, and then anything can happen. I think now they still feel pretty comfortable. Over and a half to go. You need a string of dot balls. And you already saw that Iqbal was fine to burn a couple of deliveries last ball, just so that Mirza Ahsan can have the strike. So then that's your way out of this, is to try and prevent any runs here. Then and somehow come up with a wicket of Ahsan in the last over, and maybe the panic will set in. It's a small glimmer of hope, but it still is there for Portugal. He takes it. They're going to go, and, well, they probably could have got an overthrow there, but they'll just take the 1. Again, I think it's not even good enough that the fielders are so far back. I think you need to kind of gamble and get them kind of 10 to 15 yards from the bat, so there's just no chance for run. If it gets through, it gets through. You just got to have a bit of a stagger in your infield, so you still have some people protecting the circle, but you need at least kind of 1 man either side pretty close to the pitch. Three required. There's a dot ball. There's a dot ball. I mean, if you do that again, then then, you know, you're a chance of maybe getting Iqbal a bit nervous. I mean, this is a pretty good delivery, bit of extra bounce. I think Mirza is thinking now, you know, if I get something I can hit to the boundary, it's going to be game over. Well, this is in the air. Needs to be caught. It isn't caught. It goes to the boundary, and Austria have booked their place in the championship week. And they do it. They bring up the 100 as well along the way. They do it with an over to spare, and it ends the miracle run of Portugal. And the Austrians, well, they are elated, aren't they? They had to wait a long time to get on the park. Their captain, Razmo Shigawal, and all of their players will be thrilled. And they get there because of that boundary. You see there, the players, they are ecstatic, and they become the 4th team to book their place in the championship week. And well, you would say that they have earned their place on the back of several good performances. They earned that spot in the top 2. It gave them the double chance, and that was a chance that Portugal didn't afford themselves due to Portugal's slow start to the tournament. But you can see that they are thrilled as they welcome back their batsmen.
बहुत बधाइयां अपनी टीम ऑस्ट्रिया ਨੂੰ ਫਾਈਨਲਸ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਗਏ ਆ ਫਾਈਨਲਸ ਵੀਕ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਡ੍ਰੀਮ 11 ਯੂਰਪੀਅਨ ਕ੍ਰਿਕਟ ਚੈਂਪੀਅਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨੈਦਰਲੈਂਡਸ ਤਾਂ ਆਸਟਰੀਆ ਜਾਊਂਗੀ ਫਾਈਨਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਦੋਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਟੀਮ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਮੈਚ ਹਲੇ ਰਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਮੈਚ ਹੋਊਗਾ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਟੀਮ ਜਿੱਤੂਗੀ ਨਾ ਇੱਕ ਆਪਣਾ ਬੋਨਸ ਪੁਆਇੰਟ ਵੀ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾਓਗੇ ਫਾਈਨਲਸ ਵੀਕ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ
Well, Portugal also getting a very good ovation from the fan zone, and you can see why. I mean, they have really shown something. It took them a while to get going. Well, 4 days to be exact. It was day 4 when they turned the competition on its head by defeating the Netherlands 11 in one of the most memorable games that I've ever seen. And, well, unfortunately for Portugal, their journey ends here, but you think their cricketing journey is just beginning when you see the talent they've got in their side and the way that they fought, you know, the way that Gomes clicked with the bat. You know, I certainly think that we haven't seen the last of them, but it's the Austrians that get there. Their flag was flying bright, as it was Garaya and Iqbal Hussain. I mean, Garaya, we haven't quite seen the Garaya fire burning in this tournament. He had a close call first up, but then, unfortunately for him, he set Iqbal Hussain on fire as he sent him back and ran him out. And well, smart bit of work in the field as well. Zaib and Francois Stoneman combining. That brought Shigawal to the crease, and you just know that he's a class player, Rico. And you thought that Portugal have any chance, they had to take wickets, and you know, Zaib took that one. But I think it's just a case that this Austrian batting lineup is just quite long and showed that they had what it took to get past that total. But it certainly was a close match in the end.
Yeah, look, I think this is all about, we talk about this format of the game, and a lot of people ask me the question, well, what do you think the right setup is, the right system? And I always say, well, look, you've got to have batsmen that are prepared to go out there and play the shots. Sometimes it ain't going to work like this one, but if you know that you've got other batsmen coming that can do the same thing, but look, even if 2 or 3 fail, if 2 click, then you've got the game in the bag. If 2 click, you've got the runs on the board, and that's exactly what a team like Austria, and I know Hungary, that, well, they haven't made it through either, but they batted very much in the same way as well. That seems to work well.
Yeah, so they kind of had the wobbles at the end, the Austrians. There were 4 consecutive singles before the boundary that brought up the win with 6 balls to spare. But take nothing away from the Austrians. They certainly started this tournament with a bang. 195 they scored on the opening morning, and they have finished Group B, the Qualifier 2, with a bang as they qualify for not only the championship week, but also the Group B final, which we will bring to you at 3:15 p.m. GMT, which is 5:15 in Central Europe. And that is 8:45 p.m. in India. And there you go. Now we have 4 of our 6 championship week teams, and well, Netherlands 11, Austria, like I said, they will battle it out in championship week, along with Belgium, Spain, and the 2 qualifiers from Group C, who we will see from Monday. But also they'll battle it out for a bonus point in the final. That match is beginning almost exactly 1 hour from now. Let's have a look at the scorecard. And, well, it was 100% effort and 100 runs in the end, as Hassan, how about his innings of 35 not out off 17 balls? He was really the catalyst for them not crumbling as they lost a couple of wickets. Also Shigawal, 17 off 10, Bilal, 14. And there are a couple of 6 and outs in there. You thought maybe they just have the staggers, but in the end, Portugal not quite able to get enough runs on the board. I think another 20, Rico, would have been very interesting.
Yeah, another 20, you're absolutely right, would have made all the difference. And well, with the bowling, we saw that 5 bowlers were used. I think Nipu was incredible. He did get injured there in the end. He had to go off. 2 wickets there from Imran Khan, though he did go for 30 runs. But I think Nazam Shahzad, he was the captain, was expensive, 27. And also Junaid Khan, normally very effective for them. He wasn't able to pick up a wicket either. Amir Zahib, well, what about his 1 over, 6 runs and 2 wickets for him. He certainly helped keep that dream alive when he bowled that very special 8th over.
He would have had the 10th as well, Rico. I think he would have had the 10th.
Yeah.
Had we got to it, we never did get there, did we? So Austria beat Portugal with 6 balls to spare by 4 wickets. And thanks everyone for joining us. We will be back in just under an hour to take you into the Group B final. Is planned to be a 10-over affair. It'll be the Netherlands 11 taking on Austria. Our first chance to see the Dutch on the field today, as their previous match was watched out. But don't go anywhere. We will be back. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. Michael McCann and Rico will take you through the final. So enjoy the rest of your day. I'll be seeing you Monday morning here on ECN. From everyone at European Cricket, we'll see you for the Group B final. You're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Hello there and welcome back to Spain as we get ready for the Group B final, the 24th and final match of this second week. Well, after this, we'll be halfway through the first ever Dream11 European Cricket Championship. And these two teams, they have both already qualified for the fourth and final championship week, but they are playing for a very important bonus point to take into that championship week. It's the Netherlands 11 versus Austria. Look, both of these teams, I'm sure they'd love to finish their week with a win. Let's go over to the match referee, Sir Rob Kemming, who's with the two captains, for the coin toss.
Your call. Yeah. Tails called? It's his. So we have a bet first.
So Sebastian Brandt, well, he's come good on the toss after a bit of a run of losses. And Netherlands, they will be batting first. They get a chance to put the score on the board. We saw occasionally they've been a little bit susceptible when they've been chasing, but batting first, well, they have won every single game. And look, the Netherlands, they did get here on account of a washout, but of course, they were the form team throughout the group stages. They were 7-1. They topped the table after the group stages. And watch out, I think they'll go back to Clayton Floyd and Musa Ahmed at the top of the order. Austria, though, of course, they had a bit of a nail-biter this morning, and of course, that first qualifier washed out. The second one, they were able to scrape past Portugal in the end with an over to spare. So they have also booked their place in week 4, and they have been asked to field first, as Sebastian Brandt, the Netherlands captain, has decided that he will be batting first. Well, Rico Full and Michael McCann are going to take you through this one with the bonus point on the line. Let's get over there and get ready for the first ball of the Group B final.
Thank you very much, Vinny. We've had 23 games of exciting T10 cricket this week, and number 24 in Group B is the one everybody wanted to be in. 5 teams started this group, and it seems somewhat fitting that it is the top 2 from the league table that have made it through to this stage. The Netherlands with 7 wins from 8, Austria with 6 wins from 8. Both teams ready to head out very shortly, and they'll be incredibly excited to have got to this point. I know the Dutch were a bit nervous earlier on in the day with the uncertainty and waiting around, and it was set to be these two teams who would meet in the first versus second clash. But, of course, that match never happened, rained off, and that meant the Netherlands, because of their excellent ranking, of course, progressed straight into the final and into finals week to their relief without having the nerve-wracking prospect of any kind of eliminator. Meanwhile, for Austria, they had to do it the hard way, defeating Portugal by 4 wickets with 6 balls to spare. Your umpires for this final on field are Stefan Gooch and Nilkesh Patel, and they're leading the players out onto the field now. The Netherlands on the left-hand side in the orange and blue, and Austria on the right in the red shirts and the blue trousers. Of course, players from Portugal and Romania and Hungary round to watch and take in what should be a high-quality showpiece. The Netherlands very much the hot favourites. Remember that they've won both of the pool stage meetings between these two teams by emphatic margins. The first by 58 runs on Tuesday morning, the second on Wednesday morning by 90 runs. We will have the 2 national anthems. First up, the Netherlands anthem, Het Wilhelmus. It's about fighting for Dutch freedom from the Spanish once upon a time, of course. And up second, it will be the Austrian national anthem, Land der Berge, Land am Strom, Land of the mountains, land by the river. This is the moment we've all been waiting for in Group B. Belgium, the winners in the Group A final last week against Spain. We'll know very soon who's going to take this one. First of all, we'll have those national anthems, starting with the Netherlands, to be swiftly followed by Austria. Wherever you're watching across the globe, a very warm welcome. It is fantastic to have your company, whether you're watching on the European Cricket Network YouTube page or on one of our many broadcast partners. It's so good to have you with us for what should be an exciting game. Remember that whoever wins this will take a bonus point into finals week, which could be oh so crucial when we get to that sharp end of the tournament. For now, though, for Austria, it's going to be a really tough test. They've had to fight very hard to get here against a mighty Dutch 11 who did drop a game yesterday against Portugal, which showed they're not invincible. So Rob Kemming taking in the occasion. Everyone ready for the anthems. I know the Dutch 11 were practicing their singing in the last few hours in the build-up to this one. So it'll be interesting just to hear how many of their players, as we go along the line, really do belt out Het Wilhelmus.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, players, staff, coaches, and everybody else, welcome to the final of the second week of the European Cricket Championship. Finalists, Austria and Netherlands, you're very welcome. Congratulations on getting to the final. Best of luck, players. We'll start with the national anthems, and beginning with the Netherlands.
Rousing rendition of Head Full Helmers from the Dutch 11, watched on by management Shane Dietz and Tim van der Lede. And now for the Austrian national anthem. The Austrian flag flying proudly high. It's Land der Berge, Land am Strom, land of the mountains, land by the river. It's played out across this gorgeous Cartama Oval where we've had a fair bit of rainy weather throughout today. That's why that first meeting between these two wasn't able to take place. But they've ended up in the final anyway. It's the Netherlands against Austria. The Dutch have won the toss. And as Vinnie Sandy mentioned at the toss, every time they have batted first in this tournament, they have won, and they'll back themselves to do the same thing against Austria. A big change of mood here as we go from the anthems to Let's Get Ready to Rumble. Coming out of DJ Anthony's sound box as Musa Ahmed and Clayton Floyd head out to do battle. Been a very imposing opening pair throughout this tournament, and the Austrian captain, Rasmus Shigeval, has got to find a way to keep them quiet and try to get them out. As we have a look at our team sheets, Netherlands 11 getting their way here with 8 wins from 9, although of course today one without actually being out there for a ball. Up against an Austrian side who've made a notable alteration in that Mehachima, we understand, will keep, and he's kept in after getting his first game of the tournament last night against Romania. Chima behind the stumps as Clayton Floyd takes guard. Musa Ahmed at the non-strikers. And alongside yours truly, Michael McCann in the commentary box. I'm delighted to say none other than Rico Full.
Thank you very much, Michael. What a super moment that was for both these teams, the players, the national anthems. What a proud moment it is for them representing their country in this. Well, the Group B final.
It will be Akib Iqbal to open the bowling. Akib, who's been one of the most impressive opening bowlers across the entire competition, never mind just the Austrian team or Group B thus far. Up against Clayton Floyd and Musa Ahmed. What an opening combination they are. Floyd on strike, the Group B final is off and running. Here we go. And that's a nice delivery first up from Iqbal. You do sense that if they're going to pull off something of a surprise result here, Austria, they need a good start.
Yes, lovely delivery. Akib Iqbal. He also gets the award for the best hair.
Still haven't
the
found
championship.
that quite how he gets it to stay so improbably in place as he charges
I did.
it. Oh.
You weren't listening.
Miscued. And got him! It's an early wicket for Austria. And it's a 2-ball duck for the T10 international centurion. Clayton Floyd is gone. Abrar Bilal, the wicketkeeper, out from behind the stumps because Chima's there, takes the catch at point. Akib Iqbal has the wicket, and it's none for one.
Wow, it was a loose shot, but it was a good delivery. Got him playing at it outside the off. And what a great catch there from Bilal. And what a moment. Akib Iqbal, we were talking about his hair. Well, he's saying, well, don't worry about my hair. What about my bowling? Well, his bowling has been pretty slick as well, hasn't it? Excellent work there. So, well, look, they're up for it. They're raw on the ground there. And Clayton Floyd has to go for a 2-ball duck. And well bowled by Akib Iqbal. Well, I was talking to him this morning before we got onto the bus. And we were talking about his hairstyle, and he said, well, Rico, he said, I'll tell you, but don't tell anybody else. Of course, I wouldn't tell anybody, Michael. He says, it's wax. And he said, once the wax is done, it's the hairspray. We see that wicket once more. Great catch.
Well, thankfully, right now, his bowling has been about as good as his hair. He's been keeping it very tight, and now he's bowling to one of the biggest young talents in Dutch cricket, Boris Squally. Starts with a leave. Not going to see many of those in this T10 final, or indeed across the week. Boris Squally, who hit 40 off 21 against Austria in the first meeting between these two teams on Tuesday morning. He's only 20 years old, but he's already captain of his club side, Hague. That's beautifully bowled from Iqbal. And there's not really much Boris Squally can do apart from be pleased he hasn't nicked that.
What a Jaffa this is. What a delivery. Look at the shape on that. One of the things that I was saying before that eliminator between Portugal, of course, Portugal being eliminated because Austria beating them, was that in these conditions, the ball is going to do more. And, well, you can see it here already.
Steps down. And again, Gawley this time lets it go for the second time in the over, Boris Squally. So the Netherlands 11 still yet to score. I did mention before that wicket, you sensed that just the psychological pressure and damage on Austria from those two big defeats against the Netherlands earlier on in the competition meant that they needed a good start. They could yet have a wicket maiden. Well, they don't have a wicket maiden because Boris Squally has the answer to that. Whips it wristily away for 6. That is a delightful shot. And at the end of the first over, Netherlands 11 are 6 for 1.
It is a great shot, but take nothing away from the over itself. Just 6 runs coming off it, does pick up the wicket. And look, this is how huge this is. Clayton Floyd, as we know, he's the man, the only man so far who scored a century in the Dream11 European Cricket Championship in this Group B. Nobody scored one in Group A. 245 runs to his name, but he wasn't able to add anything to it in this all-important Group B final. Goes for a 2-ball duck. Massive over that.
Musa Ahmed takes guard, facing Sahal Zadran, who bowled so well against Portugal earlier on in the day. 1 for 13 from his pair of overs. He's getting no shortage of encouragement, including from Mehar Chima behind the stumps, the loudest man in European cricket. And flicked away by Musa Ahmed for 6 through deep third. Well, I'm not sure this was exactly where he wanted it, but he rocked onto the back foot, threw the kitchen sink at it, and he joins Boris Squally in getting off the mark with a maximum.
Well, that's one way to do it, isn't it? His first delivery is for 6. I'm not sure this was quite a flick. He certainly gave it some welly, and it went all the way. That's the way to do it. Good bit of fielding there, youngsters. There we go. Coach on the field as well. Great bit of positioning there. Got his body behind that one.
gone straight through him. It's a full toss. And there's a look of appreciation from Musa Ahmed for the swing on this from Sahal Zadran, because, well, that is, in a way, almost as difficult a full toss as you can get, low and dipping and swinging in as well.
Zadran, he's been a delight to watch in this championship. I've really liked his bowling, and he's a great one to follow up Aqib Iqbal.
Flicked away by Musa Ahmed, straight at short fine leg. And Ghorley, I think, might have just about made his ground here. It was Iqbal Hussain having a go.
Yeah, look, pick up and throw, nicely done. And these two, they will run very quick between the stumps. They will put pressure on you, but they will give you a sniff as well. But you've got to hit them. Changing the field. The right-hander.
Got 2 out in the power play, of course. They're short fine, deep fine leg, I should say, and deep mid-wicket. Ring of 6 on the offside. Flicked away by Ghorley. What a shot that is. Through deep backward square leg. That's a big, big 6. That's 70 or 80 metres. That's going to take some fetching. And this young man is in fine form.
Ginna Sona, Ginna Bada Shaka, Ginna Sona. Well, that's a goal as well. That's gone through the arches. Well, does he get any extra for that? Beautiful shot. It's just the timing.
Just works this one away, Ghorley. He's well fielded by Abrar Bilal, who's not wicket-keeping for this game. Mehar Chima behind the stumps. He's probably, for my 2 cents, been the best keeper in the competition, Abrar Bilal.
Yeah, I mean, the work that we saw in that previous match from him was outstanding. Really worse. But look, it's not bad, is it, when you take somebody from behind the stumps, because you've got another keeper coming in, put him in the field, and he takes a catch for you in the field as well. Double delight.
Tries to work this away for 1, Musa Ahmed can't do so. End of the second over. Zadran concedes 14. A pre-match, Vinny Sandhu had a bit of a catch-up with the Dutch captain, Sebastian Brutt. I beg your pardon, we'll come to that in good time. For now, we can have a look at the road to the championship. Belgium and Spain making it out of Group A. Netherlands 11 and Austria coming out of Group B. And the England 11 hot favourites to make it out of Group C, with Italy, Germany, Finland and the Czech Republic also in there. Got him! A dipping Yorker, a vicious Yorker from Aqib Iqbal. And the Netherlands 11 lose another. It's the talented Ghorley who has to go for just 13 off 7. And this is just the start that Austria needed.
Hi. Kinni Soni, Jagadite Fatte. What a beauty this is. This is a lovely shot. Ghorley, well, he's lost this because, look, he ends up playing it sort of one hand off the bat there as well. So he's totally lost his balance. He's absolutely done it with a peach. What a beauty. The pressure is on. The heat is on the Netherlands here on the Costa del Sol.
Outstanding bowling to get rid of Boris Ghorley. 2 6s in that 13. And he can take a lot of pride in his performance across the week. One of the Dutch, and indeed anybody's top run scorers this week. I'm sure we'll have a close eye on the action across Group C before returning for finals week. Very impressive natural leader and one of the leadership voices in this Dutch 11 despite his relative youth. So out comes Assad Zulfikar. So only batted once in this tournament so far. That time nervously just blocks it back. Now, Assad Zulfikar had something of a troubled innings, it must be said. He came out with 126 to win needed against Portugal in the game they went on to lose, and he got 25 off 22, which was not exactly what the doctor ordered. It doesn't take a statistician to work out that that was well below what they needed. Short and a wild swing from Zulfikar. This is exactly the start that if you're watching at home as a neutral, whether you're watching in Australia via Fox Sports, our broadcast partner, or say BT Sport in England, or anywhere between on the globe, you'd have wanted, because it's just setting this game up perfectly, isn't it? Gets funky Zulfikar and misses out.
Well, that innings that you talked about, Michael, Zulfikar, I'm 100% sure that his first scoring shot or first boundary was this scoop. And it seems to be that's the one he relies on to try and get him a boundary. He's not a big hitter. And he's getting a talking to the man at the other end. Ahmed is saying, come on, mate. It's too early to play those shots. Just play straight. And he's probably saying to him, look at the gap, especially there on the onside. Just get into the position, play it down there, get a single.
That will be a wide. It's a brutal game for the bowlers, T10. Aki Iqbal have to re-bowl this one. The umpires have been very consistent that if it even touches that blue line, never mind, ends up the wrong side of it, it will be called.
Yeah, he was unlucky there. That was a good ball, but just a little bit too much swing away. He'll bring it in, no doubt.
So that's somewhat unconvincing from Zulfikar. Just flayed away bottom-handed. He's off the mark from the fourth ball he's faced, and without meaning to sound too harsh, they can't really afford him to occupy the same amount of time as he did in that Portugal knock again.
No, I mean, it's interesting, Michael, because I mean, you're talking about Zulfikar, and you're absolutely right. He's not quick getting runs, but you look down there, you've also got something like Navjit Singh as well. He hasn't really, I mean, he gets in and he will get runs, but he's not gonna get them quickly.
Away, and a bit lucky here, Musa Ahmed. A boundary to end the power play. Netherlands 26 for 2. What a spell from Aki Iqbal. He finishes with 2 for 12, and we can now show you that interview from earlier on where Vinnie Sandu was catching up with the Dutch captain, Sebastian Bratt.
Thanks very much, Michael and Rico. I'm here with the Dutch captain, Sebastian Bratt. Well, congratulations first up for being one of the qualifiers for the Championship week. And how's the week been for you here in Cartama?
It's been an amazing week. The field is perfect, and the weather hasn't been great always, but we had some good weather, and we played some very good cricket, so that's good.
Yeah, I certainly agree that you did play some very good cricket. How difficult was it adjusting? Because, of course, so many of your players hadn't actually played T10 before.
It was difficult. I think if you look at our first 2 games where we only scored about 100, we had to really be adjusting the next games, and we did that very well, I reckon, so that was good.
Now, is there any particular area that you think you might want to improve before the Championship week starts? Because that's only in around about 10 days' time.
I don't think we have to improve a lot. I think we have to keep working on our plans and execute us with the skills and back our skills to win games.
And how difficult is it when you've got such a talented team to find the right order, the right combination, the right batting order, the right bowlers? Because as a captain, you've got a lot to think about, don't you?
Yeah, true, but we had some games to experiment because we won the first 5 games, so we experiment around a little bit, and I think we found the right formula.
Well, thanks so much, Sebastian, and best of luck in finals week.
Thank you very much, Vin.
Okay, guys, it's back to you.
So Abdullah Akbarjan on. His first ball went for just a single. But that one's going to go for much more than a single. That's flicked away for 6 over square leg. Lovely shot from Musa Ahmed. And Akbarjan's been the Austrians' most effective bowler this week. But if you bowl a leg stump half volley to one of the very best bats in the competition, this is what will happen.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Just relied on his timing. Yeah, thank you, Vinny. Interesting to hear from Sebastian Bratt there.
It's a horrible delivery, and he's got away with this. A hopeful LBW appeal from Akbarjan. And that's going to go down as a leg by. Is this one of, in the nicest possible way, one of the least impressive deliveries that we've seen go for a dot ball in this competition, Rico?
Well, I don't know. There's been 1 or 2 others, but that was more down to what the batsman chose to do with the ball.
So Fikar will get 1 here. Brings on to strike Musa Nadim Ahmed, whose brother Charisse plays for the Dutch under-19 team. And I'm told has a similar batting technique to him, and also bowls leg spin too, just like Musa offers as an option. And a little birdie suggested to me that the brothers might be playing together at finals week.
Played out for a single. Well, that would be That would be something sensational to see, would it not?
And do you know what the loveliest thing is? Were it to happen, which I understand it may well, they've never played together before in the orange colours. They have at club level. Wouldn't that be magnificent? Goes inside out, Zulfikar. It's a strange looking shot, fielded by Abrar Bilal. He just looks a bit flustered, really. He's trying all sorts of different things. Doesn't seem to be in touch, and that running also told you a lot. It wasn't his call, and yet he was the one that was frantically setting off. So we get to 4 overs in this final. Hello. And I tell you what, wherever you are in the world, unless you're maybe Dutch or Austrian, you are loving this start, because this is just what we wanted, isn't it? The Dutch are being held back. The Austrians are playing much better than we've seen in those 2 previous games against the Dutch, where they're maybe a bit intimidated. We've got a game on, haven't we, Rico?
We certainly have. I mean, a fantastic 2 overs, though, you have to say, from Aqib Iqbal. I mean, he was sensational. He was where he had to be. I mean, the captain, Rasmal is going to be so happy with the young man's response. And now it's up to the team to put a performance in. But Musa Ahmed, he's the man you've got to get out.
Yeah, Musa Ahmed is crucial. It's a reminder as well that tonight, European Cricket Network action continues from Cyprus. So keep an eye on that on our YouTube page. Shahul Momin on. Swung away by Musa Ahmed. It's not actually got all of this, but it still goes for 6. He's that good. Even the miss hits find a way over the rope. He's hit slog sweeps much better than that this week, and yet still it's 6 more.
Yeah, Momin coming on to bowl, and the batsman Ahmed is trying to send him to the moon.
Just mistimes that, and he'll be a bit disappointed to lose strike there, Musa Ahmed, because this matchup is much better for him, with Momin turning the ball into the left-handed Ahmed as opposed to turning the ball away from the right-handed Zulfikar. Quicker delivery. It's a nice shot from Zulfikar, but he will only pick up 1.
Lovely throw. How about that for an arm? Well, he's certainly showing the abilities that he has. And certainly a very exciting young cricketer. Got a good future ahead of him as well, Aqib Iqbal.
He's been very good in the 2 previous games against Austria. Ahmed hit 24 off 12 balls and then 52 off just 19 in the second meeting. Goes again here. That's absolutely brilliantly played through cover point. Well, he uses his wrist to work this away. It was pretty full, and yet somehow he's managed to squirt that pretty much sort of square the wicket on the offside.
Yeah, this is all about keeping his... He kept his eye on the ball till the last moment. He knew the shot he was going to play. He was ready to play it, and then executes it brilliantly. He's really looking in very good form.
Full toss, and that's going to go the distance with Musa Ahmed in this form. Good luck finding that. It heads to the top of the grass bank. The Dutch dugout like it, and they've moved past the team 50 in style with 1 ball left of the 5th.
Yeah, sí. Esta pelota no viene. Esa pelota no volvemos, porque esa pelota es, vale, de dirección de Marbella. Adiós, pelota, adiós.
It's a better ball, a sort of slower one. Almost comically held back from Momin, just trying to make Musa Ahmed think. If they can just keep Musa Ahmed off strike, I think they fancy their chances a bit more against Zulfikar, but that, of course, is the last ball of the over. So 55 for 2 after 5. And well, you mentioned Musa Ahmed was key. He scored pretty much exactly 2/3 of the runs in the entire innings so far.
Yeah, I mean, I just like the look of it. He didn't look... He had his struggles, didn't he, the first 2 matches. He didn't really get going. I know that Vinny has seen him bat before and was telling me about what an exciting player he is. But once he got going, he hasn't disappointed. I think he was a little bit unfortunate the way he was out the other day. He was talking to me about it. He was a bit disappointed, but he's just class act.
Akbarjan back for his second. That's in the slot. And it's dropped over the rope for 6. What a costly error from the man who bowled such a brilliant opening spell, Aqib Iqbal. He cannot believe what he's done. Musa Ahmed just didn't get hold of it for once. And it's a costly drop and 6 runs.
Yeah, I get the feeling though, look, even if he's caught this, it's going to be 6 because he lands on the wrong side of the rope.
Just turned away this time. One for Musa Ahmed. That's good work from Chima, actually, to stop any potential overthrows by getting a glove on this.
Yeah, I mean, you said one for Musa Ahmed. That was almost one for Chima. Then he takes this one, but yeah, you're right. He just takes a bit of pace of the ball. Otherwise, they would have latched onto a second.
Goes inside out Zulfikar, as he likes to do. Nice diving stop from Razmaz Shigival, but it's gone a few yards away off his knee, so it needs a bit of tag team fielding. In comes Sahel Zadran.
Yeah, sort of lays this on, doesn't he? Unfortunately, I mean, he's getting down and it's caught his knee, you see.
I hope that won't affect his batting. He's their best batter. Flicked away. They're eyeing two. They won't get it. Asad Zulfikar, man who, I mentioned Musa Ahmed's family cricketing background. He's certainly got one of note. He's one of 3 triplets with Saqib and Sikandar. He played with his 3 brothers and his dad Ahmed in the same top-class team at ACC. His dad, who is a former Dutch international. Just turned away. And you sense that Musa Ahmed really is the key to this innings. If he bats through, maybe looking at getting up to around 120, which we reckon is par, were he to get out. Could be fewer, although we know they've got Sebastian Brat, the skipper, in the hutch. He's so good at coming out and hitting from ball 1. Very hopeful LBW appeals. End of Akbar Jan's over, and his spell. It's the first spell in the tournament in which he's not picked up a wicket, but once again, he's pretty economical. To go for 20 off 2 is decent going. 66 for 2 off 6.
Yeah, he's a good bowler. Akbar Jan, we've seen a lot of him. You've seen him in the European Cricket Series as well. Bowls nicely, bowls a good line, just holds the pace back of the ball as well, plays about with the pace, and gets his just reward, and that's why he does normally always pick up wickets. But he'll be happy with that. I mean, that's a good spell for him. But I think you're absolutely right there, Michael. It's Musa Ahmed that you get out. I mean, Asad Zulfikar, as we knew he would, it's just, you know, he's on 7 off 11. So he's just trying to keep feeding the strike to Ahmed while Ahmed is hitting the ball so well.
So Zishan Guraya, who didn't bowl in the earlier part of this competition, but in the last few games has started to do so at the death comes on. They do also have the death bowling of Mark Simpson-Parker if needed. Short, horrible delivery, and helped round the corner for 4. Well, that is buffet bowling, and there's no way Musa Ahmed's going to miss out.
No, he's not. I mean, they've gone, with the Goraya. Personally, I think they need to have a look at what's happened when they've taken the pace off the ball. I mean, Akbar Jan, he's been the most effective bowler in terms of that. He's not putting the pace on. I think they need to look around and say, who else can give us that? Because I think Ahmed, well, he's just hitting the ball so well. Any bit of pace, he's putting it to all parts of the ground at the moment.
That's short again. He's not learning. Guraya might have taken a wicket, though. And he has.
That's an amazing catch, because he's taken this out of the hands of Aqib Iqbal. I mean, this is amazing, because he's probably thinking, well, you've dropped one. This is important. We need to take it. Look, he's dived right across. Watch this again. This is a sensational catch.
There's no communication. And yeah, Bilal has to, as you rightly say, pretty much catch it as it was heading into Iqbal's hands. Well, dare one suggests that in the week before they come back for finals week, a bit of catching practice and communication might be in order, but all's well that ends well for now, because they have managed to remove Musa Nadeem Ahmed. It's another fine knock from him, just shy of a 50. He goes for 48 of 18, 5 sixes, 3 fours. He set this innings up beautifully for those who are to follow. And he made his ODI debut in the 3rd ODI of the recent Netherlands versus Ireland series.
What a catch, Michael. What a catch. I mean, take nothing away from the catch. That was sensational. And they have removed Musa Ahmed, who just at the moment, well, he was on fire, wasn't he? Hitting the ball for fun. We saw him not hit one cleanly when it was Iqbal who put him down. But now the new batsman is the captain, Sebastian Brat, comes in.
Well, he's a highly impressive performer in his own right. 28-year-old. He's been skipper at his club side Hermes for 5 years now. He's going to get a wide First up, Sebastian Bratt, who, well, I was having a chat with some of the Dutch players whilst building up to this final, enjoying watching that very exciting Portugal versus Austria game, and sort of turned to a few of them and said, have you got anything a bit unorthodox on any of the players? And Boris Gawley was straight in with a story about Sebastian Bratt. Bratt nudges this away to get off the mark. Now, Sebastian Bratt is actually quite the singer, and he managed to get through quite a few rounds of The Voice in the Netherlands.
Oh, did he really? Wow.
Didn't quite get to the televised round, because you have a load of pre-televised rounds before you actually get to the bit where you're on TV. But he got through all 4 of them, and the only reason he didn't get to the last round was he had a fever. This was 5 or 6 years ago now. So that's a huge swipe from Zulfikar, who really does look badly out of nick. Nicely bowled from Garaya.
Well,
So
you know what comes to mind there then?
what could have been, hey? Had he gone to the audition, he might not have been captaining the Netherlands 11. He might have been a pop star.
But look, you've come up with this information. Like, they leave tomorrow, don't they? I mean, if you've given that information earlier, well, look, we could have had the Vinny and Bratt show at the hotel, at the our hotel partner, in Sunset Beach Club.
Well, we've always got finals week.
Yeah, more on this after this.
Slow ball. And this is a clever shot. He has to wait for it a long, long time, Zulfikar. Nicely flicked back from Akbarjan. And they're going to come through again. And the dive, I think, has just about got him home, even if the throw was going to hit from Abra Bilal.
Yeah, this is well fielded. The only thing is one of the men has to go for it. The other one has to wait for the flick. He's flicked it back, but that's what's allowed him to get the 3 because there was nobody there to receive the flick. Great running, and that's only the second one, right?
Yeah, the second 3 of the week, and you're quite right. For those unsure of the reference, that's referring to hotel entertainment at the Sunset Beach Club, which seems to be steadily being taken over by the European Cricket Network. As almost everything seems to be.
No, come on, it's been taken over by Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo. He's on the piano, he's doing a sing-song. Well, he is entertaining us. But yeah, the Vinny and Bratt, so we've got to remember that for finals week.
Bratt again, just content to work a single. Nothing Shigival can do. He's left the ball behind, but he'll get back. And the mistake won't cost him. So Bratt keeps the strike, and that's probably a good result for the Netherlands 11 here. 76 for 3 after 7. So coming up on Monday, 5 fresh teams. Finland and the Czech Republic. Probably, I don't think it's too controversial to say 2 of the lesser fancied sides in general consensus up against each other in match 2.
You're Italy, be careful what you're saying now, aren't you?
Italy versus Germany, who many seem to feel will be batting for the 2nd spot in the order of how things will finish behind the England 11 facing each other first. And I know from a few people that England 11 is going to be pretty strong as well. Quite a few players that have actually played in professional county cricket this summer just gone. Huge 6 from Bratt. Well, he's that good that I'm surprised it's taken him 3 balls to hit that a 1 like that. This is what he can do. Straight bat. It's a proper cricket shot as well. That is outstanding.
This is superb. Now, this is the sort of shot I think he's played over and over and over again with the bowling machine, firing those balls at him. Just the way he gets his feet into position, gets himself dead straight and hammers that big. 6 runs. Amazing shot.
Goes shorter, and it's worked. Bratt was touch unbalanced here.
That's
his settle for 1.
Grunt slow ball, Zadran. It's always a short one, and it does normally work for him, but we saw in that last match, it actually got hammered for a huge 6 as well.
I tell you what, Rico, if I had a euro for every grunted slow ball. So that is, well, a classic bit of T10 cricket here, folks. Zulfikar trying the scoop, and Zadran gets away with the dot ball. I think if I did have...
not a boundary to his name, and like I say, that's how he finds his boundary, with that scoop.
I think I would be able to buy the Cartama Oval with all of those euros.
What, with the grunts?
Yeah, exactly. Again, Zulfikar making room through the covers. He'll get 1, he's on to 11 off 15. Asad Zulfikar, who I can tell you this will almost certainly be his last bout of this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. He's unfortunately not available to come back for finals week, so going to have to find a new wicketkeeper, the Netherlands. They've got plenty in stock, don't you worry about that.
Full of delivery, get a single. One thing I've liked about the captain Sebastian Braat's batting is every time he's come in is when the team have needed some sort of acceleration, and he always provides. He hits the ball thunderously well. He really does.
Full toss, and Zulfikar's got this into the gap, and it's a 4. Well, much needed for Zulfikar. He has been struggling with his timing, struggling to get going, but this time he gets 4.
Yeah, nice shot there off the 12th man. Max Honberg is giving a good round of applause for that shot. He knows how important that is. That's certainly going to give confidence to the wicketkeeper who's batting out there, the wicketkeeper of the Netherlands team. Asad Zulfikar has his first boundary, and he'll be hoping that there'll be a few more coming his way. 89, 3 down, and there's 12 deliveries to come. So, Michael, what are you thinking that they'll be looking for? 110, 120?
From here, with Braat at the crease, I think the Netherlands should be eyeing off 120. They're going to think of 2 here.
No, he's hit it too well, hasn't he, Mark? Yeah. Hit it too, gets to the fielder pretty quickly. Yeah, look, they're a team now, even if they get, let's say they have a disaster here and they just get to 105 for argument's sake, they'll still back themselves to defend that. Well, they're so strong in the field.
And the bowling attack is excellent. Shorter ball. Very slow delivery from Guraya. It's fielded by Mark Simpson-Parker, who was proudly holding his cap to his chest. I know that was a huge family moment for him. His mum played for the men's national team once upon a time in the late 1990s. Down the ground from Braat, hit very hard, and that's a big, big 6 through his favourite long-on region. Just the perfect time to get Braat in here for the Netherlands 11. It's got them kicking along.
Boom, shaka lag gaya, that is big, que grande, que genial. Ese golpe es 6 carreras más. Vamos, vamos. ¿Qué partido tienes aquí de Netherlands y de Austria? Aquí en la Cartama Oval.
Dipping slow ball from Guraya. It's a good change up, and well, 1-1-6-1. It's actually not a bad result if you're Austria so far in this over. Straight to MSP, who takes the catch. Doesn't drop many, Simpson-Parker. He's not going to drop that one in a final. And it's an end to a long, struggling vigil for Asad Zulfikar. Just couldn't quite get going. It can happen sometimes. 16 of 18 balls, featuring just that 1-4 through the mid-wicket region. He's gone.
Yeah, Guraya gets another wicket. I mean, he's become more and more of a bowler as this championship's going along, and that's great technique from Mark Simpson-Parker. That's a really good catch. I was surprised that they left him out of the last match, because I think he's worth his weight in goal just in the field. He's a fantastic fielder, and he can hit the ball very long and very hard as well.
And he can celebrate as well. You know he's been practicing that in front of the mirror at the Sunset Beach Club Hotel. His confirmation there, Zulfikar gone. Strike rate significantly below a runner ball. And to me, a guy like Simpson-Parker is also an asset in the way he gels a team together. He's a great guy to have in the dressing room. He's always encouraging others. One of, if not Austria's best fielder. He's a useful death bowler, but he might let bowl the last over, who knows. It's Ryan Klein from his first ball that's absolutely minced that through wide long off. What a shot that is. We haven't seen too much of Klein with the bat in this tournament, but he's getting his chance late on here. And he's taken the Netherlands past the 100 mark in style. 102 for 4 with 1 left.
That's gone like a bullet. The middle of the bat. Lovely shot. No chance there for the fielder. And Zadran, he wasn't that far away from it, but it motors past him to the boundary. So the 100 is balled up by that shot as well. 102 the score. So we're coming up to the last 6 balls. Now, Michael, this is another thing that I mean you may know more about, because I know you go in and out the players' social side as well and ask a lot of questions. But Netherlands, we talked about how they would be happy to defend even this sort of score. But I reckon they've been surprised about the way some of these European batsmen have smashed them. And yesterday, I mean, with Viv Kingma bowling and those 6s being hit of him, I mean, I don't think too many batsmen have done that to him, have they?
Have a Hungary number 9 in Salman Khan hit him back over his head and then twice through the covers.
Bit of carnage. 3 times, right?
I can tell you, I think we're going to see quite the 2 overs from Viv Kingma when come to play today. He was carrying an injury, which is also why he's missed a couple of games, but he's back 100% for this final. But you've got to get there first. Noor Khan's going to bowl the last for Austria. This is an interesting change. He's not done this role in the tournament thus far. Short, skied up by Brat. And gone, a good catch running back. Nicely taken by Iqbal Hussain. Wasn't easy, they never are, over his shoulder. And that could make a big difference to this last over, because Sebastian Brat, arguably the Netherlands 11's best hitter, is out.
This is a very good catch. I mean, we saw it all, a great one taken earlier, which was classed out of the hands of Aqib Iqbal. Well, this one is running back. He's going over his shoulder. It's the ones that coaches want you practicing all the time, don't they? They say, right, come running towards me. Right, off you go. And you chase after it. And, well, in practice, they're difficult. But when it comes to taking a big wicket like that, a man that could quite easily get you another 16 runs, 20 runs, well, you know how important that is.
And I know that Sebastian Brat's sister, Marloes, will be watching at home. She's a bowler for the Dutch national women's team, and I'm sure she'll have plenty of advice for her sibling about what he should have been doing there and what he got wrong. I know well,
that's one conversation I'd like to sit in on.
Ellen Bass facing up. So that's a nice clean strike from his first ball, and he'll get 6 for it. Could have been caught on the rope, but for the second time in the innings, it's been palmed over the rope by an Austrian fielder. This time it's Zishan Karaya, and it's unlucky for Noor Khan, who could have had 2 in 2.
Yeah, just have a look at this. Keep an eye on where he is. Yeah, just got that wrong, doesn't it? It looks almost like the last moment he lost it.
That's an even cleaner connection from Ellen Bass. Downtown, a huge 6. Well, they are 50-metre boundaries, but it would have been clearing 60, 70, maybe even 80. This is huge from Ellen Bass. Back-to-back 6s.
What a massive shot that is. That is, well, no wonder they're liking it up there. They were on their feet, and they were giving it all to the batsman hitting that one. Ellen Bass, that's a huge shot. Massive. That's a Bizaway Super 6, that one.
And he goes again. It's a third 6 in a row for Ellen Bass. Well, he's had his frustrations this week. He's not played quite as much as he might have liked. He's had his injury troubles, but he's in the side now and showing us just how destructive he can be with bat in hand.
This is massive. The slower ball. And he says, well, I'm just going to stand here and clobber it. And look at that one. Well, that has gone all the way up.
It's a 4th in a row for Ellen Bass. Well, if it wasn't for the first ball of this over and that wicket, then 6 6s would certainly be on from the bat of Ellen Bass. And the Dutch dugout can't believe this. Well, he is a good hitter. We've not seen much of him this week, but you can guarantee after this we're going to see plenty of him in finals week, no doubt.
Oh, this is just carnage, isn't it? He's taken the bowler to the sword here, Noor Khan.
Can't make contact with the last ball. They do try a bye, and he'll be run out, but that doesn't take away from the magnificence of the innings from Oliver Ellen Bass. I'm sure his mum, Marie, who got him playing cricket after she started doing it in college, will be watching on incredibly proud. That is how you make an impact on a Dream11 European Cricket Championship final. 6 6 6 6. And that run out from the last doesn't really change the fact that he's played an innings that has shaped this first dig for the Dutch. So they've got up to 126 for 6. It will be 127 to win for the Austrians.
Well, look, those 5 deliveries have made a difference between a good score and a match-winning score. It really has, and that sums it up. That was awesome, massive hitting. As we look at the highlights of the Group B final, Netherlands were batting first.
And we saw the anthems there. I know that it was a huge honour for these teams. The vast majority of both playing 11s had never got the opportunity to sing their country's anthem on a big stage like this with their jersey on. As Musa Ahmed early on just continued his excellent form. He's enjoyed playing against Austria in particular, and he was taking them apart with the company of Boris Gorley until Gorley was removed here. A dipping Yorker, a wicked Yorker from Akib Iqbal. That was the first of 2 drops for 6 from Akib to hand Musa a life. And Musa was key, you felt, and well, once they got him, as they did here, despite Bilal and Iqbal nearly nastily colliding into each other, you really did think they were going to be restricted to maybe 100, 110 max.
Yeah, I mean, look, they weren't at the halfway point, 55 for 2, and you had Zulfikar, who was struggling really to get the shots going. And then when they took the wicket of Sebastian Bratt, who after playing a few shots went early, and you saw 102 was the score at the end of the night, you thought, well, okay, maybe it is going to be a sort of 115. Maybe they'll push on to close to 120, but nobody saw what happened in the final over from Nur Khan. But you have to say, it's got to be a bit unlucky for him as well, because he could have had 2 in 2 if that catch was taken on the boundary.
Instead, we got the carnage from Ellenbus. He's a man who's had his frustrations, Olivier Ellenbus. He's actually had a stress fracture in his lower back since the end of last year, which has made his bowling side of things particularly difficult. But the handy thing about being an all-rounder, particularly in T10, you don't even necessarily need to run. If you just stand and deliver, you can do exactly what Ellenbus did. 4 consecutive sixes, or as you might call it in this format at times when you see hitting like that, home runs in a way. 24 off 5, 126 for 6. Stand and deliver stuff from Ellenbus. Musa Ahmed, excellent. And some nice cameos through the order. Nobody apart from Asad Zulfikar can be too disappointed with their strike rate, and that's what's got them up to this total. We know the Dutch love to defend, and we know that their strength is in the bowling. Speaking of bowling, well, Akib Iqbal, no doubt the most impressive performer for Austria. 2 for 12. Zadran bowled a bit better than his figures necessarily suggest. It was a rare off day for Momin, who struggled against the left-handed matchup with Musa Ahmed. Zishan Garai did well at the death. No opportunity this time for Mark Simpson-Parker. I'm a touch surprised they went to Nur Khan. We've not seen him bowl at the death in this tournament at all.
I think that because Momin went for 19, they decided not to give him the second over. I think that was a mistake. He's an established bowler, and against a good team like that, it's going to happen. But to give somebody the ball that's going to be raw, well, you're taking a big gamble, and it didn't pay off.
But then they've got Mark Simpson-Parker. He's bowled well at the death for them too.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, I forgot about MSP. He could quite... I think they probably... Well, it's one of those... They wanted to take the pace off the ball. MSP hasn't got the slower ball. Nur Khan he has. We have seen him before when he delivers that slow ball really well, but it was just not meant to be. But then the other thing I've got to turn around and say is that when you've got a batsman in like that, that hits the ball so well, I think any bowler that came on would have been dealt with in the same way.
So, at the midpoint of this Group B final, remember the teams are playing for an extra point on the table when we start finals week. Think of it as a little bit like having excellent goal difference in football. It could yet come down to that as something of a tiebreaker in the finals week table when we get there. Netherlands 11 are probably the happier at the halfway stage. 127 to win for Austria, who've certainly given themselves a better chance than in either of their 2 previous meetings when they were chasing 136 to win and 159, falling well short on both occasions. Can it be third time lucky for Austria, or will the Netherlands 11 prevail yet again? Do join us for the run chase very shortly. You're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
Welcome back to the Cartama Oval in the south of Spain, where conditions are so often sunny and gorgeous. It's not quite what we've got on a day where the rain has intervened and played its part somewhat, but we are delighted that we have got this Group B Dream11 European Cricket Championship final for you. 126 for 6 put on the board by the Netherlands, powered by 48 from Musa Ahmed and 4 big sixes in the final over from Oliver Ellenbaas. After an exceptional early spell from Akib Iqbal, who put Austria in early control. These two teams playing for an extra point on the table. If you're watching on one of our broadcast partners or the European Cricket Network YouTube live chat, it's fantastic to have your company. And speaking of someone who it's always fantastic to have their company, it's Rico Full.
Yeah, absolutely. And the one thing, as you know, Michael, I always say about this, whether it's a European Cricket Series or this one particularly, the big one, the Dream11 European Cricket Championship, I say this is about making these players' dreams come true. And, well, a dream coming true, what about that from the batsman there, hitting those 5 sixes? Ollie, as he's known, you mentioned it, that he's recovering from some stress fractures. But he hasn't played at all. He needs a confidence boost. And this, well, this has made his year, hasn't it? This has made his dream come true, because he can believe again. He can believe that he can recover, that he has recovered, and he can go out there, not just bat like that, but bowl again as well. Well, this is going to be an incredible bit of bowling, I think, here. This man, for me, I think you were asked a question yesterday in the commentary box about who you think has been the quickest, who's the quickest bowler here in Netherlands. And I think the answer you gave was spot on. I think this man, Big Kingma, when he's on form, I think he's absolutely rapid.
But it's not just the pace at which he bowls, it's the discipline of the line and the length. This is a man that's played 6 ODIs and 9 T20Is for his country. Vivian Kingma, experienced bowler. He's only 26, but someone that has been around the game for a long time. He's in the 2014 T20 World Cup squad. He's going to start this reply against Abrar Bilal with Shahul Momin at the other end. Bilal content to just nudge one, and this is a theme of what we'll see from the Dutch. Aggressively fielded by Clayton Floyd. They hunt the ball in that inner ring like a pack of hyenas. And if there's one team who you'd be maybe a touch nervous about taking your quick singles against, it would be this Dutch 11, no doubt.
Yeah, one thing though, I mean, I'm going to say this hesitantly. I mean, we've seen them a lot, and their radar's been a bit off. They've had opportunities for direct hits, but they've been missing them. But you know that it's going to come good at some point, don't you?
Cue direct hit run out in the next 10 or 15 minutes. Short, nicely bowled, and got him! What a good catch! Klein with it, combining with his opening bowling partner, Kingma. 1 for 1. It's a golden duck for Shahul Momin, who'd been in such good form for the Austrians. It's not necessarily that bad a shot, this. He just tries to guide it away, but instead it's right to Klein, who takes a very good diving low catch to his right-hand side.
This is all about anticipation. That's all it is. And you know, look, I don't want to be disrespectful to other teams, but I don't see another team that would have, there's too many other teams that would have taken that catch. I just don't. That's all class, that's quality, that's all about training, that's all about being on the field, that's all about being coached to do it. It's all about reading the game, it's all anticipation. That is just a bit of, I mean, I'm sure our viewers around the world will agree, that's just all about world-class cricket.
I think you've actually been reading my mind again, because that was literally the exact same thing I was going to say. It was a classy grab from Ryan Klein.
Interesting batting change-up, though. I mean, I was having a look at the openers. I mean, one of them's gone already. They've gone with Bilal, they've gone with Momin. But in that earlier match against Portugal, it was completely different, wasn't it? It was Goraya who opened up with Iqbal Hussain. So they're trying something out here, aren't they?
They still haven't worked out their preferred top order. The only certainty is Razmal Shigivar, the captain, at 3. And he's trying a big swish against Kingma, who comes a long, long way down and just gives Razmal Shigivar a look just to let you know. Maybe that's a bit too hot for you, mate. Very first ball, and they've got a gap at mid-wicket, and they're inviting that shot. They're just saying, look, it's going to be short, back of a length, outside that off stump. And if you're good enough to pull that through mid-wicket for 4 or 6, then fair enough.
Shigewal is a very good player, but for me, after his that 96, 95 that he scored, he never really has clicked again. He's due to come big. Will it be in this match?
Effort ball from Kingma, and what a shot from Shigewal. Well, he's a very clean ball striker, and this is just what Austria needed after that early wicket to get them going, the first boundary of the innings. And take that, Shigewal says to Kingma. We're stirring the pot here. Fast bowler
This is getting
versus captain.
spicy. This is getting hot and spicy. Well, he got the stare down from the bowler, and now after hitting that 4, he gives a stare back to Kingma, who didn't want to make eye contact with him. Well, here we go. A little bit of chin music here, maybe, from Kingma.
I wonder whether this one will be upstairs from Kingma. Might not be in Rasmus Shigewal's half, I suspect. Oh, it's wide from Kingma, just trying to drift it outside off. And again, there's a little bit of a stare, and there's a few words going on between Shigewal and Kingma. And
That's probably the batsman saying, don't try and hide it. Put it over here. You see those lines? You have to be inside that. Well, I tell you what, he's a brave man to be winding up Viv Kingma.
He certainly is. I'm sure umpires, Stefan Gooch and Nilkesh Patel, are all across it. Seems to be certainly within the right side of the line for now. Shigewal goes after it. This is a no ball as well, but it will be just one. Good fielding from Musa Ahmed to his left-hand side, rightly being applauded. And the Austrian dugout very vocal, a free hit to follow. It won't be Shigewal facing, unfortunately. So that is one thing with T10 cricket, that an individual contest between a batter and a bowler can sometimes be a touch short-lived. But it will be Abrar Bilal to have a swing at the free hit in this first over that's had a bit of all sorts, hasn't it?
Yes, it certainly has. What's up? What's Arby? That's what? A bit of spice. We like a bit of spice.
He's coming right arm around for the free hit, Kingma. He likes to do this. Well, he likes to try the wide Yorker, but he's got it wrong there. So that will be a wide. Now, does he stick with the right arm around, whilst Bilal might have an idea now of what's coming, or does he go back to right arm over?
Yeah, I've seen him do it. It's very clever. I've seen him do it, I think, maybe 2, perhaps even 3 times, where on the free hit, he comes round the wicket and gets it bang on.
Don't underestimate what a big contest this is. The leader of the Dutch attack in every sense of the word, Vivian Kingma. And again tries to get the wide Yorker, and he's a bit frustrated, but from our look up here with the benefit of this fantastic camera work from Spring Productions, that seems more than fair enough. It's well outside the blue line.
Yeah, I don't know why he's surprised here, Kingma. I mean, that was a huge wide. He's not thinking that those very wide lines, which is there for the back foot for the bowler, is the wide line. Surely not.
Staying right arm around.
Still a free hit.
Slow ball. Nice response from Kingma. And that is what a classy international bowler does. When they're put under pressure, they still have the skills to find their way out.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right, but I think he'd be disappointed with the 2 wides, though, to be fair. But he's got this right, and probably fine. Will he come back over now? Normally would.
I know he was saying that in those 3 sixes he was hit for by Salman Khan yesterday against Hungary. He was very matter-of-fact about it. He said, 3 Yorkers I tried to execute. I didn't. They're in the slot. That's what happens.
Look, and that's fair due. And as he comes in again, we'll follow up on that.
Straight at point, run out chance. And he just lost his footing for half a second here, Clayton Floyd, in trying to get the ball in. So a very eventful first over comes to an end. 11 for 1 off it. And we've got a really good contest on our hands here, folks. That first over seemed to go on quite a long time. 10 attempted deliveries all told. Certainly getting value for his match fee, Vivian Kingma, although we're at a level of cricket where that isn't really how it works.
Yeah, and what I was going to say when you were talking about what Kingma said to you, I think he's absolutely right. I think it's the same thing that somebody like that Noor could say as well, with his over there at the end, that we saw those big 6s hit Noor Khan. Look, there's going to be times when you're bowling to a batsman that even good balls are going to sail over 6. I mean, if it's a good batsman and he's hitting good balls for 6, what can you do about it? You know, and that's part of the game. And I know I've experienced it. I'll bowl some really good balls to good batsmen, and it's gone for 6. And I'm the first probably to turn around and say, good shot, because if somebody hits you straight over your head for a good ball, there's nothing you can do about it. So a new bowler coming on. Well, this man, Klein, it's his turn to shine.
Missed time from Bilal, who's a bit lucky to chop onto his stumps there. And Kingma hurls the ball in, back at Klein. Klein, who took that really nice low catch in the first over off the bowling of Vivian Kingma. He's a very talented sportsman in his youth, played rugby, cricket, hockey and football to a very, very high level right into his late teens, and had to make a decision about what he wanted to do. Eventually went for cricket. Plays his club cricket in the winter in South Africa. He's played for Western Province in the past. Shikifal mistimes this. Wide run rate hovering around 13. There's a man we'll see later on. Julian de May. I think Austria are still having nightmares about him because he bowled very well against them in both of their pool games. I know one feeling I had from various members of the Austrian camp was sort of, why do they save their best performances for us? Oh, that's a huge bouncer and nothing that Zulfikar can do. Well, we've got an AstroTurf surface where it really kicks up. And this is flying not just over the head of Abrar Bilal, but poor old Zulfikar. Well, you need a trampoline to stop this, and even then I'm not sure he would.
Well, this is going to be five wides, because it's gone way over the batsman's head. So 5 wides, that will help, and it's also the one for the over, so he cannot bowl another short pitch delivery that's over the shoulder of the batsman.
Low full toss, and that gets the treatment as well. 1 bounce 4 through extra cover. He accepts the gift, Abrar Bilal, and it just keeps Austria's momentum ticking along here.
What a lovely shot this is. I mean, I think this will help him now for the rest of this over, wouldn't it? Because he knows that short ball, it can't come. Because if it does, it will be a no ball. So he's almost expecting this to be a full one. And he's there quickly, smashes it away. Quality shot.
So thinking to do for Klein. He has got a lot of various good different plans. It's an array of slower balls we've seen this week. I wonder if he goes to them here. Short, mistimed. Oh, and dropped. It would have been such a good catch running around from Musa Ahmed. And instead they're going to get 2 a shy at the bowler's end. Well, what you can't quite see here is he had to run a good 30 yards and take this diving whilst running full pelt.
Yeah, he's still very disappointed. He'll believe that he should have had this. Look, he's got a long way to come. It's all about the way he lands as well. Look, oh, you see, it's just popped out of his hands while he's flying in the air, and then he's not able to recover it.
But then again, like that Klein catch, you do have to wonder, would many other players in this tournament have the presence of mind and the pace to have even got there?
Yeah, good call, good shout.
Banged in once more down the ground. And it's a brilliant piece of fielding. Julian de May using all of his 6'4" frame to stop this one. Well, we're seeing some really high quality cricket in this final from both teams.
Yeah, it's tense, isn't it? It's a tense thriller. And you just get the feeling that a moment of magic, either way, batting or from the fielding side, is going to make the difference.
It's a long, long way to go yet, Rico. We've got about 20 moments left like that. Full toss, hit very, very hard, but it's straight to that wide long off. They've got the skipper, Sebastian Bratt. Caught on my tongue.
You're thinking of supper already?
Well, this is what we've got coming up in Cyprus. Match 17 of the Fancode European Cricket T10. If you aren't already subscribed to our European Cricket Network page, then make sure you do so. Nearing 250,000 subscribers. Our focus very much primarily on the game we've got in front of us here, and what a game we've got. I know there was the odd person spoke to around the ground, and it happened in week A as well. He sort of, in Group A, week 1, he sort of said, oh, well, I think the 2 teams, you know, when they get to the final, they'll be so pleased to have made it to finals week. It'll be a bit less competitive because they'll be so chuffed. Well, Spain-Belgium wasn't like that this week, and I feel like the temperature of this game is even higher than that one was.
Yeah, I think Austria particularly And determined to get some revenge.
Sebastian Bratt on, starts with a slow ball, picked up by Shigival, who picked that very, very early and gets forward. That's a gorgeous, clean pull shot. A proper cricket shot. Just watch how he stays deep in his crease, rocks back and follows through. Bang.
At the start this year, I mean, they have lost that one wicket, but with those 5 wides as well and a few chances, difficult chances going down, that one from Musa Ahmed, they're still playing this shot. That's one thing they will do. That's one thing we know with Austria. They'll play their shots, they'll take it on, and they'll just, well, they're right up there. The score 30. And we're in the third over, the power play.
So Bratt just getting the ball back and getting ready to go again. Man, as he told me himself, born and raised at Hermes Cricket Club more than anything else. That will be a wide from Bratt as he tries another of his variations. His exact words.
He's one that I've noticed that out of the 6 balls that he bowls, quite often 4 of them are the slower ones, and he'll get one which is quite short and slow. He'll get the one that he tries to get inside the line. This one goes wrong. So he does vary his pace big, but if he gets it wrong, one of these Austrian batsmen have got the ability to go big against him.
It is a slow ball. He's through it very early, Shigival. He knows he might well have gone. He has gone. Huge celebrations for Bratt. The double fist pump. It is the Austrian skipper and arguably their best batter who is out. It's the captain who gets him. 31 for 2. That is a huge moment that's gone the way of the Dutch.
Yeah, and you can see he was overjoyed because the captain of the Netherlands, Sebastian Bratt, has got the wicket off the captain of Austria, and he was delighted, and I think he showed that delight to the batsman, the skipper of Austria, as he departed.
Boris Gawley holds on. Save his houses out there. It was a pretty simple catch in truth. So Shigival gone, 2 fours in his 11 of 7, but too often in this tournament Austria have been very dependent on him with the bat. He hit that 96 off 28 against Romania in the very first match of Group B that was almost the first ever T10 100. Clayton Floyd eventually taking that particular honour. So out comes Iqbal Hussain, a tournament best of 39 so far, a second best score of 39 off just 12 balls against Romania. He hit 64 not out of 29 against Hungary on Monday afternoon, but as one can often do at a Dream11 European Cricket Championship, in his last few innings he's suddenly fallen slightly out of form. Now he's facing a high quality attack here with a lot of pressure on his shoulders. He's tried to get that away for 1, and Abrar Bilal is not backing up much at all here from the non-strikers, and we've seen similar shots to this where they have been able to scurry through for a single, and the problem is that piles the pressure on Hussain.
But I mean, there's no single there. There's no, I mean, that one, he's onto it quickly. You're really, I mean, you're taking a huge risk with the Netherlands, and I think at the moment now, I don't think you need to take that risk. Your run rate is okay.
Smash this away, Hussain, and he'll get 4. A despairing dive from Musa Ahmed, who's out there, nothing he could do, and that is quite a way to open your run account.
Yeah, he's an attacking batsman, and I'm quite surprised that he hasn't scored more runs, individual scores, because he's a good, clean striker of the ball. We saw in the last match him getting run out. I mean, that was when he was looking really good as well. So little things happen, and maybe he just needs things to go his way. And if they do, he gets hold of a few. He certainly will prefer the pace on the ball, that is for sure.
Certainly, you're right in that regard. He's one of those who's much better, more comfortable coming in and facing, say, Bratt than either of the 2 Dutch spinners.
Yeah, this will be, I think, the slower one. I mean, you've seen the shorter one. So this now probably be the slower delivery.
Well, pushes it through, and this has gone a long way up and a long, long way as well. Over the marquees. Well, good luck finding that. We're going to send our travel partners Biz away to look for it, and I think even they could be a while. 4 and then 6 for Hussain.
Wow, eso es genial, qué grande es eso. Well, this has gone a long way. Well, maybe this one is travelling up the road to Malaga. He's hit that big, hasn't he? Well, we just saw one ball be replaced, but this is another one that's come out now. That one's still travelling.
Short and left alone, and it won't be a wide. So frustration for Hussein to end an over that had a bit of everything from Sebastian Bratt. It concedes 15 runs and picks up a wicket. Well, it just pulls out here, Hussein. It's nowhere near a wide.
He doesn't pick it. It's that slower one that I thought was going to be the one before, but it was absolutely mullered.
So, end of the power play, 41 for 2. And, well, if you're Austria, it is your best bat in Rasmus Shigeval, who's gone, of course. As pre-match, speaking of Austria, the Austrian coach Marcel Bierstecker had a chat with Vinny Sandy.
Thanks, guys. And I am here with Austrian coach Marcel Bierstecker. Well, Marcel, congratulations on making it to Championship Week.
Many thanks, many thanks. I'm really relieved that we came, that we really managed to reach the finals week. Yeah, very relieved.
Well, you certainly built it on the back of some good performances in the group stage. And look, how do you think you're going to stack up? Is there anything that you're going to work on really in the week between now and the start of that Championship Week?
Yeah, there's lots of things we learned in this tournament. So, and we're going to learn from that in the coming week. And yeah, just build on that, as you said. Yeah.
And I know you haven't played too much T10 cricket international level. Yeah. How have you found it as a format this week?
Very nice, very nice. It's very exciting, short format, and yeah. As a coach, sometimes with the Hungary game yesterday, I was very nervous, yeah, winning on the last ball. But yeah, I'm really proud on the boys. They did a great job.
Well, I certainly don't think we've seen the last of you in this tournament. Congratulations again on making it to the 4th and final Championship Week, and best of luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much, Vinny.
Okay, guys, back to you.
So nice to hear from Marcel Bierstecker as Clayton Floyd's first ball is hit out of the park by Abra Bilal. He's missed that. Big LBW shout and given. It looked pretty straight and pretty out. And it is given by Nilkesh Patel. So 47 for 3. It is 6 and out for Abra Bilal.
Yeah, this is poor cricket in a way for me. I mean, Bilal just hit a huge 6. And then this one, well, he's gone right across. The question had to be, was he going to go on to hit or not? He was right back in his crease. Look, he's showing all the stumps there. And look, there's no doubt about it. It hasn't hit his pad, but he's so low down, it's hit the thigh pad. And that is spot on there from umpire Nilkesh Patel. He is plum. Well, that's his least favourite fruit. We know that, isn't it, for Bilal? He has to go. And just poor batting because he just hit a big 6. He doesn't have to play that shot. It's a fuller ball. Play it straight. Take the single. Rotate the strike. And these are the things I think that these teams will learn from this European Cricket Championship.
So it's a brief cameo from Abra Bilal, but nothing more. And they are going to need someone to play an innings of real substance to get them to this target. Out comes Zishan Guraya, who's been in no sort of form with the bat in this tournament, the Salzburg all-rounder. He's not got a score of note across the entire competition. And normally, he's so destructive, a top run scorer at the European Cricket Series in Vienna, and had a very good strike rate as well. His first ball faced is an ugly heave. And they get through for 1. Won't be runs off the bat, of course. A leg by. We're up to a point where the required run rate is pretty much exactly 2 a ball.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised again by the batting order. You've got the likes of Chima in there that could have come in. And more on that after this ball.
Nasty ball from Clayton Floyd. That is okay, turning away from the right-hander. They still haven't really worked out their combinations in the top order, Austria. They've been playing about with it throughout the entire competition. I don't think they're that much nearer to an answer than when they started.
No.
Hit hard by Hussein, and that's 6 over long off. Well, that will take them past the 50 mark with 1 ball left of the 4th over. And maybe Hussein can be the man for them. 2 short from Floyd, and it gets punished.
This was just absolutely muscled to the boundary. A super shot, big hit. And of course, the man I'm looking for who batted so well, was not out, was Miza Ashan, and he's not in the team. That's why I'm a bit confused. I'm looking through the lineup thinking, where is he?
Well, I can tell you what's happened to Mirza Hassan.
Oh, go on, tell me, where's he gone?
Picked up an injury, unfortunately, in that win against Portugal that got them here. So that's off the bat, way through fine leg, fielded by Kingma at the expense of just one. And it is a real shame because Mirza Hassan's the man with the fastest ever T20 International 50 in Austrian cricket history. And he hit 35 not out off 17 to get them through and stop that rampant Portugal train that had been kicking its way through the tournament thus far. So at the midway point of the Group B final, I think we're seeing maybe, dare I suggest, a familiar pattern in that the Dutch 11 are turning the screw with this bowling attack, and you know they've got Julian de May as well to come on with his slow left armers.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Julian de May at the corner of my eye. I can see him coming on, but I do think that the last couple of times he's bowled too short. He's tried to bowl a little bit too quick, and he has gone for a lot of runs. And these batsmen, if they click, well, they could continue that, the rampage on him. But I still do go by what I'm saying. I mean, for me, Goraya hasn't really hit form with Zishan Goraya. I would have gone with Chima before. I've seen Chima bat, and the last time Chima batted for Austria, he scored some good runs, and he looked the part as well.
Slower, skied up, tough chance. And it is dropped by Niels Hetman. It did hang in the air for a very long time. He had to run around from short fine leg to pretty much being directly behind the wicketkeeper. And de May's unlucky to not pick up Hussain here.
There was a silence of disbelief here around the ground because everybody thought this is another wicket.
Swipe and a miss for Goraya. It's just that we're so used to seeing the Dutch 11 catch pretty much everything.
Michael, I have to say, it's getting very dark. Some dark clouds coming our way. And let's hope the rain doesn't spoil this fiesta of cricket we're having.
Steps across Goraya. Will only get one this time. Out to Boris Gawley, who is a very confident young man. And the reason I can tell you that is before this tournament, he decided that he'd book a holiday to Mallorca during week 3 of the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. So that's beaten him. Frustration for de May because it's beaten Zulfikar as well and gone for four byes. Well, this was not far off being a wicket, and instead it's a boundary.
Well, he shows all his stumps. The wicketkeeper can't believe that that's gone through him. Asad Zulfikar. And, well, with 5 wides that we had, that's gone down there earlier, and those 4 byes, well, when they're not hitting the runs with the bat, they're getting them some other way.
That's a swipe and a miss from Hussain. So we have a look at Group C. It's coming up. The England 11, the star attraction in it. And Italy, Germany, Finland and the Czech Republic in there too. But we know those multi-20 rankings don't necessarily translate to T10, as back in T10, Hussain hits his 3rd 6 down the ground. Take that, de May. It's in the slot. And at the halfway stage of this chase, Austria are more than halfway there now. Thanks to Ijaz Hussain, they're 68 for 3 at the midway point.
Toma, 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 tú sabes. Soy no gusta la tiki-taka, soy gusta la boom, boom, boom. Y así, así tú puedes. Sigue, sigue, sigue. 6 carreras más.
So they couldn't, could they? Remember, they lost to them by 58 runs on Tuesday, 90 runs on Wednesday. And I know quite a few people in the Austrian camp were quite relieved that when they turned up on the Thursday, they didn't have to play them again. And now here on Friday evening, Clayton Floyd back for his 2nd over. It was Floyd and de May who between them were key in those 2 victories.
Right, yes.
Struggled to get them away. It's just jabbed for 1 by Goraya. They do tend to prefer pace on the ball, this Austrian batting lineup, so you feel like this over is crucial. If Floyd can nip 1 or 2 more out, swings the game back towards the Dutch. He took 3 for 12 and 1 for 9 from his 2 pairs of overs against them in the competition so far.
I was saying, he's the key batsman, isn't he?
Slower and gone. What a brilliant take. That is outstanding wicket-keeping from Asad Zulfikar. It's a bottom edge. This is really brilliantly done. He has no right to catch this. It's not easy. And just as I mentioned the threat of Floyd, he does it yet again. It's his 6th wicket against the Austrians in this competition. And that is the end of Hussain.
Yeah, I mean, it's gone straight into his gloves, isn't it? He's got it. It's all about positioning, anticipation. He really has kept, and I think this is something that Delmay can learn. Is just keeping the pace off. I think Delmay is a bit too quick. He's firing it in, with Clayton Floyd there. It's just taking the pace right off it and getting a wicket. Well, he wasn't able to do it with the bat, was he? I mean, he went for a duck, a 2-ball duck, but he's certainly doing it with the ball. And well, Iqbal Hussain, 24 off the 12 deliveries that he's faced. I mean, he's an exciting batsman, but as we've seen once more, Michael, though he does excite, though he does score runs, he doesn't go big.
He is showing the value, though, of picking a specialist T10 player. He's never played a T20 international for Austria. He got his chance in this competition off the basis of his form in the European Cricket Series. So out comes Sahal Zadran, and immediately goes down the ground, and he's out! Caught by Gawley, and Floyd, the first ever T10 international centurion, could yet now become just the 3rd man to take a T10 hat-trick. A golden duck for Sahal Zadran, and it all swings so quickly in T10, and suddenly it's the Dutch in control.
A lot of singing happening on the ground, and there's a few Dutch supporters here as well. A few Austria supporters as well. Well, this time it's a bit of a roller coaster, but this now 2-2. Zadran goes, not for the first time, going for the big shot straight away. Not for the first time, going for a golden duck. Maybe he needs to change the number on the back of his shirt. 13 is just not working for him.
So Sahal Zadran sent up the order to try and, well, pinch it isn't quite the right term, but he is a bowler who can wield the willow successfully. Has a very short innings. So it is a hat-trick ball for Clayton Floyd, who already has 3 for 14. He's tormented the Austrians with his spinners in this competition. It's Noor Khan facing up. Only recently qualified to play for Austria under residency. He's already an ECS title winner with Vienna Afghan. Now he's got to stop himself being victim to a Clayton Floyd hat-trick. Slow hand clap being started by some spectators. Here comes Floyd. Low full toss. Groans of disappointment from the crowd as Noor Khan gets off the mark. And again, it is the spin that is proving to be the undoing of the Austrians. If these two can get a partnership, it can all look so different so quickly. As Garaya counter-attacks, 6 over square leg, emphatically done. What a shot that is.
Volley, seis carreras. And this is what he's got to do. He's not been at his best. But what a time to find some form, Michael.
Well, that's it. And that standing shot, it's a very brave shot in the circumstances. If he gets out there, it looks foolish. Last ball of Floyd's spell. Threatens to step down. He's managed to get this away. So Clayton Floyd finishes with 3 for 22. There's our colleague Vinny Sandy watching on with a beer in hand, and whatever drink and food you've got when you're at home, I hope that you're enjoying our coverage wherever you are around the globe. Romanian sensation Pavel Florin also in attendance. His side knocked out yesterday. 77 for 5 after 6. 50 needed off 4. Tanay back for his 2nd over.
Look at James Cantor out there as well. He's been throwing himself around all over the park as well.
Steps across again, Garaya, and he's got this over fine leg for 4. Well, maybe this is the innings where Zishan Garaya finds the middle of his bat once more. He's had a really horrible tournament with bat in hand, but he's into double figures and he's just starting to tick.
Yeah, I mean, it's, once again, wickets falling, which put the Netherlands maybe favourite to pip this, and then those big shots. Changes again.
Down the ground this time from Garaya, that's huge. That's over towards the batting dugout. Well, that's the Zishan Garaya that we know and love seeing here at the European Cricket Network. He's absolutely minced this. It's in the slot from DeMay. He steps across Garai and he turns a ball from outside off into one that he can hit through long on.
Ginna bada shaka. Ginna sona. Ginna bada say kareras mas.
This time through deep backward square. It will be just one. Fielded by Oliver Ellenbus, who we might yet see with the ball because of that stress fracture that he had back in November 2020 that he's still recovering from. He can't quite come off his full run-up, but hopeful of maybe seeing a bit more of him in that regard at finals week. Slower ball grunt from DeMay, but it's a wide. And we're at that point in a final where every run is being celebrated like a winning run from the Austrian dugout. Shorter, and Norkan's not quite got all of this. It's just over Gawley's head for 6. The margins of victory and defeat can be so fine, and if Austria pull this off, this is definitely a moment we'll look back on.
Well, Gawley, he's not the tallest of men, and maybe that's why he's not able to get to this. He's given it his everything. Look, diving in up in the sky, but he can't reach it. Loses his shades, loses the ball. It's 6 more runs.
Frustration for Boris Gawley. That will be a wide from DeMay.
And he struggles, doesn't he? This was what I was talking about, Michael. I think if you look back at not the last 2 innings as well, he's just gone for runs. Just hasn't got his line right.
This time doesn't really get much of this, Khan. He'll have to settle for a single. Well, we're only ever strictly neutrals up in the commentary box, and I think it's fair to say the one thing we asked for from this final was the hope that Austria would give it a much better crack than either of the 2 pool games that saw the Netherlands 11 destroy them, and they've already certainly done that. As Garai gets this one away. 2 is the call off the bat, but not going to get 2 there out to Musa Ahmed. To the end of DeMay's spell, it is the most expensive spell of his tournament so far. He concedes 30 from it. His 2 overs and goes wicketless, and that is a huge contrast to what happened when these teams met earlier on in both games in the competition. He took 2 for 22 and 1 for 11.
Well, these are the matches that we're going to see next week. Italy versus Germany, Finland, Czech Republic, and then that one there, Germany versus England. Well, do we have such things as penalties? No, but we do have the golden ball. That has got the golden ball written all over it. Italy and the Czech Republic, and England versus Finland. This game evenly poised. Quick shout out to everyone from the European Cricket Network team. And we mentioned James Cantor there, Mada Daub as well is there, doing a great job along with the rest of the team. I'll give you those names after this delivery.
Down the ground, could be 4. It is 4. A despairing dive from Julian DeMay, and Austria past the 100 mark, 102 for 5. Klein hit away. He's gone for 19 now from his 7 balls bowled. And they're inching closer, Austria.
Incredible stuff. Just making a change in the field. Paul Fletcher as well, Barry Eaton, Mars Wolfie, Shahad Bumbat, Shazad, Andy House, Diana Photographer. This is right into the body, and this is going to be out. And they're going upstairs just to make sure, but look, you can't, well, this is, I can see why they've gone for it, but it's a risky one. You didn't need to take that risk the way things are at the moment. That rate has stayed at 11 for a long time. They brought it down to 8, but this is a criminal. While we're waiting to see for that, let me just finish off by saying well done to all of the European Cricket Network team. You've been absolutely fantastic. Roger Finer as well, and Daniel Weston, well, been here working hard around the ground. And I always mention the local ground staff, David Cooper, Jay Wild, Iggy, Andrew, Roger, Jeremy, Ray, Andrew, and Samir. It's been fantastic. Your work here this week has been outstanding. Michael, what's the decision?
That is out. It looked out from the naked eye. It's one of those risky singles that 9 times out of 10 you probably get, but he's a very good athlete, Ryan Klein. He wasn't going to allow it to happen off his bowling. The spectators are keeping a very close eye on this game that just keeps swinging this way and that. Norkan hits 1-6, but is to depart for 8 off 3, and this is going to be a huge pressure test of the Austrian lower order. Out comes a man who's so often very dependable with the bat. Abdullah Akbarjan won the MVP award at the European Cricket Series in Vienna. He's been their best bowler in the competition. We haven't seen much of him with the bat. He's a bit more of a steady Eddie than some of the master blasters that they've got, if you will. But he's got a very good composed head, and he's also a left-hander, which can in and of itself provide awkwardness. Although one would think normally Ryan Klein's normally a good enough bowler to adjust to that.
Yeah, I want to know what Chima's done. What's Chima done to the captain to be out of sorts? Surely he's got to come in.
So that's gone straight through Akbarjan. And for those unfamiliar, well, I must say the man to my left makes it a point that's hard to find any disagreement with, even when you play devil's advocate. Mehar Chima in his only innings in the competition so far, hitting 26 not out of 15 yesterday against Romania. Yeah. To see them home in that run chase, we know they've had some struggles with the top order. Flicked away by Akbarjan. Won't be a catching chance. Fielding done by Navjit Singh. We're getting towards the tight end of this game. Kingma will come back, no doubt about that, for his second over, and imagine he'll be pumped up. And the other one, I would be shocked if it isn't from the captain, Sebastian Bratt. The only question is who bowls which over. Klein just adjusting his field.
The excitement around the ground. You cannot hear a pin drop between balls. Amazing stuff.
Mistimed by Garai. That will be just one. Now, normally you would say 23 or 13. Yeah. You'd probably slightly favour the batting side, but it's the best bowling team in the competition who's up against them, and without doubt the best fielding team, albeit they haven't necessarily been at their brilliant best always in the field in this innings.
No, they haven't. There's been a couple of catches that's gone down.
Trying for the Yorker. Instead it's a low full toss. Akbarjan just trots through for a single, so he'll keep the strike. 22 to win off the last 2 overs of action in week 2 of this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Zishan Garai has found his form. Akbarjan is with him. Klein concedes 22 from his pair of overs. This is about as 50-50 as you could get.
Well, I hope you're enjoying it. Wherever you're watching from around the globe, you are, of course, our cricket family. And we love it that you're enjoying this action with us. And cricket lovers around the world, I know that you're all holding your breath and holding on to something, because every time there's a bit of action, things are going all over the place. Don't drop your cup of tea. And if you're having your dinner or your supper, be careful.
Well, it's going to be Vivian Kingma, man who grew up square of the wicket at Norberg Cricket Club, the house just next door. Straight back to him. Nicely bowled by Vivian Kingma. It's a really good Yorker. Akbarjan doesn't do much wrong here. He manages to dig it out, but unfortunately for him, straight back to Kingma.
All the pressure now on the left-handed batsman. Akbarjan is no more for his bowling than his batting. And even if you can, well, let's just see his delivery, we'll go back to it. Well, that's what I was talking about. Even if you can get something on it, and they can change ends, because this man is seeing it really well. And I'm fancying that he will take on Kingman.
Well, he's got to, given the scoreboard. They do still need a round 2 a ball, so they're going to need quite a few boundaries from somewhere. And Zishan Garai is the most obvious man to provide them.
Big shout for the LBW, but that was missing leg. Good call there from the umpire, Stefan Gooch. The umpiring as well. Look, shout out to the umpires. Rob Kemin has been the tournament referee. The umpires have been absolutely outstanding. Our men in black, the 2 men out there at the moment, is Stefan and Nilkesh Patel. Shubh Patel has been great as well. And Charles Croucher. It's been an outstanding team effort. Well done, guys.
He's coming right arm around now, Kingma. Didn't quite work for him in his first over. He bowled a couple of wides from this angle. I would imagine he's going to look to hit these wide Yorkers. Steps across Garai, and that will be a wide. Well, he throws his head up in frustration, but it is outside that blue line from Vivian Kingma.
Yeah, I don't know why he's... this is the second time I've seen him ask a question about it. I mean, that's a big wide. It really is. Maybe he's saying, well, didn't the batsman go too far that way? I don't think he did. Good shout from the umpire.
Full toss, mistimed. But neither of the two fielders can get there. That's a desperately needed boundary for Austria. Well, it wasn't Garaya's cleanest strike, but it's another one to put in the scorebook for Zishan Garaya. He was on this so early, and it's a shot like this that does make you think whether at some point teams might start considering putting someone straight out on that rope behind the bowler. We mentioned it earlier on today on commentary.
Slower delivery at worst, got thumped for 6.
Little nick and gone. What a response from Kingma. A classy response from a classy bowler. And it's 14 off 8, and the man who's been causing all of the problems for the Dutch has to go, Garaya. Well, it might well have been another wide had he left it alone. Instead, Garaya just couldn't resist going after it. Feathered and edged through. This is a brilliant take as well from Asad Zulfikar. Superb anticipation.
Yeah, crazy batting for me. We've not for the first time from Austria. Look, if they don't get here, they'll look back at some of the shot selection that the batsmen have made. You take the wide. In this situation, you take the wide. He's bowled those before, Kingma. You just take the wide, but he's actually gone out to the off stump. He's trying to give himself room. He's trying to hit it, gets a little sneak, gets out to a ball that would have been called a wide. And he's going to be disappointing, Zishan Garaya, because he makes 32 of 15 deliveries, but he knows, he'll feel that he should still be out there, and he could have been the one that could have hit the famous runs in what would have been an unbelievable victory over Netherlands.
Well, he can at least take confidence for when he comes back here for finals week. It starts in 10 days or so time. That is only knock of significance in the tournament, but he's left it for others to finish the game off. No full toss, and Akib Iqbal will get just 1. They think of 2. It's not there. 13 to win off 7. I know one person watching at home who might be just hiding behind the sofa somewhat is Vivian Kingma's mum, Cynthia, who absolutely hates cricket despite everyone else in her family loving it. But as long as Viv's on and bowling, she'll be glued to the TV, no doubt about it. And whether you are new to the game or a seasoned cricket badger, how can you not be enjoying this drama? Full toss, and it's smacked, but it's straight at mid-wicket. It still goes for a boundary, though. Nothing poor old Navjit Singh can do. For a second, it looked like he'd somehow managed to stop this. It was hit like a tracer bullet. A big match-changing boundary to end this 9th over from Kingma.
How's he got up from this? This has been hit like a bullet. Where's he hit it? Oh, well, he's tried to take one for his team here. Thought, well, I can't catch it. Tried to stop it. Going to the boundary, he can't. Well, he saw behind him. It said need 13. We'll take 4 more off that. It needs 9 now of 6 deliveries. What a finish we're going to have here. You're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. This is the Group B final, and what a final it's been.
Well, that completely changes the complexion of this final over, because if they can get baton to ball for all 6 deliveries, they can get home now with just 1 boundary being scored, and it is the skipper, Sebastian Brat, who will take on the responsibility. 9 to defend. Got a 5-4 field. So a big gap between long on and deep mid-wicket, inviting Iqbal to go in that direction. That's a good start, though, for the Dutch. 8 to win off 5, but Akbarjan's on to strike, and you would say he is the more capable batter of these two, so it's not necessarily the worst result for the Austrians, chasing what would be a shock win against the Dutch. They would go into finals week with a point already on the table in the finals week group pool standings.
Well, this is interesting because the slower balls that Brat bowls are normally to the right-handers. If he tries that, he may get the line wrong because he's now bowling to a lefty.
Akbarjan gets this one away. Should only be 1. It will only be 1. 7 to win off 4. 1 boundary, 1 6 in particular, would all but seal it for Austria if they could get it.
Well, I wonder if there's a tingle happening here. We know Maximo always has a tingle. You got a tingle there, Maxi? Any tingle?
It's referring to a golden ball, which is how this game will be decided if the scores are tied. If you're unfamiliar with policy across European Cricket Network action. 7 to win off 4. Short and missed. Brilliantly bowled by Bratt. That is a great bouncer. 7 for victory off 3 now.
Just having a look at the umpires, I haven't seen either one of them say that this is the one for the over. Surely that is over the shoulder. And if there's no signal, then Bratt will probably say, well, okay, that means I've got another one left in the tank.
Now, what do you do if you're Akib Iqbal? Do you look for a single here, or do you think I have to go for it?
No, I hit a big 6. That's what I'll do.
Easier said than done. He's miscued that. Will only be 1. Fielded by Oliver Ellenbas. The tension here is so palpable. 6 to win off 2. Try telling either of these teams, oh, you're already in finals week anyway. You've had a good week. Absolutely not. None of it. Akbarjan facing 1-6 from either of these 2 balls wins the game. I wonder if Akbarjan is going to take the single here if he were to hit it along the ground. It's this one hard, out to long on. They trot through for a single, so it will be 5 to win off the last ball. Akib Iqbal on strike. A 4 brings us to a golden ball.
Yeah, it certainly does. Well, we're waiting for it. I know Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu out there, beer in hand. He's been waiting all week for this golden ball. I wonder if we can get a shot of him.
So 4 to win.
Where is he? Where's he hiding?
5 to win, 4 for a golden ball. A 6 gives Austria victory. We're not really going to see a 5 on this ground. It's a postage stamp of a ground. So this ball's got to go to the boundary, you'd think, for Austria to keep the game alive. The skipper, Sebastian Bratt, to bowl it to Akib Iqbal. Group B bragging rights on the line. The Dutch looking for a 3rd straight victory over Austria, who will be haunted if they can't get over the line here. They've played so much good cricket in this game against side who previously had walloped them twice by 58 runs and then 90 runs. And instead it's 5 to win off the last, 4 for a golden ball, and a 6 gives Austria victory. Here we go then, Bratt to Iqbal. And he's done it. Sebastian Bratt has taken the Dutch 11 to victory. Look at what it means to him. And Austria have fallen short. It is the Dutch who find a way to win when not at their best. That's what the good teams do, and that's what the champion teams do, and they are the champion team of Group B of this Dream11 European Cricket Series. Astonishing drama here, and Sebastian Bratt can be very proud of the fact he's managed to carry his team to victory just.
Yeah, look, this has been a marvellous performance. He gets that one in. Look, you probably say, well, maybe a more accomplished batsman will see this one. Full toss on the leg and whip it away. Instead, it's just been banged straight into his pad. They don't even go for the run. And while they're celebrating, somebody says, hang on a minute, both batsmen are still in the middle of the pitch. Let's run him out. Well, whether they did or not, I don't know, but they will win this fascinating Group B final. Look, congratulations to both these teams, because, of course, both of them we will see again on the 4th of October when they return to this magnificent Cartama Oval for Championship Week. So well done to both teams, but you'd have to say well done to Netherlands, because they will pick up, as a result of this victory, that all-important bonus point. Michael, how valuable that could be.
Well, remember that if, say, both of these teams were to pick up the same number of wins in pool play, in finals week, it would be this extra point that would make the difference for the Dutch. So we'll only really find out in time just how important this extra point could prove to be. So we have a look back at the innings highlights. Well, the spectators were enjoying themselves, and there was plenty to enjoy. Vivian Kingma starting us off with a highly dramatic first over of the game. Great diving catch by Ryan Klein to remove Shaham Momin for a golden duck, and with Austria's inform bat gone, from there on they were in a bit of trouble. And in truth,
you have to say that it's not necessarily Aki Bikbal's fault at the end there that he's failed to make contact with a full toss. It's not really his job. It was the 7 wickets down that cost him.
Yeah, I agree with that. You could say that, but you could say that this is what you're going to expect from the Austrian batsmen. They're going to go out and play the shot, but I still want to know, and I want you to go find out, because you go into everybody's closet and find these things out. I want to know what did Chima do not to come out there, because he's the one man going out there at a time where, well, you have a look at the batsman that came out there. If he went out there maybe when Zadran came and went for Golden Duck, he could have gotten that victory, because one thing that Netherlands weren't at their best at, well, they weren't at the best of the fielding. They gave a few chances they put down, and well, we saw there also that the bowling of the mate hasn't got any better. This is the 3rd time in this championship that he's not bowled very well, but this man, take nothing away from Clayton Floyd. He was spot on. He didn't score any runs, but he was taking the wickets. A nice catch there taken there as well by Gawley, but there were a few that went over his head as well. That's one of them. He gave it. He's all good. This run out as well, what was that all about? Why do you have to run out Nukan there? What's the thinking? I don't know, but sometimes it's a pressure game, and this was another one, chasing the wide one for Big Kingma when he was under pressure. You know what it meant to him, because it wasn't the best of deliveries, but it does get them the wicket, and those wickets, there was that one there, the fielding from Singh, well, that could have been LBW on the boundary as it crashed into his legs, but he went for 4, but there he is. That's the captain, El Capitan. He leads by example, doesn't he, with bat and with ball. But what a sensational match that he's had as well, and maybe he could once more be the player of the match for this Group B final. Well, we'll wait to find out what the info is on that. But look, wherever you've watched this from around the globe, thank you all very much for joining in with us. Thank you to everybody that's been on the chat, because of course you are as big as everybody else here. I know that everybody in the ground has enjoyed it, and I've mentioned all the people that have worked so hard to put this event on. Well, we're loving your company, and me, Rika Fool, and Michael McCann, and Vinny Sandu. We're the Good Time crew, and we're loving it that you're enjoying this action here with us.
You mentioned the player of the match. Well, my intelligence says it's gone to a man who's had an extraordinary journey to get here, coming back from a lower back stress fracture. At the back end of the innings, he came out with the bat. We haven't seen his impressive bowling yet, because he's still very much on the recovery. We haven't seen it as much as we'd have expected. Oliver Ellenbus, remember that final over of the innings, the 4 huge sixes off Noor Khan. Now, if they're chasing 12 or 10 or so less, Austria probably get home here. Instead, that's the bowling figures we're looking at. 3 wickets for Clayton Floyd, a couple for Kingma, but Brutt with 1 for 19. He defended 9 to win off the last over. It's the 2nd best defence in terms of a last over of this Dream11 Cricket Championship, in terms of runs required that we've seen. Atif Mahmood defended 4 to win for Spain against Sweden.
That's right.
To defend 9 is quite outstanding. That's how the card looks for this game. Netherlands 11 winning against Austria by just 4 runs. And I tell you what, up in the commentary box, we're still trying to get our breath back. That was a magnificent game of T10 cricket. And if maybe you're watching for the first time and you think of cricket as something that maybe at times can not necessarily be the quickest, fastest, most dramatic game, well, you clearly haven't watched T10 before. And now you have. I'm sure you're going to be back for week 3.
Yeah, look, you mentioned Alan Bass. Let's give him a clap. Well done, buddy. Good on you. You've come back. And I said at the time, didn't I, that was a difference. Well, lightning started here now. I said to you at the time that difference of he's knocked those 5 big sixes made the difference of that score being around 100 or what it ended up being. And that could be the 5 balls that win the match. And that's exactly what's happened. So well done. Star performance from you. And look, we wish you well, because I know you're recovering. And I think we're going to see a lot more of you, buddy. But what a great finale this has been to Group B.
So, as we get to the end of week 2, let's take a moment to look back on who's made it through. Spain have gone through. Belgium have gone through with a point to their name when we get to finals week. Today, we've seen Austria fall just short, but they'll be at finals week. And the Netherlands 11 are through to finals week with +1. So 2 teams will join them. The England 11 will start week 3 as hot favourites. We should also say a big hat tip to the other 3 sides in this pool. Portugal, they lost their first 6 games. They miraculously stormed through and nearly qualified for finals week. Nobody would have predicted that. Romania as well, who brought us so much, and Hungary too. They've all entertained us and given us so much. Thank you to everyone throughout week 2 who's made this Dream11 European
European Cricket Championship possible. It's been so great to have your company wherever you've been watching across the globe. Remember, we'll be back on Monday morning, 5 brand new teams and one of the tournament favourites of the England 11 in action. But remember, we were talking about that with the Netherlands 11 and it wasn't always plain sailing for them. We'll see you on Monday. For now, it's goodbye. You've been watching the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship.
Hasta lunes.